Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R2, Revolution in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Renewed Revolution. It has been at least 2 weeks since the end of the conflict against the Autobots and Black Knights. With most of their forces destroyed, and what's left having gone into hiding, planet Earth's newest self-proclaimed rulers are dead set in making this world into their new home. After the Decepticons' victory over the Brightonian Empire, their leader Megatron had sent out a call to all other Decepticons scattered across the galaxy to come to Earth and help build up his new empire. Already, his forces have already grown twice as big as they were before. What was once a small army with a single warship, was now a small fleet with only currently 5 or 6 smaller vessels at the moment, led by the enormous vessel that would serve as the flagship for the growing Decepticon fleet, the Nemesis. Currently, the Nemesis hovered over what was once the Brightonian capital known as Pendragon but has since been destroyed. At the moment, a new fortress was being constructed in its place, one that would be significantly larger and more imposing, but it looked as if construction had only just begun as worker-class Vehicons, along with several unmanned construction vehicles, continued to work. Said construction vehicles included a dump truck, a wheel loader, a bulldozer, a massive load shovel, a cargo crane, and a cement mixer truck. All of these vehicles had a near-identical green and purple paint job with a Decepticon insignia somewhere on their frame. From the bridge of the Nemesis, observing the construction of his fortress to be was the Decepticon leader himself, Megatron. He continued to observe with a sinister smile as the door opened behind him, revealing 2 more Decepticons as well as a human who chose to aid the Decepticons in overthrowing his own empire. Lord Megatron. Starscream began as he, Soundwave, and Schneeisel all bowed to their leader. More Decepticon forces arrive each day, our army continues to grow while what's left of Britannia is thrown into a state of complete chaos. As Starscream explained the situation to their leader, Soundwave's visor lit up to show a world map with several red dots all across the Brightonian areas. All areas formerly under Brightonian rule have become war zones as the previously overthrown governments have begun insurgency. What of the state with the remaining superpowers? Megatron asked. Once word got out of Pendragon's destruction, the EU wasted no time in attacking. Starscream reported. Currently, they are engaged with Euro-Britannia and have not yet made any attempts to attack the mainland. Schneeisel, as the former Prime Minister of Britannia, do you believe we should be concerned with Euro-Britannia? Megatron asked. I don't believe so, Lord Megatron. Schneeisel responded. Despite being a subject of the original empire, they have made attempts to claim independence. So, I highly doubt they'll seek to avenge my father. That being said, perhaps we can negotiate with them for a more peaceful union between them and the Decepticon Empire and avoid any possible bloodshed. Perhaps. Megatron didn't seem all that concerned at the moment. What of the Chinese Federation? At the moment, no movement has come from the remaining superpower, my lord. Starscream reported. It could be possible that they are simply biding their time. If I may, Lord Megatron, the Chinese Federation is currently overseen by the High Eunuchs. Schneeisel began. I've had the pleasure of negotiating with a few of them, and I can safely say they'd be more inclined to join us as opposed to fighting against us. Noted. Megatron acknowledged. But first, our priority is ensuring that Britannia is thoroughly uprooted. What of the Autobots or the remaining Black Knights, my lord? Schneeisel asked. Starscream gave a scoff. The Black Knights are all but wiped out at this point. Without their precious Zero, they are nothing. Even with the aid of the Autobots, Prime only has a handful of soldiers at his disposal while our forces continue to grow. Eventually, he'll be too outmatched. Maybe so, but we must not underestimate Optimus. Megatron stated. But as I said, our first priority is removing this pitiful excuse for an empire off the face of the planet. Lord Megatron. One Vehicon came running onto the bridge. A fleet of Brightonian warships is inbound westward. As the Vehicon made this report, Soundwave sought to confirm it by accessing the Nemesis controls to bring up a screen to show a large fleet of at least 10 destroyers, 7 carrier battleships, and a single aircraft carrier that appeared to be the flagship. It appears to be the Pacific Fleet. Schneeisel acknowledged. They've actually organized a force relatively quicker than I'd expected. It's not just that, they appear to be led by the Knights of 1, 3, 4, and 6, along with their own personal forces, making up a total of 28 Knight Marrays. The Viacan reported. Soundwave zoomed on the screen to show that the Pacific Fleet has just launched a small army of airborne Knight Marrays, with the Galahad, Tristian, Mordred, and Palamedes in the lead. The Knights of the Round and their forces will be here in minutes, with the land forces to be deployed from the fleet right after. Starscream however snickered in amusement. Foolish humans. I shall deploy the Seeker Armada. That won't be necessary, Starscream. Megatron said with a grin. I believe it's time to show Britannia a taste of true Decepticon power. He accessed the comms. Onslaught, Mixmaster, I trust you can see the invaders by now. Assemble your teams and deal with these pests, will you? Before your forces attack Lord Megatron, allow me to personally speak with them. Schneeisel proposed. Their resources could be instrumental to our cause. And if they decline? Megatron questioned. Then we will crush them. Schneeisel said with a menacing grin of his own. The army of airborne Knight Marrays led by the Galahad advanced closer toward the construction site of the Decepticon fortress with the Nemesis hovering over it. All units, be on guard. Bismarck, who currently wore an eye patch over his left eye, advised the attack force. This is nothing like facing a resistance group or anything of the sort. The Decepticons cannot be underestimated. Understood. Anya Allstream replied, but this was not truly Anya, evident by the red rings in her eyes. This was in fact Marianne, currently in control of Anya's body. Roger that. Gino acknowledged with a serious expression. Though he had every intention of helping out Bismarck and the others in fighting the Decepticons, he also had plans to sneak away when the fighting was over and find a way to meet up with the Black Knights and the Autobots and hope they let him join. In hindsight, however, he probably should have gone with them back in Japan. Look at this. Look at this disgrace. Dorothea spat in disgust. These wretched aliens dare to attack our home. They dare to wipe it away and replace it with whatever monstrosity they're constructing. They have no right to do this to us. Rein it in, Ernst. Bismarck scolded. We must maintain our focus. He made contact with the command of the Pacific Fleet. Lohmeyer, we are approaching the target. Do not engage the enemy until we do. Understood, Sir Waldstein. Alicia Lohmeyer, a noblewoman of Britannia with fair skin, light brown hair, blue eyes, and a pair of glasses, acknowledged as she stood with all the officers at the command deck of the Pacific Fleet's aircraft carrier. Lady Lohmeyer, we are receiving a transmission. The Knights of the Round appear to be receiving it as well. It appears to be from Prince Schneeisel. One officer reported. Put it up. Lohmeyer ordered as an image appeared on the screen at the roof of the bridge, showing the image of Schneeisel L. Britannia, whom the Knights of the Round were also seeing. Hello Bismarck and company. Schneeisel greeted. And, oh, Alicia, this is a surprise. I never took you for the type to actually be a part of a battle. Our empire is in jeopardy, and I must do my part to ensure its survival and prosperity. Alicia stated. I'm afraid that's quite out of the question. Schneeisel began. Will you wake up, Schneeisel? Gino exclaimed. You can still come back to us. You don't have to work for Megatron. Come back. Schneeisel shook his head with slight amusement. I'm afraid you're quite mistaken, Gino. I wasn't forced into Megatron's service, but rather I choose it. What? Gino exclaimed as he, the other knights, and even Alicia from her ship, looked in absolute shock. The Decepticons certainly had the power to overthrow Britannia, even without my aid. Schneeisel said. However, my assistance made it easier to override the capital's defenses, all but cementing their victory. You betrayed us. Anya exclaimed, with Marianne still in control. You sold out to Megatron. Let me ask you all something. Schneeisel began. Why do people constantly fight each other? It's not just the conflicts that Britannia incited in the past, but all other ancient civilizations have known conflict. Ancient Greece, Egypt, and all other past empires have at least one major conflict set in their era. Why is that? It's because human instinct seeks conflict, it's not anybody's fault, that's just how it is. Under my father's rule, Britannia would have ultimately destroyed this planet and the human race with it. However, if there is a force out there that is far powerful than anything humanity has at its disposal, and if said force could establish order, then wouldn't it seem like the wisest course of action to join that force? That is what the Decepticons provide, order to a chaotic and self-destructive species. Under the rule of the Decepticons, there will be no conflict, no segregation among our race, all people of all origins shall be equal. You mean equally worthless, right? Gino asked with a slight glare. It's not ideal, but it's the best chance humanity has at survival. Schneeisel replied. And you can all be a part of that as well. If you all stand down right now, submit to the rule of the Decepticons, I guarantee all your lives will be spared. How dare you? They all heard Alicia scream. You dare to betray your own empire. Your own father. Britannia is the light that will bring salvation to this earth. We are the ones who have the right to rule it. Not these alien abominations. We swore absolute loyalty to Charles Z.I. Britannia. Bismarck stated in defiance. Agreed. We'll never recognize this damned usurper who would destroy everything we've worked so hard to build. Dorothea added. Like how Britannia has attempted to do to every other nation in the world. Schneeisel asked skeptically. You have our answer, Schneeisel. Anya, with Marianne still in possession, answered. The answer is no. The traitorous prince gave a small sigh as a disappointed look crossed his face. So be it. I respected you all a great deal. Farewell. He signed off, allowing the operation to resume. This changes nothing. Bismarck stated. All units prepare to attack. Wait, what's going on down there? Gino asked as all Britannian units directed their attention toward the ground. All Viacons have long since departed, leaving on the 6 construction vehicles that rolled closer toward the approaching skybound Night Marrays at a faster rate than one would expect for vehicles of their classification. All 6 of them began to line up in a specific formation. At the front was the cement truck, with the large load shovel right behind it. On the load shovel's right was the cargo crane, with the bulldozer on the left. Behind the load shovel's left was the dump truck, and on the right parallel to it was the wheel loader. As they lined up, they all transformed, but not in a way that anyone would have expected. The vehicles didn't transform into robots, but rather into shapes that resembled crude and metallic body parts. Metal cords and trails connected to and from each of the smaller vehicles to the load shovel into center as they began to merge together. The dump truck and wheel loader took the form of legs just as the attaching cargo crane and bulldozer took the form of arm-like appendages, while the cement truck merged with the load shovel like a giant torso. Soon, the metallic behemoth began to stand up, taking the form of a hulking green humanoid machine with purple armor along its arms and chest, the Decepticon insignia clear on the center. Once it full stood up, a single black head emerged from the torso as its red optics shined brightly. Devastator, online. The construction combiner announced. Every Britannian pilot in the air, even the hardened knights of the round, looked beyond shocked, so much so that no words could accurately describe the looks on their faces save for circular eyes and dropped jaws. Some even felt a new wetness in their pants. Did they just combine? Gino exclaimed. What is that thing? Dorothea stuttered, but this proved to be her undoing as Devastator's right hand transformed into a large drill, which he thrust straight at the Palamedes, that Dorothea was unable to block. It got me, already. Those would be her last words as the massive drill turned her nightmare into scrap. All units. Evasive maneuvers. Bismarck ordered as he, Marianne, and Gino were the first to fly away and gain some distance. You will not escape. Devastator shouted as his chest plate opened to reveal a large turbine-like device, which activated and created an enormous suction force that had already began to pull in several of the other Night Marrays. Pull out! Pull out! One pilot exclaimed desperately as they tried to fly against the force, only to end up crashing into each other, further derailing their flight path. We can't. Ah! Another pilot screamed as he, and 10 others were pulled into the device, which acted something like an oversized garbage disposal to slice, grind, and chop the Nightmare rays, and the pilots inside. Oh my god! Gino looked in absolute terror as they saw half their forces get mulched in one stroke, smoke exploding out through Devastator's back as he got rid of the chopped up and dusted remains of the Nightmare rays he swallowed up. His device shut down as his chest plate closed, turning to face the remaining Brightonian forces. Who's next? Devastator said with a smirk. What in the name of the First Emperor is that? Alicia exclaimed as she and the rest of the officers aboard the Pacific Fleet's aircraft carrier saw Devastator transform near the shore, and already engage the Knights of the Round and their forces. Ma'am. A Decepticon vessel approaches. It appears to be a small dropship. One officer reported as they saw a small ship approach the fleet, no bigger than their smallest vessel. Well, what are you waiting for? Shoot it down. Alicia ordered. Already, the frontmost ships fired a series of missiles at the incoming craft. However, two smaller vehicles flew in from around the dropship's flanking positions. One was a dark blue helicopter, the other was a dark brown jet. Both vehicles fired a series of rapid-fire energon blasts to shoot down each and every missile before they made contact. What? Alicia exclaimed as she saw their attack fail. The helicopter and jet met above the dropship as they revealed themselves to be Decepticons, but not just any Decepticons. They were two of the 5-con team known as the Combat Icons, Vortex and Blast Off. The dropship's main door opened to reveal the remaining three, the big hulking green one on the left known as Brawl, the slightly smaller, light tannish brown-colored one on the right was called Swindle, and their leader, that was a darker green and gray-colored Decepticon of slightly heavy build known as Onslaught. It's time to show these humans what real power looks like. Onslaught stated. Combat Icons, combine into Bruticus. All five leapt off the dropship as they transformed and began to combine themselves. Swindle and Brawl transformed into the right and left legs respectively just as Onslaught turned into the torso to link up with them. Vortex and Blast Off flew from the left and right sides to merge and transform into the arms just as a single head unit merged from the torso, revealing the Combat Icon combiner that had just landed waist deep into the water. Bruticus online. Though Bruticus was only slightly smaller than Devastator, he was nonetheless imposing, which caused every single Brightonian soldier in the entire Pacific Fleet to stop in their tracks as they saw the massive figure that was marching its way toward them. Open fire! Open fire! Alicia screamed in fury. All ships! Open fire on that monstrosity! Every single warship in the fleet fired its missiles straight at Bruticus, but he seemed ready for even this as he threw out his left arm, the helicopter blades shifting downward slightly and spinning rapidly like a makeshift shield to block all the missiles with no damage to himself whatsoever. My turn. Bruticus stated as he shot his right arm forward to unleash a massive flamethrower which had already engulfed the three ships in front of him. It took seconds before the ships exploded, allowing Bruticus to proceed forward, bashing and crushing all the ships that got close to him with little effort. He even used his helicopter blades to slice through some of the vessels, as well as picked up one carrier battleship with both his hands and threw it toward another carrier and two destroyers, destroying all four in an instant. Already half the fleet had been destroyed. Deploy all portmen. One officer ordered. Try and get underneath it. But it was too late. Even if they had deployed any of their aquatic Nightmare rays, Bruticus had lifted his right arm up high before slamming it through the water and onto the ocean floor, unleashing a sonic pain wave attack that sent a tremor to obliterate all the Nightmare rays, carving a line through the ocean itself and obliterating 5 more vessels. Is that all you got? Bruticus challenged as he picked up another destroyer ship and lifted it over his head to rip it in half and throw one half at another destroyer and the final carrier, taking down both with destructive results. Our entire fleet is lost. One officer exclaimed as the only vessel that remained at this point was the lead aircraft carrier. We have to pull back. Lady Lohmeyer, we must retreat. However, Alicia didn't appear to process these distressed cries from her men as she only looked in pure shock and fear at what had just happened. The Brightonian Navy was one of the most powerful branches of the Empire's military, a true symbol of the might of Britannia. And yet, it had fallen apart in a time span of 5 minutes. This can't be. No, we can't. Alicia stuttered only for her and the entire crew to trip and fall as the entire ship shook. They looked in clear terror to see the source of the shaking came from Bruticus himself, who had climbed up onto the aircraft carrier and walked along its deck. Several soldiers and smaller turrets tried with futility to stop his advance by shooting at the massive combiner, but it didn't even slow him down as he made his way to the command tower aboard the ship. He glanced directly into the window of the bridge to see the terrified faces of Alicia and her entire crew. "Peekaboo! I see you," Bruticus sang as he aimed his flamethrower. "No. You can't do this. We're bright and neon. You can't." Alicia screamed her final words as Bruticus unleashed the deadly inferno to consume all human life in the control center before the whole thing exploded. "No way, that was the fleet," Gino exclaimed as he flew above to dodge Devastator's swing. And it wasn't just the fleet, the Knights and their forces were severely losing, as well as most of their personal forces had already been lost, leaving only a select few with Gino, Marianne, and Bismarck left. Marianne led the remaining flying Knight Marrays straight for Devastator as they fired all their missiles, with the Mordred firing its Hadron cannons at the giant. Though the attacks hit, Devastator didn't appear the least bit affected. "Heh, tickled," Devastator mocked before swinging his right arm with such speed that even though Marianne was able to pull up with the Mordred, her escorts weren't so lucky as they were destroyed in an instant. "Hey! Over here!" Gino pulled out the Tristian's MVS blades and shot directly at enormous combiner's head, but Devastator reacted too quickly as he thrusted his drill hand directly at the Tristian, who not only tried to pull up his blades, but even activated the Blaze Luminous system at full power to try and shield himself. But Devastator's drill all but obliterated the defenses and sent the Tristian falling and crashing straight toward the ground, leaving a trail as the Nightmare skidded to an inoperable halt. "Vile monstrosity!" Bismarck exclaimed as he threw off his eye patch, revealing the geese emblem in his left eye. "I swore to fight for this empire till my last, and I will not be bested by something like you." The Galahad drew its massive MVS and shot toward Devastator, who attempted to thrust its drill arm at him, only for Bismarck to fly over and around to slice at Devastator's face before flying past him. This didn't damage Devastator that much, but it did annoy him. "Human pest," the Combiner stated as he tried to reach out for the Galahad, only to see the Nightmare fly above his arm, slash at it repeatedly before flying past him. Marianne was about to move in an attack when the Galahad blocked the Mordred's path. "My lady, please. Allow me to handle this." "Very well, he's all yours." Marianne flew back as she continued to watch the Galahad face off against Devastator. Very few have actually managed to survive Bismarck while he uses his geese, and the only one to ever trip him up with it was that wretched Optimus Prime. But I'm willing to bet this machine isn't as smart as he is. The Galahad flew under Devastator to try and slash at his legs, but when the Construct Icon Combiner lifted his right foot to stomp on him, Bismarck saw it coming with his geese and flew away to fly behind Devastator and slice at his back before flying above him. "Annoying bug," Devastator exclaimed as he was growing more and more irritated. "This is what you get for underestimating us humans," Bismarck said with a smirk as he flew on the attack, confident in his own abilities. Back on the Nemesis bridge, Megatron only looked more amused than before as he saw the fight play out. So, VV did indeed grant a geese to the Knight of One. The ability to see the future must be quite an extraordinary gift. A sinister smirk fell on the Decepticon leader's face. "Unfortunately for him, we've managed to develop our own counter." He glanced toward Soundwave, who nodded as his visor lit up to show he was sending a binary signal wirelessly toward Devastator, issuing a command. Devastator missed with his drill slice again as Bismarck flew above him. However, his frustration gave way to understanding as he received Soundwave's message. "Acknowledged. Activating Geese Canceller." Both of Devastator's optics turned from red to green as a bright green symbol that looked like an upside-down geese emblem lit up. From Devastator's point of view, his targeting system locked onto the Galahad as he fired a green energy beam from his optics that Bismarck was unable to avoid. "What?" Bismarck exclaimed as the Galahad was struck, and Bismarck inside was engulfed in a brief flash of green light. With that, the red geese emblem in his left eye had vanished. The power was still present, but it had been deactivated, probably for the first time in years. "No, what, why can't?" Tried as he might, Bismarck was no longer able to see the future. "I can't see, how can? Suddenly his whole nightmare shook violently as Devastator had grabbed the Galahad in its left hand. Bismarck. Marianne tried to fly in and help. No. Stay back. He shouted, daring not to speak her name lest Megatron find out. They neutralized my power. I can't see. With Anya's eyes, her pupils shrunk as Marianne couldn't believe what she just heard. They can negate a geese? I heard the Order was developing it, but I never thought that. You must live. Bismarck exclaimed as Devastator began to squeeze. You cannot allow them to succeed. You must. He was already being crushed by the compacting metal as Devastator squeezed harder. All hail Megatron! Devastator exclaimed as he finally crushed the Galahad. I failed you, Lady Marianne. Those were Bismarck's last words before he was completely crushed within Devastator's grip. And with that, Marianne was the only remaining Britannian pilot left. They had assembled a large force with some of their strongest pilots and most of their navy, but the Decepticons crushed it in less than an hour. Everything they've worked so hard to build, was it really all about to go up in flames? Marianne's state of shock had left her vulnerable for Devastator to smack the Mordred out of the air, its heavy armor taking most of the impact as it crashed onto the ground, a short distance away from the inoperable Tristian as Gino had already climbed out. Anya! Gino exclaimed as he ran toward the ruined Nightmare to try and help his fellow knight. He manually opened the cockpit, which could only open slightly as it was too badly damaged, but it was just enough to pull out Anya's body, which Marianne was still controlling. However, before they could do anything else, they heard the soaring sounds of fighter jets as Starscream and several Seeker Vehicons flew down in their jet modes before transforming to land on the ground and point their Energon blasters at the pair, all save for the smirking head of the Seekers. Well, look what we have here. Starscream snickered. Probably the only two survivors of the Knights of the Round. He mocked as Gino and Anya both glared. What was it you've always said about Britannia being the most powerful? What's that? I'm afraid I cannot hear you over the sound of your humiliating defeat and the screams of your now dead comrades. Starscream laughed. Why you? Gino was about to lash out, but he felt his arm being grabbed as Anya looked at him with a serious expression. Maybe we should play along for now, at least till we get a chance to find a way out. What? Anya. You can't. Gino, for once in your life, think. Anya scolded, much to Gino's surprise. Our forces have been wiped out, our Nightmare rays don't work, there's nothing we can do. All we can do right now, is play along and hope an opportunity presents itself, unless you want to get gunned down right here and now. Gino looked toward Anya in confusion. He never thought she was the type to come up with something like this. If he didn't know any better, he'd say he was talking to a completely different person. But, at the same time, he knew she was right. They can't do anything else besides submit and hope they get a chance to escape soon. Damn, I should have gone with Colin back in Japan. Gino thought with a scowl before he lowered himself to his knees along with Anya. We surrender and submit ourselves to the Decepticons. Wise choice. Starscream smirked. Back on the bridge of the Nemesis, Megatron gave a slight laugh as he had watched the skirmish come to an end alongside his silent cohort, Soundwave. Well, that was certainly entertaining. The Decepticon leader mused. Soundwave, begin organizing our forces. Have most of them concentrated under my command to lead the conquest of the main continent, and deploy all remaining units to the Britannian areas. I'll leave the organization of them, and any new contacts that arrive, entirely to you. I trust you can handle that. Soundwave nodded in confirmation. Good. Megatron smiled evilly. Earth is ours now, we shall prove that by wiping Britannia off the map. Humankind has no idea what lies ahead for them. Unknown location, Geese Order headquarters. What is this place? General Bartley exclaimed as he and the rest of the scientists in Kodar, including Joseph Fennett, stood in front of a thought elevator, with Shockwave and Thundercracker, along with Vivi, standing in front of them. This is the source of the power that you and Clovis were studying, General Bartley. Shockwave answered. You attempted to harness C.C's power for your late prince in an attempt to secure him on the throne, unaware of what you were tampering with. Seeing how you've worked closely with Geese, you and your team will be working with us from now on. VV added. You're really the only logical choice. I may be only here part-time. Thundercracker said to Shockwave specifically. Or remotely. I'm still a Seeker and Lord Megatron may have plans for me, as well as Knockout. Logical. Shockwave nodded in understanding before turning to the human scientists in front of him. Though we have sufficient personnel who can attribute to our studies here. Before Bartley could ask who he was referring to, a ground bridge portal opened up behind him as Knockout's vehicle mode drove in and toward the head scientist. We're back and we brought the guy you were looking for. A real basket case this guy. Knockout's doors opened to reveal two men. One was a bald, dark-skinned, well-built man wearing a dark suit which bore the insignia of the Decepticons on its chest, along with a pair of prosthetic red eyes. The second was a Caucasian male with white hair with a white lab coat, a robotic right arm, and his entire forehead appeared to be mechanical. Bartley recognized both of them. Colonel Mad. He looked at the man with prosthetic eyes. You're alive. I heard you died in battle. Well, not completely dead. Mad said. I did lose both my eyes and most of my insides, but the Emperor and VV found me and brought me here. I've been with the Geese Order ever since. The shocked Bartley looked toward the other man. Doc. Dr. Arkevely. You were imprisoned in the homeland's most secure asylum. You were deemed insane. Arkevely gave a maniacal chuckle. Yeah, they did. But I got a get out of the nuthouse free card thanks to the cons when they took down the Emperor. Mad has been instrumental to our order for many years. VV explained. And despite his mental instability, Arkevely was widely regarded as the greatest mind the Empire has ever produced. Already, I was able to develop a Geese Canceller. Shockwave stated. But, of course with all your assistance, and further time, tremendous advances in research is inevitable. Thundercracker and Knockout will be working between scientific endeavors and military operations, but every single one of you here will be confined to the Geese Order with myself, and everything you create will be for the purpose of furthering the Decepticon cause. Bartley didn't even bother to hide his fear, as did the rest of the scientists, particularly Joseph Fennett as he held in his pocket the locket that contained a photo of his wife and daughter. Not long after the failed insurgents conducted by the Knights of the Round and the Pacific Fleet, the Decepticons began their campaign to completely uproot the remnants of the Britannia Empire. The Constructicons remained at the capital of the city that would be soon named New Kaon to finish construction along with the fortress that would serve their leader, Dark Mount. Megatron personally led the conquest of the Britannian homeland, with the intelligence of Soundwave, Onslaught, and Schneeisel, as well as the raw power of the Decepticon forces, air superiority being led by Starscream and the Seekers, and the additional force of Bruticus and all other ground-based Decepticons. The entire continent had been conquered in a time span of 2 weeks with little resistance. With the death of the Emperor and most of the Imperial family and Knights of the Round either captured or killed, there was no real leadership as the Empire fell into chaos. Some nobles and other royals attempted to escape into the colonized areas that Britannia had conquered, but this only served the Decepticons even greater as it further divided their forces, and the areas were already facing insurrections themselves from the natives of the areas. More and more Decepticons arrived each day as Soundwave and Megatron helped to coordinate and disperse them properly to each and every area to see to its downfall. Area 18. Starscream led the Seeker Armada alongside Thundercracker and Skywarp across the desert, laying down fire of Energon blasters and missiles onto a line of Britannian Sutherlands, resulting in their complete obliteration. This gave way to Middle Eastern rebels and resistance groups to drive in via all-terrain vehicles with guns and turrets to push even further. At the back of the failing Britannian military line, guarded by several other Sutherlands, was the mobile base piloted by the current Viceroy of Area 18 appointed after Cornelia's conquest, Duke Calories. Though that may not be the case for long. The entire northern unit has been wiped out. One panicking officer reported. We've lost contact with the capital. Insurrection groups have taken the city. Keep fighting. Calories exclaimed. We're servants of Britannia. We will not fall. Lord Calories, incoming enemy unit. What? He looked at the screen to see a single fighter jet of purple and teal-colored variety, with a Decepticon insignia on its wing. Concentrate all firepower on that unit. Shoot it down. But it was too late. The Seeker had fired a total of 4 missiles that shot out even faster than anyone could hope to track. Calories didn't have time to scream as the missiles hit the mobile base, destroying it along with the guarding Sutherlands. Once that was all done, the Seeker in question flew back to rendezvous with Starscream and his team, along with other Seeker Vehicons and the leadership of the Middle Eastern rebels. She transformed to reveal herself a female Seeker with similar build to Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp, only with her paint job being that of purple and teal. Ah, Slipstream. I trust you were successful. Starscream said with a smile. Calories is dead. Slipstream smirked. And with him, Area 18 has fallen. This resulted in cheers from all the rebels. Thank you. Their leader said to the Decepticons. You have freed us. Oh, I wouldn't say free. Slipstream's smirk only grew. More like, under new management. She fired an energon blast from her arm to kill the leader of the resistance, with the other Seekers following suit against the remaining rebels. Area 6. The state of the Amazon jungle could only be described as that of a war zone as a horde of Insecticons either flew down to pelt Brightonian Night Marrays and infantry with laser fire, or charged straight through the jungle, bashing away every and living creature they came across to rip and tear the Brightonian forces apart with their claws and teeth. Among those flying appeared to be a giant red metallic insect resembling something of an oversized ladybug before she transformed on the ground in front of a pair of Sutherlands and revealed herself to be the female Insecticon known as Glowstrike. She opened fire with a series of energon blasts from her palms to obliterate the Night Marrays. Along her right, coming out of the jungle was a massive mechanical scorpion with an orange-colored paint job. He lunged at an incoming Sutherland before thrusting his tail into the cockpit to kill the pilot inside before transforming to reveal himself to be Scorponok. At the same time, a massive robotic rhinoceros beetle flew toward a trio of Sutherlands before transforming to reveal himself as another Insecticon by the name of Saberhorn. Tally-ho! Saberhorn stated as he drew a pair of swords to cut down one Sutherland before using both to block the Harkins of the remaining 2 before coming in to cut down both with relative ease. Meanwhile, at the military base within the center of the jungle, all the officers were desperately trying to control the situation. South Brigade lost. Enemies enclosing. Our forces are down to 10%. At the command chair sat a middle-aged woman with pinkish hair that strongly resembled Euphemia and Cornelia. She sat with a rage-filled scowl on her face as all she could get was how much of a losing battle this was. Hold your ground! She exclaimed. We will not. However, she was interrupted by the sound of a drilling-like noise coming from above before the whole roof collapsed. When the dust settled, most of the personnel inside were dead, save for the woman in command as she felt debris pin her broken body to the ground, the sunlight from outside beaming down to blind her somewhat as a metallic figure loomed over her. Victoria Lee Britannia. The figure addressed. Consort to the late Carol Z.I. Britannia, and the mother of Cornelia and Euphemia. The figure speaking was none other than Arachnid, who had undergone quite a change. Her spider legs were all repaired, but her right face was covered with a metallic patch, and her whole right arm was replaced with a new one that had a large hook-like appendage for a hand. You know, your daughters were quite a pain for me, both figuratively and literally. Arachnid said with a scowl as she loomed over Victoria. You wouldn't happen to know where they are, would you? Victoria scowled. Go to hell, Decepticon. You first. The disfigured Spider-Con said with a hiss before she slashed with her hook to butcher Victoria, ending her life in literal bloody fashion. My, how ruthless. Arachnid looked up to see Saberhorn, Glowstrike, and Scorponok standing around the hole she had made. Not very sporting, but ruthless. Saberhorn said as Arachnid climbed out. It's done. Area 6 has fallen. Arachnid said before walking away as her fellow Insecticons looked toward her with concern. She's growing more reckless and unstable every day. Glowstrike stated. Honestly, it's a miracle she hasn't gone rogue again. She's driven by revenge, which I can personally respect. Scorponok acknowledged. I certainly hope she finds who she's looking for. Saberhorn said. It may lead us to these Black Knights I've heard so much about. They may actually prove to be a challenge. Area 9. It may be a literal uphill battle against these Decepticons as they pushed up the mountain against the Brightonian Night Marrays suited for this terrain, but this particular group wouldn't have it any other way. A black police car in the lead shot forward as it transformed to reveal the Decepticon Barricade, who punched down one Sutherland before lifting the one next to it and throwing it down the slope to fall down the mountain's side. I punched your hole. Squadron X, move in. Barricade ordered his team. 4 ground vehicles shot their way up the mountain, past the hole that Barricade had punched through and into the innermost defenses of the base built into the mountain. 2 of these vehicles appeared to be Cybertronian tanks, one was dark blue and the other was a vibrant light purple. In the middle was a light blue excavator, and along the side was a fast-moving anti-aircraft tank. As they literally pushed and blasted their way through the Night Marrays and reached the center of the base, they transformed to reveal themselves as the hulking Decepticons known as Quake, Overload, Demolisher, and Ground Pounder. Time to bring the heat. Ground Pounder stated as his fist lit on fire before throwing out a punch to demolish a group of 3 Sutherlands in one hit. Quake fired with a series of explosive energon shotgun-like blasts to take down 4 more incoming Sutherlands, while Overload casually walked up to a group of 5 Sutherlands that shot at him, but the bullets did little to damage his body. Please, keep your rousing applause until after the show is complete. Overload said somewhat dramatically before rushing the Sutherlands to crush them with only a series of punches. Demolisher's shoulders fired a series of rapid-fire energon blasts that tore through 6 enemy Sutherlands like tissue paper. Seeing how they stood no chance of winning, the remaining Brightonian personnel had already evacuated to air transport and were ready to leave, only to be gunned down from the sky by an incoming helicopter. 3 of them were already shot down, with the last one about to escape, but the helicopter transformed to reveal itself as the Decepticon Blackout, who fell above the transport to crush it over his enormous weight before landing on his 2 feet. Once these 5 were finished demolishing the Brightonian forces, Barricade joined up with his team, alongside a small forklift that transformed into an elderly-looking mini-con. Ugh, yeah bums, that was 6 seconds away from a record. Headlock criticized. Work harder. Barricade shook his head with an annoyed sigh as he accessed the comms. Ground forces neutralized, take down the command center. He said as he glanced toward the top of a nearby mountain. Inside the base of said mountain, in a familiar situation, all the officers were panicking as the twin Brightonian princes Castor and Pollux Rui Britannia tried to get command established. All our forces have been wiped out. Ready our Night Marrays. Castor ordered. Your Highness. You can't seriously think about going out there. Of course we're serious. Pollux exclaimed. If we're going down. We're going down fighting. However, the roof shook before it was torn off completely to reveal 2 large Decepticons who used their strength to rip off the entire side of the mountain top to glare at the Brightonians in question. One Decepticon had a smaller build with tan-colored metal and a cold emotionless face that was light purple, while the other was a massive gray-green Cyclops-like Decepticon, evident by his single red optic. Castor and Pollux Rui Britannia. Blitzwing said in a cold emotionless voice before his face shifted to reveal a new red one with a V-shaped visor before speaking in a harsher tone. Your forces are torn to pieces. If you don't wish to join them, you'll keep your mouth shut. His face changed yet again to reveal a black face with a more chaotic expression. Ah, isn't that cute? They're twins. What do you want from us? Castor questioned. Our master demands your presence. Lugnut stated. He knows of your geese abilities granted by Vivi, which is why he has ordered us to capture you. That caused the twins to look in surprise as their respective geese activated to reveal emblems in both their eyes. You are to be detained alive. Blitzwing spoke in his emotionless tone again. I'd advise you both to cooperate. Now put your hands over your heads. Seeing as they had no alternative, Castor and Pollux raised their hands in defeat. We surrender. Pollux resigned. For the glory of Megatron. Lugnut shouted to the heavens. Area 15. This colonized area consisted of a series of small islands, which appeared to be guarded by a series of Brightonian battleships, albeit small ones as most of the Pacific Fleet had been wiped out after the failed attack on Megatron, but it still seemed a considerable defense with a series of Portland night Marrays patrolling underwater. "No enemies detected yet, my lady," one officer at the command ship told the oldest of the imperial consorts, Anticlea EU Britannia, who looked about as old as the late Charles was, but her eyes still carried a resisting fire. "Keep your eyes peeled," Anticlea ordered. "Most of our empire has fallen, but I will not let this area become the next target of Decepticon conquest." "My lady, one our vessel's been taken down." "What?" she exclaimed as they saw the furthest ship beginning to sink. "What happened? Are we under attack?" "My lady, there's something down here," one of the portman pilots exclaimed over the comms. "It's moving fast. It cut off to static. I can't see it. What's going on?" One by one all the underwater night Marrays were taken offline as each of the vessels began to sink. "What is going on down there? Someone get me an answer," Anticlea exclaimed as most of her forces were already appearing crippled. "My lady, we're receiving reports of no casualties," an officer reported, sounding more than a little confused himself. "Excuse me?" Anticlea questioned. "My lady, I see it," the final portal pilot exclaimed over the radio. It's a shark. A giant shark. Like all the others, it cut off to static." "Did he just say, a shark?" Anticlea questioned again in confusion before the entire vessel rocked again. "What happened?" "We've been hit. Something struck the ship's underbelly." Right outside, something large burst through the deck of the command ship, which was revealed to be a giant mechanical shark, with a blue and yellow paint job. Said robotic shark hovered in the air briefly before it transformed to reveal a Cybertronian with a claw-like appendage on its right hand. It tore open the bridge's roof of the command center. "Anticlea EU Britannia, I presume." "Who are you, Decepticon?" she questioned with a glare. "You can call me Skybite," the Sharkticon introduced. "I'm also the one who just took down your entire fleet. But don't worry, everyone is alive, including your nightmare pilots. So I'll accept your surrender now." "You honestly expect me to surrender?" "Pretty much." Skybite shrugged. "Look at it this way, your empire is one step away from completely folding and there are much worse cons than me out there, so be glad that I don't like to kill all that much. Surrender, and you'll live. I'm a shark of my word. If you don't, well, let's just say I can't make any guarantees with what my other cohorts might do to you." Seeing as she had no choice in the matter, all Anticlea could do was fall to her knees in defeat. Long had she been in denial, but she could no longer refuse the facts. Britannia's time was coming to an end. "I surrender." "Good move." Skybite smiled. Area 24. The capital of the settlement was completely under siege from the Decepticon forces personally led by Bruticus, tearing through any and all defenses that tried to stand in their way. Currently, explosions could even be seen in the distance as the floating aircraft carrier known as the Granberry flew away as fast as it could, while also appearing invisible to the naked eye. "Toto, are you sure this cloaking will keep us hidden?" Mary Bell asked the operator of their airship as they continued to fly away. "Yes, Your Majesty." Toto Thompson, a young dark-skinned woman who was at the controls for their ship. Mary Bell nodded with understanding as she accessed the communications to see the footage of her general and tactical advisor, Johann Schwarzer, who appeared to be in the main military base back in the settlement, his face half covered in blood as it looked like he went through hell. "We should be at safe distance soon, General Schwarzer." Aldrin Zevin, a young woman with blonde hair and green eyes, said as she stood at Mary Bell's side. "Good," Johann said with relief as the sounds of battle could be heard from his end. "Our forces are all but wiped out, but I'll keep them busy as long as I can." Among those gathered on the ship's bridge were also the remainder of the Glinda Knights, and it was clear to many of them that they were against this plan. "But we could have stayed and helped you," Leon Hartsteiner exclaimed. "You know he's right, Johann. We're some of the best pilots in the Empire and you're having us run." Makara Sorsi also shouted. "No. We've discussed this. Your priority is to protect Princess Mary Bell, who may very well be the last Brighton Neon Royal who remains free." Johann exclaimed back. But, General. Sakya Sherpa also tried to protest but felt a gentle touch on her shoulder coming from Tink Lockhart as he looked up at the general for what he felt would be the last time. We understand, and we will protect her to the last, General. It's been an honor. Tink saluted, as did the rest of the Glinda Knights, many of whom were beginning to show tears. Even Mary Bell stood up to salute her general, doing her best not to cry. Give them hell, General. Mary Bell choked. Johann chuckled as the room he was in rocked with the sounds of battle coming closer. Good luck, to all of you. Goodbye. The transmission cut off as Mary Bell sank back in her throne again. Meanwhile, inside the control room of the base, the roof had been blown off as a trio of helicopter Viacons flew down and transformed to surround Johann as he continued to sit in his chair, not even remotely intimidated by the gigantic aliens that surrounded him. You put up quite a fight, for a meatbag. One Viacon said mockingly. This only resulted in Johann laughing out loud. What? You think this is funny? You're quite pathetic. Pathetic, am I? Johann chuckled. This coming from a soulless machine. Of course, it's damn funny. The Viacon scowled, but once he and his companions looked around the room, they looked in shock to find that the whole place had been wired with explosives. And more than likely, the entire facility was wired to blow as well, and the one who held the trigger was Johann himself. Goodbye, Mary Bell Mel Britannia. May you avenge your mother and sister someday. Johann made his final remarks. Put down the switch. The Viacon exclaimed as he and his men tried to shoot their energon blasts at him, but the wounded general still barely ducked out of the way as he scowled. Never. I don't take orders from monsters like you. He stated before pushing the trigger. Boom. The entire base exploded, killing not only those 3 Viacons, but all the others that had surrounded the base. Even Bruticus was slightly blown back by the shockwave but was nonetheless still standing. HMMP, cute. Bruticus brushed off. The Glinda Knights didn't need to read the alert from the Grandberries' computers to know what had just happened. Mary Bell had already covered her mouth with her hand as she let her tears fall, mourning the loss of her general and friend. As she cried, she felt an embrace from the side and turned to see it was coming from her childhood friend Aldrin, who also had tears in her eyes, yet carried a determined expression. We'll make sure it wasn't for nothing. Aldrin told her princess. All of us. Mary Bell glanced up slightly to see Toto, Leonhardt, Tink, Marika, and Sakya all standing before her and saluting her, showing that no matter what, none of them would leave her side. They were her knights, her teammates, her friends. This was enough for her to wipe the tears from her eyes as she stood up with a fiery look in her eyes. Thank you, all of you. 6 months later. The Holy Empire of Britannia, which once stood for over 2 centuries, was no more. The entire homeland had been completely overthrown by the Decepticons that have increased exponentially. Where once stood Pendragon was now the citadel known as New Kaon, with the massive fortress of Dark Mount at the very center. All the occupied areas of Britannia have likewise been overthrown. The entire Britannian population, as well as those that were considered the numbers, have been thoroughly enslaved. All rights were stripped away from the people completely, as they were all forced into slave labor and were provided food only when necessary. Euro-Britannia, at the moment, had remained untouched by the Decepticons as they still continued to wage war against the EU, have not yet received any Decepticon aid either. The Chinese Federation had likewise ceased any expansion as well, choosing instead to wait and be approached by an ambassador from the Decepticons to come so they could talk about a possible joining. But nobody ever dared to act out against the Decepticons, despite the obvious violation of human rights they have inflicted upon the Britannians and natives to the conquered areas, mostly out of fear. If the Decepticons could completely uproot the Britannian Empire in half a year at most, just imagine what they could do to everything else now that they have a full-fledged fleet that was about as big as their army. Out of all the nations the Decepticons have conquered, aside from Britannia itself, the one that appeared to have come out the worst was Japan. Even under Britannian subjugation, there were still vibrant cities, but now, the Tokyo settlement, and all major cities across the country, were in near ruins. Suffice to say, one could mistake the entire nation for a single ghetto, as every man, woman, and child who lived in the country, Britannian, Japanese, or otherwise, was now a slave to the Decepticon regime, forced to work in the Energon mines that laid underground across the nation. The largest of these mines was Mount Fuji itself. Britannia lacked the advancements to thoroughly strip the mountain of its saccharide/energon deposits, but the Decepticons' more advanced technology offered no such limits. The population of those that worked in the mine was a little more than 1 million total. Their jobs included manual labor such as gathering and transporting energon crystals, or even operating machinery that served for excavation. To say it was grueling was an understatement. People practically lived in the mines and worked on a very strict schedule, taking only the bare minimum of breaks and being allowed the same amount of food and water, and sleeping for exactly 8 hours before resuming their work. One could say they were being worked to death, but that was not the case. The Decepticons in command of the mine made the effort to ensure that nobody was worked to death, not out of compassion, but efficiency. They needed living slaves after all. But of course, that didn't mean they weren't above dealing punishments should anyone step out of line. But then again, who would when your slavers are giant alien robots? It was not just civilians who were enslaved, but even former rebels and soldiers of the now fallen Britannia Empire. One such soldier was the sole survivor of the Glaston Knights, Gilbert G.P. Guilford, who was but a shadow of his former self. Gone were his military clothes. Now he wore the same kind of tattered rags that every other slave currently wore. His hair was ragged and unclean, he'd already grown a small and messy beard, and his body wasn't what it used to be. Guilford pushed a cart of energon crystals down a trail using physical strength alone. He heard the cracking of an electric whip from the vehicle that was closest. "Brake!" the vehicle ordered, prompting Guilford to stop pushing and fall on his hands and knees to catch a break. How did it come to this? He asked himself that question almost every day. He had lost many friends in the military when the Decepticons invaded. He also lost his home, his ranking, his body was on the verge of falling apart, the people he'd sworn to protect were enslaved, and he had failed the one person who meant more to him than anything else. "Forgive me, Princess Cornelia." He muttered himself that almost every day as well, as if it were his mantra. But just because his body was broken didn't mean his spirit was. He had been secretly working with a small group to try and stage a rebellion to free the slaves, though he only recently met his supposed cohorts, a former crime lord who chose to go under his alias the Black King, a noblewoman of the Stotfeld family, and another noblewoman of the downgraded Ashford family. These weren't the type of people he'd thought to stage a revolt, especially considering the two noblewomen still had discriminatory views regarding the Elevens, which only frustrated Guilford. Why should that matter when they're all in the same nightmare? Still, he got them to agree to help him. Now they just had to plan and organize their revolt, and to do it carefully. Suddenly, there was a loud chime that echoed throughout the large chamber, getting the attention of every slave present, as well as the Viacan guards. Everyone directed their eyes toward a large screen at the top of the chamber that had the Decepticon emblem on it before it came to life, showing a large blue Decepticon with large antler-shaped additions on his head. "Hi you all you meatbags, it's your boss Thunderhoof. You know, the guy in charge of this mine and making sure you all got plenty of work and full bellies." The Decepticon who led the MT Fuji excavation introduced himself. "See? I like a nice and smooth operation going as much as the next con, and I'm happy to know you all feel the same. That's why you work so hard, right? See, it ain't rocket science. Productive workers are happy workers. But, when someone tries to act all ungrateful and start a riot, that's when I get angry. Kinda like what these bums tried to do." Guilford gave a gasp as he saw on the screen Mrs. Ashford, Mrs. Stotfeld, and even the Black King, all standing on a small platform that just barely hung over a vat of smelting metal. "See here, a couple of pro-Britannian chumps were planning on staging a revolt." Thunderhoof spoke. "Can't you meatbags take a hint? Britannia's gone. Deal with it. Like I said, productive workers are happy workers, but troublesome workers are dead workers." He pulled on a lever next to him that caused the floor to collapse as all three of them fell into the smelting vat. Guilford's pupils shrunk as he heard the painful cries of his three cohorts as they were burnt and melted alive all at the same time. "And that, folks, is what happens when you meet bags who's boss around here. Yeah, I got that." Thunderhoof smirked. "So, keep out of trouble and we're all happy. Make trouble, and I'll make trouble back. Have a good day." The screen cut off as all the human slaves, understandably horrified, wasted no time in getting back to work, else they suffer a similar fate. Guilford couldn't believe it. Was this really all the future hold? Was there no hope at all? Get back to work, break's over. The Viakin with the electric whip told him, snapping his whip. Guilford glared at him as he tried to pick himself up, but his legs gave out as he fell back down. The Viakin chuckled as he saw his pitiful state. Gotta admit, it's a privilege to see all you Brightonians in such a state. It wasn't that long ago you meatbags thought you were on top of the world against the other meatbags, but I don't see much of a difference. I always thought you guys were annoying, but this is just pure gold. He laughed. Guilford glared as hard as he could, wanting nothing more than to fight back, but before he could make a move, a trio of individuals quickly gathered around him. They all appeared to be teenagers, 2 girls, 1 blonde, the other brunette, along with a boy with dark blue hair. Hey, cut him a break, will you? The boy chastised the con. He can barely walk. The Viakin glared at the teenagers. You know the rules, don't talk back and do what you're told. We're not talking back, we're saying what needs to be said. The blonde spoke. This guy just needs a break before he keels over. Is it too much to ask for 10 minutes just to rest? The brunette questioned. Or would you rather explain to Thunderhoof that you let production slow down just to mess with the slaves? The Viakin could only glare harder but could not come up with a proper argument. Fine. 10 minutes, then you get back to work. He walked away to check on the other slaves. Once he was gone, the 3 teenagers knelt around Guilford. Here, take this. The blonde offered a canteen of water, which he took without hesitation and gulped it all down in one sitting. Thank you. Guilford said in between breaths as he got a good look at the young individuals who helped him. I haven't seen any of you here before. New arrivals. Something like that. The brunette said. My name's Shirley, this is Millie and Rivalts, we're here to help. Listen, do you know where we can access communications? Rivalts asked, surprising Guilford. Every major chamber in this mine has to have at least one communications port, right? Just in case it all goes down. Yes. Why do you need to know that? Guilford asked. Millie had a knowing smirk on her face. You'll see. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. The 3 former members of the student council followed Guilford to the communications room on the farthest end of the chamber, doing their best not to draw attention of the other slaves or Viakin guards. So far it worked out just fine. Guilford was still confused about what these kids' intentions were. If they were to mess with the communications, they might get into serious trouble, and the last thing he wanted was to see children die. When they got to the communications door, they spotted 2 slaves standing guard, both men, and looked rather ragged as they sat on the ground. Millie walked toward them and decided to put on some charm. Hey, why don't you guys get some water? She offered. My friends and I can cover for you. But, if the guards find out? One man said rather nervously. It would be only like 5 minutes. Millie brushed off. Plus, we're only standing guard. It's not like it's part of the Energon production line, so it shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Both men looked to each other before standing up. Thank you, oh yeah. They both left to get some water as Millie carried a knowing smirk on her face. Don't thank us yet. Once they were in the clear, Shirley, Guilford, and Rivalts all stepped out. All right, Rivalts and I will stand guard. Millie said. Shirley, you know what to do. Shirley nodded as she and Guilford entered the communication room. It was rather small as it had a console and a screen with Cybertronian script reading all over. It's Cybertronian. Shirley said as Guilford watched her access the keypad on the console. Probably built for Decepticon mini-cons, they want all the big guys on guard. Mount Fuji is huge, not to mention all the energon and mineral interference, so they gotta have terminals like these all over the place in order to establish smooth communications. Guilford looked toward her in surprise. That makes sense, but how do you? Let's just say I know a certain doctor who helped me to better understand this sort of thing. Shirley said. I know the basics about Cybertronian coding, but you should see my friend Nina. She's like a robot for the stuff. What are you doing, exactly? Guilford asked, looking even more confused as he saw Shirley insert a thumb drive into the console before she pulled out a small communications device. Zero, this is Shirley, the virus is uploaded. Tell Ratchet and the gang to work their magic. Guilford's heart skipped a beat. Did you just say Zero? Oh, and also tell Cornelia that we ran into Guilford. Shirley reported over her device. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear that. Now it almost felt like his own heart stopped completely. Cornelia. As in Princess Cornelia. Guilford could not believe what he was hearing. Who are you? Shirley smiled as she faced him directly. Millie, Rivalts, and I, we're Black Knights, partners to the Autobots. She showed the back of her communications device, which showed the emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance. The Ark, a seemingly derelict ship that continued to lay at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, once serving as a ship of exodus for the Autobots to escape off Cybertron, was now the home and base for the Autobot Black Knight Alliance. Over these last 6 months, the Ark has undergone significant repairs and modifications, thanks mostly in part to the Resistance Group using their connections to reverse engineer what was left of the Harbinger in Australia. Currently stationed on the bridge at the communications hub were 2 Autobots. One was the medic everyone knew as Ratchet. The other was a red Autobot that had a more box-like frame to his body with a rod-like device on his right shoulder. This was the Autobot scientist known as Perceptor. Standing alongside them, at the human extension of the communications hub was the orange Minicon Fixit, and right next to him was a human teenage girl with dark green hair and glasses, currently wearing a red dress with a blue hemming, thigh-high boots, and a black cloak that bore the Autobot Black Knight insignia boldly on its back. The virus has been uploaded, we're patched into the Fuji Mines security systems. Nina reported. Giving us access to communications and security footage. TAI, it is time to get to work. Perceptor said to an individual who had yet to appear. A hologram then suddenly appeared in midair near the bridge's main screen, resembling a young human female wearing a red outfit that resembled a Japanese policewoman, complete with an Autobot Black Knight insignia on her hat. This was the Ark's new Artificial Intelligence Unit, TAI, or Tactical Artificial Intelligence, the daughter of Teletran 1. Yes, Perceptor, I now have complete access to all of the Mines systems. TAI revealed. I will begin disabling communications with any outside forces, while also sending a signal to our own to get ready. Fixit, I am patching you into the Mines communication system. Ratchet told the Minicon. Begin moving the humans to a safer location. Got it. Fixit nodded as he accessed his console to speak directly into the Mines speakers. Emergency alert. All humans are to be transported to the Central Living Unit at once. Repeat. Relocate all humans to Central Living Unit. It's working, guys. They heard Millie's voice over the comms. Everyone's being moved. We'll head with them and blend in. Meet you guys there. TAI, begin mobilizing the attack. Ratchet ordered the Ark's AI. It won't be long before the enemy suspects something. Already on it. TAI said before she vanished from sight. As the attack was being organized for deployment, a quartet of human females, along with a certain cat, waited anxiously in the living quarters that had been built onto the bridge. One was the young Japanese girl and one of the heads of Kyoto, Kagaya Sumeragi. Another was the former Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia, now donning a primarily black uniform with a sleeveless top and golden trim that had a golden Autobot Black Knight emblem on its front, which also split into 4 pieces that stretched down her front and back with a purple sash tied around the waist, black separate sleeves that stretched from her elbows to her wrists, and a pair of white thigh-high boots. Standing beside them was the former maid-turned-bodyguard, Sayoko, who now bore a black outfit identical to that of Akuno Ichi. And finally, there was Nunnally 6 Britannia, her eyes fully open as she put Arthur down from her lap stand up, clad in a black and gold dress that stretched down to her ankles, all to cover up the exosuit coverings that adorned her legs which enabled her to stand. So, looks at /s beginning, after 6 long months. Nunnally said in a somewhat nervous tone. Euphemia nodded. Everything's going to be different now. What do you expect? We're about to go to war with the Decepticons. Kaguya pointed out. But given this is Lelouch and Optimus we're talking about, I know we can win. This was enough for Nunnally to smile as she exchanged smiles with her elder half-sister, her friend, and bodyguard before looking toward the main screen where they would see everything that was occurring in the mines. The cargo bay was lined to the brim with hundreds of large and tall machines of all shapes and sizes. Most of them appeared to be night marais of many different colors from red to blue to white, even a single pink one, but most were predominantly black. But it wasn't just the night marais that filled the space, it was all Autobots as well. In addition to a series of familiar faces, there were many new ones too. Every single Autobot and Nightmare pilot, who was already in their cockpit or standing on the shoulder of their Nightmare, gave their co-leaders their undivided attention. One was the unmistakable figure of Optimus Prime, and on his right was a black Nightmare that stood on equal level of him with the masked revolutionary himself standing on the Nightmare's shoulder. Unlike his previous attire, while he still bore the same cape and mask, his suit had undergone quite a change. Gone was the purple and gold cravat or any other piece of fluff, now it was all armor that covered most of his body, mostly black with dark purple, aside from the Autobot Black Knight emblem he bore proudly on his chest. You all have your assignments. Zero told his soldiers. Zero Squad will converge on the north side of the mines, the Elite Guard will take the south, the Black Dragon unit will attack from the west, and Wreckers will do what they do best on the east end, which is the most heavily concentrated of soldiers. Deputy commanders and the aerial bots will take their assigned unit to cover the skies. Optimus added. Prevent the leadership of the mines from escaping at all costs. Zero and I will see to it the slaves are safely brought aboard. You have all waited patiently for this day. For 6 long months, but your patience has paid off. Our forces have grown, we are stronger now than we've ever been. Through arrival of new Autobots as well as the joining of the Black Knights and Peace Mark, we have built a coalition that can and will free this world. And it's only going to grow. Zero announced. The Decepticons have underestimated humanity, and we will show them the folly of that mistake. Our revolution begins now. This was met with multiple cheers and battle cries that may as well have echoed throughout the entire arc. They were finally ready. Fuji Mines, Control Room. EYYU. What's going on? Thunderhoof exclaimed as he stomped into the control room. Why are my little meatbag workers in the living space and not working? Sir. Our communications have been hacked. One Viakin reported. We can't re-establish. Find the wise guy who did this and teach him a lesson. Thunderhoof exclaimed. Suddenly, the alarm rang throughout the control room. What now? Multiple ground bridge portals are opening from all sides. Enemy units are pouring into the mines. Another Viakin reported only for him to give a gasp. I don't believe it, it's the Autobots, and, it looks like the Black Knights. What? Thunderhoof shouted as he pushed the Viakin away to look at the battles ensuing on the screen. North Tunnels. The first vehicle to exit the ground bridge and engage the Decepticons was a pink sports car with a white stripe. It transformed to reveal a pink female Autobot who used her momentum to deliver a punch to take down one Viakin before opening fire with her Energon blaster to take down the 3 in front of her. Zero Squad, move in. Elita 1, the commander of the Zero Squad, ordered her team as they rushed past her to engage the enemy. On one side was Bumblebee, who drove in his vehicle mode, only his paint job had changed from last time, its colors were reversed with black being the primary color and yellow striped. Bumblebee shot into a group of 3 Viacons before transforming, and while in midair, drew his new weapon, a black steeled katana, big enough for an Autobot to wield, which he used to cut down all 3 Viacons in one slice. On the other side was the white nightmare known as the Guka Biakin, piloted by Orpheus Zevon, a young man with blonde hair and green eyes. The nightmare rolled along the side wall with its land spinner system before drawing its blade from its built-in right arm armament to cut the heads off 2 Viacons. With this group dealt with, 2 more units pushed forward. One was Arky in her motorcycle form on the ground, the other was the newly upgraded Gurren CDN-8 Elements that rolled on the ceiling with its own land spinner system. A group of 6 Viacons tried to shoot at them, but the Gurren's pilot, Colin Kojaki, pushed her nightmare forward, causing it to leap down from the ceiling and toward the group, where she unleashed her Radiant Wave Surger Claw on the Gurren's right arm to unleash a blast of Surger energy that encompassed 3 of the frontmost cons to melt and explode in spectacular fashion. The remaining 3 tried to back up and gain some distance, but Archie had already transformed and jumped over the Gurren, flipping over its shoulders for a boost to leap high into the air and open fire with her Energon blasters to score precise headshots on all 3, killing them in an instant. As more Viacons attempted to come in and stop them, one more Autobot, in his red Sportska vehicle mode, swerved in to trip up the frontmost 2 Viacons before transforming to draw his sword and cut down a third. The remaining Decepticons decided to make a break for it. "Ah, what's the matter, cons? Sideswipe too much for ya?" the young Autobot named Sideswipe mocked. Only to realize the Viacons weren't retreating, but instead getting their hands on their massive drills, which they would use as makeshift weapons to try and obliterate the enemy forces. "Or, you're just getting those big drill things." "Okay," Sideswipe said with a blank expression. "Don't get cocky, Sideswipe." Suzaku's voice rang out as the Lancelot Albion flew directly over him to draw its Varus rifle and fire a powerful blast that not only obliterated the first drill in the middle but created a shockwave that blew down and knocked over the remaining 2 that crushed the Viacons controlling them. "Guy calls me cocky, but he's the one piloting one of the most op nightmare rays around," Sideswipe said with a slight sulk. "Show off." Colin muttered at Suzaku's performance with a slight glare. "Commander Elita, tunnel entrance secure." Archie reported to Elite 1 as the rest of the team regrouped. "Good work, Zero Squad, but don't get comfortable," Elita advised. "Our job's not done yet." She, Archie, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe transformed into their respective vehicle modes and rolled out along with the Gurren, Lancelot, and Biakin. South tunnels. From the southern side of the mines, in a much larger tunnel, a blue semi-auto truck led the charge with several other Autobots in vehicle mode behind him with several Nightmare Rays as well. Among these vehicle modes included a primarily white Sportska with blue and red stripes, another white and blue Sportska with the number 38 on the side doors, a white and black police car, and a blue police SUV. Riding alongside them were 2 Vincents, one was of black variety, the other had a dark purple motif with a cape similar to that of a Glaston Knight, and finally a black painted version of the Florence that flew over the group as they all shot straight toward a large group of 30 Viacan troopers that immediately opened fire. "Monica, break up their ranks," the blue truck ordered as the black Florence, known as the Florence Nero, shot ahead of the group in the air. "Yes, sir." Monica Khrushchevsky, the former Knight of 12, replied as her Nightmare immediately drew a pair of Hadron cannons from its shoulders and fired into the Viacons. The blast destroyed at least 10 of them as the remaining 20 scattered, allowing the Elite Guard unit to spread out and neutralize them quickly. The blue semi-auto truck in the lead shot forward toward 4 of the Viacons before he transformed to reveal himself as Ultra Magnus, who immediately drew a battle hammer made almost entirely out of blue energon, which he used to obliterate all 4 Viacons in one swing. 3 more tank Viacons attempted to charge up their main weapons to shoot down the large Autobot, but they were quickly gunned down by a hail of magnesium bullets from the 2 Vincent Nightmare Rays that guarded Ultra Magnus' sides. "Heads up, Commander," Cornelia Lee Britannia stated as she piloted her own custom Vincent. "We got your back," Chigusa added as she was in the black Vincent. "Good work, soldiers." Ultra Magnus nodded. Along the right side of the tunnel, the 2 Sportska traveled into a group of 6 Viacons that fired at them, only for the 2 Autobots to transform and reveal themselves as Jez and Smokescreen respectively. With Jez at the lead, he shot his Energon grappler to grab a Viacan by the head and pull him into a punch with enough force to send him crashing into a second. "Taste the music." Jez smirked as his right arm converted into a weapon to fire a condensed sonic blast and take down a third. "You're up, Undertone." Jez shot out an object from his right arm that appeared like a white buzzsaw, which transformed into the white Autobot Minicon named Undertone, who drew a blade from his back to decapitate one Viacan before landing on the ground. "Down in front," Smokescreen stated as he punched down a Viacan before firing a charged Energon shot into the chest of a second to blast its spark out. "Too hot for ya, Con," Smokescreen smirked. On the left side of the tunnel, the remaining 7 Viacan troopers opened fire on the 2 police vehicles, with the car taking point, only to transform and reveal himself as the ninja bot named Prowl. While in midair, Prowl threw a series of metallic shurikens to decapitate two Viacons before landing on his hands in between two more to spin his legs like a helicopter and knock them down. The last three tried to ambush him, only to be hit in the head by precise energon shots from the crossbow of the female Autobot Strongarm. "I've got your back, sir," Strongarm told the veteran. "Nice shot, Cadet." Prowl gave a stern nod of acknowledgement. "Commander, south entrance is secure," Monica reported to Ultra Magnus as they regrouped. "We're bound to encounter more hostiles as we get closer to our destination before meeting up with the others," Ultra Magnus told everyone. "Stay on guard and remember the plan." "Yes, sir." They all acknowledged, save for the silent Undertone, who only nodded before relinking with Jez as the Autobots all transformed and rolled out with the three Nightmare rays deeper into the tunnels. East tunnels. The entire cavern shook with explosions as a massive hole was blown in the wall, taking down several Viacons as a group of over 40 heavily armored Decepticon troopers looked in surprise to see a line of the new Black Knights mass-produced Nightmare rays, the Akatsuki, each of them either armed with heavy artillery weapon or built-in shoulder missiles. The one at the lead was piloted by arguably the most hot-headed of the group. "The Black Knights are back, bitches," Tamaki exclaimed as he and his unit opened fire again, clearing out the enemy troopers and letting the way in for the main wrecker lineup, led by Ironhide. The Autobot veteran transformed and let loose with his energon cannons to blow away the frontmost Viacons, with Bulkhead and Wheeljack swerving around his side in their respective vehicle modes before transforming, with Bulkhead bring up his mace to crush one Viacon and swing it to take down a second, while Wheeljack drew his blades to cut the arms off one Viacon before kicking him away and slicing to decapitate the one behind him. Above the group flew a bright blue Nightmare that looked like a mix between the Gurren and the Akatsuki, with a silver radiant wave surger-like device serving as its left hand. "Come on, cons!" The pilot, going by the name Raikurugi, exclaimed. "Let me show you the full power of this badass mother, the Raiden CTN 7 elements." He shot his surger claw forward, but instead of generating heat-based energy, it began to generate a surge of electricity, which it shot out to zap and blast one Viacon before the electricity spread to take down 5 other Viacons near him, causing all 6 to explode. "That's alright," Bulkhead smirked. "Bringing down the thunder." Wheeljack also smirked with pride. But they weren't the only ones. Joining them and riding past them were 4 more Autobots in their vehicle modes, a green and black monster truck with a dinosaur-like motif, a cyan blue armored colored motorcycle, a red Cybertronian tank, and a dark blue sports car with flames on the side. Flying above them was a variation of the Galestien, which was now black and blue, as opposed to white, and equipped with a float system. The group appeared to be heading for a line of tank Viacons. "Warpath, let's clear out these tanks," Nonet Enneagram stated as she piloted the Galestien Conquista. "You got it, baby," the tank named Warpath exclaimed as he fired a charged energon shot. Kablom! Nonet also fired a shot from its Hadron blaster. Both shots easily blew away most of the tank Viacons in spectacular fashion. Out of the smoke drove the monster truck before it transformed into the heavily armored Autobot known as Grindcore. "Who here needs punching?" he exclaimed enthusiastically before punching a Viacon so hard he was sent flying to the other side of the tunnel. He sent out a second punch that instantly broke apart the Viacon on contact. The motorcycle drove up next to him before transforming into the Fembot Chromia, who drew an energon snipper rifle, which she used to shoot down 4 incoming reinforcement Viacons with precise headshots. "No reinforcements crashing this party," Chromia smirked. "And that's why we bring our sharpshooter." Ironhide walked up with a smirk of his own, which they shared. "Hey lovebirds, the fight's not over yet," Nonet warned them as they saw a Decepticon destroyer-class trooper march its way toward them. "I got this." The remaining Autobot, still in his flame-styled vehicle mode, shouted as he zoomed directly for the large con. He transformed into the young Autobot wrecker named Hotshot before sliding underneath the larger enemy to fire at his underside before sliding back to leap up onto its back, with the Decepticon struggling to shake him off before Hotshot climbed up to the back of his head. Open wide. He shoved his energon blaster directly into the Decepticon's face before firing a charged shot to blow its head off. Hotshot then leapt off the fallen corpse before taking a victory pose. "I've said it before and I'll say it again, that guy is awesome." Tamaki stated as he and his squad rolled up. "We're not finished." Ironhide got everyone's attention. "We got the most important job here, let's keep going." "We're really gonna do this?" Nonet asked. "I mean, not even Britannia. It's either that or let the cons have this place." Wheeljack said. "Kirihara and the rest of Kyoto did give us permission to do this," Bulkhead pointed out. "Then we better get going," Rai said with narrowed eyes as the entire Wreckers unit proceeded deeper into the mines, taking them into the unexplored areas of Mt. Fuji. West Tunnels. The Decepticon troopers had already engaged with this small enemy unit, though the size didn't seem to matter as this group of Nightmare Rays, along with a single Autobot, cut them down with grace and agility. At the lead was a black nightmare that bore a slight resemblance to the Gekka, known as the Zanjitsu, piloted by none other than Todo himself, who rode into a group of 5 Viacons before drawing his Nightmare's katana to slice with such speed that they were already scrap in less than 5 seconds. "Black Dragon Unit, press on." Todo ordered his squad as 4 dark blue Akatsukis rode past him, each one piloted by his comrades formerly known as the 4 Holy Swords, Chiba, Urabe, Senba, and Asahina, alongside an orange car, and a purple nightmare that carried a large quantity of blades. "Surround them and initiate the spinning life or death formation," Chiba ordered. "Right." Asahina, Senba, and Urabe all exclaimed as the 4 of them surrounded a group of 6 Viacons before spinning around them as they pointed their katanas outward to begin severing the limbs off the Viacons in spectacular fashion. The purple Gekka, also known as the Gekka Shiden, drew a pair of large Shiden Kaminaritsuki swords to cut down 4 Viacons in one slice as it zoomed past them. The pilot of this nightmare was named Ziai Dain, a man of Chinese ethnicity with partially long dark brown hair and brown eyes, as well as a pair of glasses. The orange car drove toward 4 Viacons before transforming to reveal himself as the Autobot Drift, who wielded a pair of dual blades, which he sliced outward to decapitate the 2 Viacons in front of him before the remaining 2 tried to gain some distance. Jetstorm. Safeguard. Deploy. Drift deployed a duo of mini-cons from his arms. Jetstrom was primarily black while wielding a set of nunchucks, and Safeguard was red as he wielded a naginata. Jetstorm was already at the face of one of the Viacons, which he based with his nunchuk repeatedly before knocking him down. The final one was sliced at the legs by Safeguard's naginata, knocking him down before Slipstream finished him with a slice at the neck area. "Master, the enemy has been dealt with in this area," Jetstorm reported to Drift. "If you wish, we can scout further ahead," Safeguard offered. "Negative, return," Drift ordered, prompting the 2 minicons to return to him as he and the rest of this unit pressed onward. Outside, a large door was opened along the side of Mt. Fuji, which was revealed to be an escape route as one large dropship was escorted out by a large group of 20 helicopter Viacons. "Ayu! Get that Energon out of here!" Thunderhoof told the pilots over. "I'll be damned if I let those stinking bots and their meatbag sidekicks get all the goods. We're just leaving the mines now." One Viacon pilot reported in. "Incoming." The co-pilot alerted as they saw a large group of airborne Akatsukis, all owned by the Black Knights, alongside 2 others flying Nightmare Rays. One was black and looked like a slimmed-down version of the Gawain, and the other was much larger and heavily armored. They were known as the Gawain Nerian and the Agravane. "They're trying to escape with the Energon." Kanemo Guy, who piloted the Gawain Nerian, exclaimed with a heated glare. "Not if we have anything to say about it," the flamboyantly dressed masked man by the alias of Wizard stated, as he piloted the Agravane. "Aerial bots, oh Guy, and I will secure the transport. You lead our forces to take out the escort." A group of 4 Autobots, in their vehicle modes as fighter jets. One was a white version of a Lockheed State Route 71 Blackbird, another was an F-15 Eagle jet with red stripes, the third was a silver Concorde, while the fourth and final one was a red and black VLOT jet with turbine engines. "Acknowledged." Silverbolt, the Concorde, replied. "Aerial bots, move in." He and his teammates led the flying Akatsukis into the charging horde of helicopter Viacons. Due to being caught by surprise, the Decepticon forces were quickly gunned down by the Black Knight's Nightmare Rays while the aerial bots took out more than a few themselves. Silverbolt transformed and hovered in the air with jet boosters on his feet to gun down 3 incoming helicopter vehicons with his rapid-fire Energon machine gun. Jetfire covered his back as he transformed from his Blackbird mode and hovered behind the leader of the aerial bots and managed to get a target lock with his rocket launcher to fire and destroy 2 more helicopter vehicons. "Hey Windblade!" Air Raid exclaimed in his Eagle mode while flying alongside the VLOT jet. "Bet I can take down more cons than you. You're on." Windblade accepted the challenge as they both shot into a group of helicopter vehicons. Windblade transformed into her robot mode to pull out both her blades and slice the 2 vehicons that she shot over before transforming again to fly toward a third and gun it down as well as a fourth with rapid-fire Energon blasts from her vehicle mode. At the same time, Air Raid transformed into his own robot mode and hovered in the air while in the middle of a group of 3 helicopter vehicons, whom he was able to easily blow out of the sky with his Energon shotgun. "We just lost all our escorts," the Viacan pilot of the transport exclaimed, only for him and his co-pilot to look in shock as a green energy blade pierced through the ceiling to cut a hole in it, which was revealed to be the work of the Gawain Nerian. "We'll be taking that Energon off your hands now," Ogai said as he reached in with his Nightmare to grab the Viacons by their heads and yank them out, only to be quickly obliterated by a large Hadron blast from the Agravane. "Deputy Commander, use your /Harkins to stabilize the transport," Wizard told him as he already fired his Nightmares /Harkins, 8 total, to grab the starboard side, while Ogai did the same for his Gawain's 10-finger /Harkins on the port side. Both Nightmare rays held the transport steady as they kept themselves hovering in the air. "TAI, we have the transport secure. Prepare an immediate ground bridge to the Ark's cargo bay. Preferably a large and empty one." Jetfire accessed his comms. "Roger, Jetfire. Opening ground bridge now." TAI responded just as a large ground bridge portal opened up below the transport, allowing the Gawain and Agravane to lower it into the portal. Once it was safe and secure, the portal closed. "Scrap yeah. We just scored a ton of Energon." Air Raid fist bumped. "Do we really need it though?" Windblade asked. "I mean, the science group already got that synthetic Energon stuff figured out." "Not completely," Jetfire put in. "We were able to mostly stabilize the formula, enough so that it can power the Ark and sustain our Nightmare rays, but it's not ready for medical use. But this does cut our need for natural Energon down quite a bit. Come on, let's make sure no stragglers got away." Silverbolt transformed as the large group of flying Autobots and Nightmare rays searched the airspace around MT Fuji. MT Fuji, Central Chambers. 20 Viacons patrolled the area that guarded the sealed living quarters where all the human slaves were currently being contained. However, guarding would prove to be the least of their worries as a ground bridge portal opened up and 2 Nightmare rays flew out, alongside one particular Autobot in the form of a red and blue semi-auto truck. One of the Nightmare rays was a pink variety of the Akatsuki, while the other one was a tall black Nightmare that had the emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance etched proudly in shiny silver right on its chest. This was the Shinkiro. Immediately, the Viacons opened fire onto the trio, with the Shinkiro and pink Akatsuki surrounding Optimus on all sides to generate a blaze luminous shield, both ends converging into a dome-like shield to protect all 3. They don't even wait for an order. CC, also known as Sarah, said with a smirk as she piloted the pink Nightmare. "Goes to show they're afraid." As they should be. Zero, who had taken off his mask to reveal his face as the young revolutionary Lelich 6 Britannia, typed away at a built-in keyboard in his cockpit, causing him to drop the shield, with the Shinkiro's chest plate opening up to produce a prism-like crystal. The prism was fired from the chest just as a beam shot out and hit the prism from behind, causing the beam to refract and shoot outward in the form of multiple energy beams that carved through the 10 Viacons they were facing like tissue paper, while also obliterating and section mines. Sarah then went on the attack with her Nightmare, firing her Akatsuki's wrist-mounted machine guns to gun down 2 Viacons while Optimus Prime drew his axe and sliced to bring down 3 Viacons in one strike. He then converted his right arm into an ion blaster to shoot and blast 4 more, leaving only 1 Viacon standing. The single remaining Viacon may as well have made an oil leak as he was literally cornered by Optimus Prime with the Shinkiro and pink Akatsuki on his left and right side respectively. Optimus Prime. I surrender. I surrender. The Viakin raised his hands. Where are your human prisoners? Optimus questioned. In that chamber. Right over there. The frightened Viakin pointed to the large steel door. You will open it and release your prisoners. Optimus demanded. I can't. The Viakin stuttered. If Thunderhoof found out. Then I suppose we have no choice. The Shinkaro's cockpit opened, revealing Lelich's face as his geese activated, the red emblem shining in both his eyes as he looked directly into the Viakin's optics. Open the gate immediately. The sigil flew from both Lelich's eyes and into the Viakin's optics, causing it to glow a slightly brighter red before he was put under Lelich's control. As you wish. He walked toward the console and began to press the key commands to open the gate. Lelich's geese has gone under a significant change. Sarah thought to herself. Typically, once a geese reaches this stage, it can't be turned off, which should have been the case after exposure to the thought elevator over 6 months ago. But now it's strong enough to affect Cybertronians and Lelich has complete control over it, able to turn it on and off as he sees fit. Maybe it's because he was exposed to Optimus Matrix. Perhaps it's a sign of how much he himself has changed. Either way, I'm glad he was able to master it. She smiled. The door began to open as the Geist Viakin walked back to the group. It's done. Is there anything else you need me to do? Yes. Lelich nodded. Leave this place, take some time to reflect on your life, such as your choice in allegiance. As you wish. The Viakin then transformed and left the mine. Optimus couldn't help but smile at Lelich's choice. A few months ago, he probably would have ordered that Viakin to kill himself, but instead told him to rethink his life. Whether or not this meant he would join the Autobots or just leave the Decepticons was unsure, but even with his geese, Lelich still left him a choice. With that done, Optimus, the Shinkiro, and Pink Akatsuki walked toward the gateway where they got a good view at the conditions of every human slave there. There were over 1 million total, and each one looked like he or she was on the verge of starvation. It was worse than what people would look like in the ghettos of the old Brighton Neon areas. Once the people's eyes set on the Autobot and 2 Nightmare Rays, most of them looked more than a little frightened as they backed away slightly, all save a few. Hey! Optimus! Zero! We're over here! Rivalts waved as he, Shirley, and Millie revealed themselves, along with the surprised Guilford who looked toward them in shock and awe. Zero, and Optimus Prime, they're alive. Lelich breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his friends from his nightmares screen. Thank God. To think the Decepticons could enslave so many people in just a short time. Sarah spoke to her 2 contractors. And this is only one area, I can't even imagine what the others are like, as well as the old homeland that was once Britannia. What's happening here and there will happen in the rest of the world soon enough. Lelich said with a serious expression as he put on his mask. But we will not let that happen. These people need a future they can believe in. The cockpit of the Shinkiro opened up, allowing Zero himself to stand in his full glory, causing all the people to look in awe and surprise. Zero. I thought he was dead. Does he look a little different? Did he come to save us? If that's Zero, does that mean that's an Autobot with him? I think it's their leader. People of Japan, be they Brighton Neon or Japanese, I am sorry you've had to endure such horrors. Zero began to announce. But that ends now. Optimus Prime himself then stepped forward. For those who do not know, my name is Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. We are here to liberate not just you, but the whole of Earth from the tyranny that's been forced on you. I know many of you are scared, and maybe even not have the will to fight, but I have seen the best of you. The Black Knights are all human, no different from any of you, and have chosen to take a stand alongside my fellow Autobots and fight for their right to live free, a right that you all share with them. I am not asking you to fight. If you believe you are unable to, that is fine. We will see to it that each of you is properly taken care of. As everyone looked to the leader of the Autobots in awe, a white geese sigil appeared in Optimus' blue optics as he spoke. If it's freedom you want, be it freedom to fight for your home, or to simply live in peace, I encourage you to come with us. We will invite you to join our cause. Once those words reached each of their ears, virtually everyone present, every man, woman, and child, Even the 3 former student council members, and even Guilford himself, all had white rings form in their eyes as they felt their spirits lift and began to stand up on their feet, almost as if the spark of hope has just ignited a fire inside each and every one of them. Yeah. Let's go. I want to fight. Let us follow Zero and Optimus Prime. They're here to save us. I might not want to fight, but my children deserve to live in peace. Both Sarah and Lelich looked toward the last Prime with unsurprised and impressed smiles. Even before receiving his power, Optimus has always been able to touch the hearts and minds of those around him, myself included. Lelich thought. And that's exactly what his geese does. He does not control people against their will, but rather reignites their hope. It's the exact opposite of Megatron's power. The prime geese of absolute conviction. Sarah thought. My power combined through the Matrix has granted a power that I never thought could be possible with geese, the power to inspire hope. Nobody is controlled, they know exactly what they're doing, their spirits are just raised, and that can make a world of difference. TAI, we need a ground bridge at our location. Optimus Prime contacted the Ark. We have over 1 million human prisoners that need food, water, and medical attention. Only 1 million. TAI asked in a joking fashion. We'll still have plenty of food and space to spare. A ground bridge portal then opened as Optimus, Zero, and Sarah began to escort all the people to safety. The Ark. Within a large laboratory, which was built for both Autobot and human personnel, a group of human scientists consisting of Lloyd Asplund, Rax Hotachavla, Cecile Krumi, and a relatively new member by the name of Ganabati, a large middle-aged bearded man of Indian descent, all watched from multiple screens as they saw the battles taking place all across the Fuji mines. Oh my, look at the Decepticons fall. Lloyd said casually. I'd say we did rather impressive work in just a short time span of 6 months. What do you expect? Rax Hata asked in a similarly carefree tone. There's literally nothing else to do here. No fighting, no worrying of racial or noble status. Honestly, I'm actually grateful that the Decepticons decided to send Earth into a living hell. You make it all sound so horrible. Cecile said. Still, we can't take all the credit. Most of it goes to Ratchet and Perceptor. Yes, finally we get full access to good old Cybertronian technology. Lloyd said with a grin. And the fact that most of this came from us taking apart the Harbinger and using it to help put the Ark back together. Bet you're happy about that, aren't you? Ganabati smirked toward Lloyd. Considering the cons double-crossed you and your empire, it's like revenge for you isn't it? I'm not one to take things personally for stuff like that. Lloyd shrugged. But, if you do believe in karma or stuff like that, I'd say that us stealing from the Decepticons to build our own forces could count as that. So I guess revenge is pretty sweet. He finished with a grin. I myself am more impressed by our 5 masterpieces. Rax Hata said, referring to the Nightmare rays piloted by Zero, Colin, Suzaku, Rai, and Ogai. The Shinkiro, the Gurren of 8 elements, the Raiden, the Gawain Nerian, and the Lancelot Albion. The 5 most powerful Nightmare rays in the world, bet they can even give the likes of Soundwave and Megatron some trouble. Well, considering they were made from those protoforms we found in the Harbinger, it only makes sense. Cecile commented. Still, I'm not comfortable with using what was supposed to be a living Cybertronian to build weapons of mass destruction. Even Ratchet said it would be alright. Lloyd responded. Besides, we're at war, and a war is the last place you'd want to raise a baby, even a baby alien robot, right? My thoughts exactly. Rax Hata agreed. MT Fuji. A stone wall collapsed as the wreckers all piled into what appeared to be the largest untouched energon reserve in the entire mountain. Blue crystals appeared to stretch for miles on end as all the Autobots and Nightmare rays stepped into the cavern. That's a whole lot of raw energon. Bulkhead looked in awe. Yeah, over 200 armies worth. Chromia added. Is that a lot? Grindcore asked. Enough to level this entire mountain. Wheeljack said. And then some. I can't imagine anyone who's not gonna see something like this. Hotshot commented. So, we're really gonna do this? Nonet asked. I know I probably have no room to talk since I'm Brighton and we all know what Britannia tried to do to this place. Better this than let Buckethead do what he wants with it. Tamaki said with a slight scowl. Yeah, I agree. Even Rai nodded. Let's send the Decepticons a message with this, no matter what, we will not yield to them. Alright. Let's blow this damn thing up. Warpath shouted. You heard the rookie, Wreckers. Ironhide told the group. Get the bombs all set up. EYYU, how in the name of Primus did this entire mine get taken? Thunderhoof exclaimed as he shook Aviakan by the shoulders. And why ain't we got communications back up? I don't know, sir. Thunderhoof, all the Autobots are retreating, and they took the humans with them. Another Viakan stated. Good riddance. Thunderhoof spat in disgust. I'll just find more meat bags to fill the missing spots. This world's got plenty of them. Sir, we have a problem. The first Viakan shook with fear. What now? The Autobots, they rigged the mine to explode. Thunderhoof's face turned blank for a moment. Say what? The bottom of the mine's deposit, it's lined with explosives. The Viakan brought up the chamber the Wreckers were previously in, on screen, to show that the entire place was lined with bombs ready to go off. Out of my way. Thunderhoof made a break for it toward the exit. I ain't staying for no fireworks. Right as he left, his two Viakan companions also screamed as they tried to catch up and escape. The Ark. Everyone from the MT Fuji mission had returned, be they Autobot or Black Knight, and most of them were helping all the liberated slaves get to the medical center as Lelich, Optimus, and Sarah all stood on the bridge, with Lelich holding the trigger in his hands. So, this is it. Lelich said with a slight gulp. There's no turning back after this. I doubt anyone would want to go back at this point. Sarah pointed out. Agreed, there is only one direction we must take, and that is forward. Optimus added. I regret what we must do here, but it is necessary. We cannot allow such power to fall into Megatron's hands. Lelich understood, he remembered Kirihara's words quite well. Megatron has already destroyed Mount Fuji, it's nothing more than an empty husk now. I'd rather see it as a pile of rubble, a symbol of our resistance, than continue to watch it defiled at the hands of those vile Decepticons. Cliffjumper, Dreadwing, and all those who died fighting for the cause that we fight for now. Lelich muttered as a serious and determined expression formed on his face. I swear, your deaths will not be in vain. Hope begins now. He pressed down on the trigger. Multiple explosions erupted all across the base of Mount Fuji, before the entire mountain began to implode and collapse inward. The Wreckers had placed the correct number of explosives in the right spot to ensure that the mountain would not explode directly outward and hurt any people that might still be in the area, but rather have the entire mountain fall in on itself, which is exactly what was happening this very moment. Thunderhoof drove in his vehicle mode as fast as he could to try and get to the exit, but the ground under him began to collapse just before he made it to the exit. The Decepticon crime boss turned slave owner gave a scream as he was buried alive as Mount Fuji finished its destructive collapse. North American continent, New Kaon, Dark Mount. Soundwave had just finished delivering his report to the Decepticon leader, who sat in his throne that was perched at the very top of his fortress. Excellent work, Soundwave. Megatron congratulated. When we stormed the Iacon Hall of Records in the waning days of the war for Cybertron, we acquired highly classified files written with Autobot codes, which we've been unable to decipher, until now. Megatron chuckled. You never cease to surprise me, my friend. Soundwave nodded as his visor lit up to show a three-dimensional image of Earth, with 3 specific locations pinged. Coordinates. Megatron observed. Iacon was the Autobots' greatest stronghold, one built to protect certain artifacts, or even confiscated weapons, which were launched to this planet for safekeeping as a last resort should Iacon fall, which I saw to personally. He snickered. So, you've only decoded 3 entries? Am I to assume there are more that you have yet to decode? Soundwave nodded again confirmation. Good. I can only wonder what lost weapons we'll be reunited with, or what other artifacts the Autobots have fought so desperately to hide from us. Megatron could barely contain his evil jubilation. Lord Megatron. Starscream ran towards the throne with Thundercracker and Skywarp by his side. Mount Fuji in Area 11. It has been destroyed. Megatron rose from his throne as he glanced at the Seeker. Is that so? It's true, Lord Megatron. Skywarp reported. We've just received the alert. Mount Fuji was among our largest supplies of energon on this planet. Megatron said in a somewhat skeptic tone. How is it I'm only hearing of its destruction now? We should have gotten an alert that it had been attacked sooner. We don't know. Thundercracker said. Something blocked all communications from the mines. Could it be the Autobots? Starscream wondered. Most likely. Megatron deduced. Britannia has been wasted away to nothing. Euro-Britannia and the EU currently remain in conflict with one another, and the Schneeisel is still negotiating with the Chinese Federation under Soundwave's observations. No other force is capable of something like this. I suppose it was only a matter of time before Optimus showed his face again. However, Soundwave's visor lit up as it seemed to pick up a strange signal, something that caught the interest of his leader and the Seekers. A broadcast. Thundercracker asked in surprise. From who? Where? Patch it through. Megatron ordered as Soundwave shined a hologram from his chest to show a three-dimensional screen in front of himself and his fellow Decepticons, which at first appeared like static. However, there was a certain figure in the center that caused the Seekers to look in shock. Wait, is that? Skywarp muttered. The holographic footage cleared up to reveal a masked and robbed individual they all recognized instantly. I am Zero. What? Megatron exclaimed, almost complete losing his composure as the Seekers stumbled back. Even Soundwave was caught off guard. People of Earth, we have returned. The footage zoomed out to show Optimus Prime as well, with Zero standing on his shoulder. Zero and Prime. Starscream shouted, not even bothering to hide his fear. It cannot be. Zero? I thought he was dead. Skywarp exclaimed. You killed him. We saw you do it, Lord Megatron. Thundercracker also exclaimed as the Decepticon leader scowled while they continued to watch the broadcast. Hear us, Decepticons. All of you who have power, heed our words carefully. Zero began. We are burdened by sorrow, war and discrimination. Malicious deeds carried out by the strong. Britannia may be gone, but the world has not changed. The people still suffer. That is why the resurrection of the revolution is necessary. The Autobots and the Black Knights live. Optimus continued. During our absence, our forces have grown. We apologize for not being there as the Decepticons have shaken this world to its core, but now we are ready to face them. The strong will no longer oppress the weak. It begins today, with the liberation of the United States of Japan. Trace the signal, Soundwave. Starscream ordered, but it appeared Soundwave was already on it as his visor showed signals being crisscrossed all over the planet. This broadcast is on all frequencies. Thundercracker exclaimed. Everyone on the planet is seeing it. Even our own forces. They all know. It's gotta be a fake though, there's no way that's the real Zero. Skywarp stated. He's just a human. A human can't survive what Megatron did to him. However, Soundwave had ran Zero's voice from the broadcast based on older recordings from 6 months ago, and even did the same with that of Lelich 6 Britannia outside his Zero attire to make absolutely certain. It was a 100% match. It is Zero. The real one. Megatron scowled. How could he have survived my dark geese? Optimus was able to overcome it, but that was likely through the Matrix. Megatron's optics widened. Did Optimus somehow share his power with Lelich? It was true that the broadcast was shown all over the world. Even the Decepticon forces that occupied the various conquered areas were seeing the message that Optimus Prime and Zero were currently delivering. Even Shockwave and VV in the Geese Order's base were seeing it. We shall fight against all those who abuse their power. Zero continued. VV scowled as he glared with all the hate that he could muster at the two figures, while Shockwave still maintained his stoic expression but was nonetheless surprised to see that Zero was alive, even having been fully exposed to Megatron's dark geese. It defies logic. Shockwave said. How can Lelich still be alive? The livid VV thought to himself. Why is he still alive? He has no right to live. How dare you, Lelich? How dare you continue to live when you shouldn't? You and that wretched Optimus Prime. Once again, here and now, we hereby declare war on the Decepticon regime that wrongfully and unjustly occupies this planet. Optimus declared. Everyone in the EU as well as Euro-Britannia watched the broadcast, from those who lived peacefully in their homes, to people in the military within their bases, and even the highest politics who continued to watch with interest. Even those currently in hiding such as Mary Bell and her Glinda Knights. Those in the Chinese Federation watched as well, including all the high eunuchs, as well as the young empress and her closest companion, Li Xing. He exchanged a brief look with the young figurehead as he gave a small smile and a wink. So, they finally made their move. We now direct this message to the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron himself. Zero stated. You can torture us, bomb us, threaten to burn our homes and nations to the ground, but you will not break the will of humanity. Our army will continue to grow, and we will not stop till you and your forces either leave this planet now and forever or are brought down by our blade. Dramatic as always, but he wouldn't be Zero if he weren't. Kaguya smiled as she, Nunnally, Sayoko, and Euphemia all sat in the room that Nunnally shared with her brother, while watching the broadcast from a television screen. Euphemia petted Arthur on her lap while also holding hands with her younger half-sister, who also held her other hand with bodyguard, Sayoko. To the people of Earth who are oppressed, and who also wish to take a stand, we invite you to join us, to join the Autobot Black Knight Alliance and fight for the freedom of all sentient beings. Optimus continued. Whatever differences in race, gender, ideology, even species no longer matter once you are a part of this coalition. Your only requirement is to fight for what is just. Even those within the Ark watched the broadcast, such as their fellow Autobots and Black Knights, and even rescued citizens. Among them was the intelligence group consisting of the other heads of Kyoto like Kirihara, Diet Hardride, who looked every bit as fanatically excited as one would expect, and even the mysterious Miss X who served in intelligence when part of Peace Mark. And so, it begins. Kirihara said with a smirk. With that, the broadcast came to an end, leaving Megatron at Dark Mount boiling with rage. None of the Seekers or Soundwave dared to move or speak, or else risk invoking his wrath. So, it's war then, is it? Megatron began. So be it. I will see to their deaths personally this time. Soundwave. Supply me the first of those Iacon coordinates. He ordered his communications officer. Starscream, assemble your Seekers, the combat icons, Squadron X, and any other Decepticon currently not on a mission. Deploy the Nemesis for Area 11 immediately. Why? Yes, my liege. Starscream bowed with his fellow Decepticons before they left, leaving their vivid leader alone. I don't know how you survived, Lelich. Megatron began as his dark geese flared to life. But I'll make you wish you hadn't. And Optimus will rue the day he came to this planet. Mount Fuji, or what was left of it, was nothing more than a ginormous pile of rubble that was more than half the height of the mountain that once stood, with a gaping hole at the very top. One could say it was a tragedy, which it was in a way, but at the same time, it was also a symbol of hope and rebellion. However, it was also a site of such destruction that nobody would ever think that any life could have survived the collapse of the mighty mountain. However, there was still movement at a small spot along the southern end of the collapsed slope. Something underneath a pile of rubble tried to move and push the debris out of the way as a large shadow loomed over it. An outside force began to pull the rubble away to reveal what was underneath it. It was Thunderhoof, who had just barely escaped the worst of the mountain's collapse, but still looked more than a little worse for wear as he tried to pull himself out. Need a hand, brother? A new voice asked as what appeared to be a Cybertronian offered his hand to Thunderhoof, who accepted it and was helped out of the rubble. Thunderhoof almost lost his footing but was able to stabilize himself. Thanks man. However, Thunderhoof was caught by surprise when the individual who helped him also clawed at the Decepticon insignia on his chest, leaving a scar. "EYYU. My apologies," the individual said in a seemingly sincere tone, who was revealed to be a silver Decepticon with yellow eyes, claws, and a wolf-like motif. He also bore a set of Decepticon insignias on his shoulders, but like with Thunderhoof, there was a three-clawed scratch on them. "The pain is temporary, and you'll soon come to understand, necessary. In the meantime, I can tell you've been through quite the rough patch." "That's an understatement," Thunderhoof said with a scowl. "I was the head honcho of this backwater planet's biggest energon supply, now it's all rubble. Ugh, Megatron's gonna file my antlers when he's through with me." "Well, I can help you get a chance at redemption, along with a possibly higher place in the Decepticon pecking order," the mysterious Decepticon offered. "That, as well as the chance for revenge. I already have someone with me who is just itching for vengeance herself, which is to be expected considering she lost an arm and an eye to those Autobots and their human allies some time ago. You want revenge, redemption, and more power? Then stick with me, and I'll grant it all to you and then some. If we're talking business, I gotta at least know your name," Thunderhoof said before a smirk fell on his face. "But I'm definitely interested." "Glad to hear it. As for my name, call me Steeljaw." Chapter 2, A Measure of Trust. Guilford was nothing short of amazed. Just a few moments ago, he and at least a million other people were enslaved in the Decepticon Fuji mines, only to learn that the Autobots and Zero were alive and have grown even stronger since he last saw them, but now he and all the slaves had been transported to what he could only describe as a massive hidden city. He didn't get a chance to see most of it as he and all the salves were escorted straight to a shifting building that appeared to be built into the walls of this unknown location. This building appeared to be one of many hospitals that were located all across this area. At the moment, Guilford laid in a bed as what a Japanese woman, who appeared to be a nurse, looked him over. No internal damage to your bones and organs, that's good. Just malnutrition and minor dehydration. Most of the people brought in seem to be in the same state, so no need for prosthetic limbs or anything. They made the effort to see that their prisoners, or rather slaves, were not worked to death." The tired Guilford responded. "Wanted to keep their energon lines efficient." "Well, that's considerate," the nurse said with sarcasm for a minor attempt at humor, which seemed to work as Guilford had a half smile. She then proceeded to put on a series of patches on his limbs and chest. "These patches will emit small electric pulses that should help your muscles regain their strength. Given what Yuffie said, you're a soldier and you'd want to get out there and teach the cons a thing or two, right?" That got his attention. Did you just say Yuffie?" The door opened as someone else stepped in that caused Guilford's pupils to shrink. "Hello Guilford, it's been a while." It was Cornelia Lee Britannia, but she looked nothing like the Viceroy of Area 11 that she used to be. Her hair had grown slightly and was straightened out a bit more, and her attire was completely different. She wore a dark magenta and white-colored uniform, with a black robe draped over it like a cape, and a white sash tied on the right side that bore the Autobot Black Knight emblem on it. The moment she saw him, Cornelia had a warm smile on her face with her eyes shaking with emotion. "Pr. Princess Cornelia." Guilford attempted to sit up, only for Cornelia to quickly rush toward him and put a gentle yet firm grip on his shoulder. "Please don't get up, you need rest," Cornelia told him. "He's certainly excited to see you," the nurse said. "I wonder if there was more to your relationship than just that of a commanding officer and her soldier." Cornelia blushed slightly. "Nurse Kojaki, it's not. I already told you, call me Akari." The nurse, now identified as the mother of Colin Kojaki, said in a friendly manner. "Right, Akari. It's not like that," Cornelia said as she tried to wipe the blush from her face. "But, would it be alright if I had a moment alone with him? And it's not what you think." "Of course, it isn't," she teased before she genuinely smiled. "But alright, just keep it brief, he still needs to rest." "Understood." Cornelia nodded as Akari Kojaki left the room, leaving Cornelia alone with Guilford as she pulled up a chair to sit closer to his bed. "Guilford. You have no idea how happy I am to see you again. I honestly had no idea if you'd even survived the uprising." Though Guilford was happy to see her again, one look at her and all he could feel was shame and regret. "Please forgive me, Princess. I couldn't protect you. I failed in my duty. I'm unworthy to be your knight." "No, the fault is mine," Cornelia told him. "After what happened at the special zone, I was only seeing red. I let my rage take control. I challenged Megatron directly, a horrible mistake. And that led to my capture. But I think that my fault actually extends well before that. Is Princess Euphemia? She's here, with everyone else. She's all right," Cornelia assured, causing Guilford some relief. "That's good. But Your Majesty, what happened back then, it wasn't your fault," Guilford tried to tell her. "Yes, it was," Cornelia insisted. "Yuffie tried to talk to me, to warn me, to get me to see reason. But I wouldn't listen. Pride and anger clouded my judgment. Maybe if I did listen, that horrible massacre wouldn't have happened." She gave a small sigh as she clenched her fists on her lap. "But now I'm going to do everything in my power to make it right." Guilford noticed the emblem on her uniform. "You're a Black Knight. And partner to the Autobots," Cornelia confirmed. "I know, it doesn't quite seem like me to do so, does it? To be honest, I never imagined you would. Not after what Zero did, especially when he killed Clovis," Guilford replied. "True, he killed my brother," Cornelia responded. "But that's the thing. He's my brother too." Guilford shot out of his bed and looked to Cornelia with an expression of pure shock. "What?" "Lelich 6 Britannia," Cornelia began. "Presumed deceased, alongside Nunnally when Britannia invaded Japan. Only to emerge from the ashes as the man who would try to liberate not only Japan from Britannia, and later the Decepticons' rule, but the whole world." "Prince Lelich survived?" Guilford questioned, still not over his shock. "As well as Nunnally," Cornelia added, causing Guilford to look even more shocked. "She's here with the Black Knights too. The prince is Zero. I don't understand why he would," Guilford stuttered. "Why, betray Britannia? Oh really, I can't imagine," Cornelia began, her voice carrying a lace of anger. "After having his mother murdered, most likely by someone else in the royal family as opposed to terrorists, then having his own sister blinded and crippled, only to be later exiled by our mutual father who didn't even bother to start an investigation over his wife's murder, and then later practically sentenced to death when said father invaded Japan with no regard for his or his sitter's life whatsoever, knowing full well they would die, and not even bothering to take responsibility for such a betray when he was clearly at fault, and falsely made into a martyr specifically to discriminate against nations of people who had nothing to do his life whatsoever. With all that taken into account, I can't possibly see a reason why he would rise up against Britannia," she finished with clear sarcasm. Guilford winced at her tone. "All right. When you say it like that, I suppose it makes sense. Lelich had every right to despise and rebel against Britannia," Cornelia told him seriously. "His own family betrayed him. I betrayed him." Guilford looked toward her as her face contorted an expression of regret. "I should have been there with him when he confronted our father. That way, even if I got exiled too, I'd still be with them. Maybe I should have gone with them anyway and brought Yuffie as well. I've tried to murder him, Guilford. My own brother, whom I loved and grieved over after hearing reports of his death. But, Your Highness, you didn't know," Guilford tried to tell him. "That's no excuse," Cornelia replied. "I failed him, and Nunnally. Honestly, it's a miracle that he even saw fit to let me into his ranks after all that, but he did, and I am humbled and grateful. Guilford, the goddess of victory, that princess that you served, she no longer exists, and it's not because Britannia's been destroyed, even after its official fall, I've renounced my name, Yuffie as well." You renounced. It only seemed fair," Cornelia continued. I've done so much wrong since that day, my only concern right now is making this right. I'm going to help my brother and Optimus fight off the Decepticons and make this world into a better place, a far better place than what Britannia tried to do. I've spent more than 6 months doing what I can to contribute and earn all their trust. I'm no longer Princess Cornelia, I'm a Black Knight, a member of the elite guard unit under command of Ultra Magnus, the Autobot second in command. And I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but I can't be that goddess of victory you and Darlton once worshipped. Please don't take that the wrong way, I still care about you, and I'll do everything I can to try and honor Darlton's memory as well as those of his sons, but my priority is to protect my siblings, work alongside their friends, be they Autobot or human, and fix this world. I would like it, if you were there with me. But if not, I understand. Guilford honestly had no idea what to say to Cornelia right now. One look in her eyes and he could tell that she had meant every word. She was no longer the same individual he served 6 months prior to the Empire's fall. He could tell that she blamed herself for a great many things, but there was also a firm resolve to redeem herself and protect those she cared for. That was something he could respect. I will join you as well, Guilford said, causing Cornelia to look toward him with pleasant surprise. I know it might be hard, but if you say you're going to fight as a Black Knight alongside the Autobots, then I will as well. Britannia may be gone, and you may have renounced your royal status, but I swore an oath to you, and I will not break it now, not ever. Cornelia smiled, almost tearfully. Thank you, Guilford. But there are 2 conditions you must follow. Anything. First, try to be more open-minded. Cornelia began. I know you were never racist or anything like that, but you'll be taking orders from individuals who were once your enemies. I'm sure they'll listen to what you have to say, but things are going to be quite different from now on. I understand. Guilford accepted. What's the other condition? Don't ever call me Princess, Your Majesty, Your Highness, or anything of the sort. Cornelia replied. Same goes for Yuffie, Lelich, and Nunnally. If you do call us that, I'll personally put you back into this hospital bed. She glared at Guilford, causing him to look somewhat intimidated. But Cornelia's glare faded as she giggled. Gotcha, I'm just kidding, she said in between chuckles. Guilford looked somewhat stupefied for a moment. She just made a joke. Cornelia Lee Britannia had just made a joke. He would have expected her to make a similar gesture whenever she was in private with Yuffie, but for her to openly jest in front of him was quite a surprise. But he didn't mind. In fact, he actually liked the fact that she smiled. It looked nice on her. But seriously, please don't address me as if I were royalty, Cornelia told him. Just Cornelia will do. As you wish, Your High. Guilford stopped himself when she gave him an indifferent look. Sorry. If it's what you want, Cornelia. It's gonna take some getting used to. It's alright. At least you're not alone, Cornelia told him before standing up and placing a hand on his shoulder. I am glad that you're here, Gilbert. Please get some rest. All right. He nodded as he watched her leave, right before he just realized something. She called him by his first name. Today was certainly full of surprises, and he sure had a great deal of many questions that he was certain he'd get answers to. But for the moment, he was just happy to know that not only was Cornelia alive and well, but she appeared to be happy. And that was enough for him. Cornelia had walked out of the hospital building as she was greeted by not only her fellow Black Knights, Ogai and Chigusa, but also her Autobot commanding officer. Commander, Magnus. Cornelia acknowledged. Ogai. She also nodded to the organization's deputy commander. How is he? Ogai asked, referring to Guilford. He'll be fine. Thank you for your concern, Cornelia assured. That's good to hear. Chigusa nodded. This might be a little embarrassing, but I've always looked up to Sir Guilford. He was honestly an inspiration for me. I imagine you'll be working alongside him soon, Cornelia told her. Not long after the Black Knights and Autobots went into hiding, Chigusa's memories as Valletta knew came back to her. But something rather unusual happened. Though she retained all her memories, her kind personality as the amnesiac Chigusa remained intact, though she had also developed the resolve and physical abilities she had as a soldier of Britannia. It was almost as if the mind and soul of Chigusa had control over Valletta's physical body, like the two separate personalities had merged together. But whatever the case, Ogai was particularly happy to know that she was more than willing to try and change herself and become a better individual. "So, you are certain he'll work alongside us?" Ultra Magnus asked. "Absolutely." He confirmed it himself. Cornelia replied. "Commander Magnus, if possible, could he be placed in our unit, within the elite guard?" Ogai chuckled. "Really? You wanna be in the same unit as him? You better know to keep it professional when working," he teased, resulting in Chigusa giggling. "It's not like that, can name," Cornelia exclaimed, her face blushing again before getting serious. "This is from a professional standpoint. It'll take him some time to adjust from being a Britannian soldier to a Black Knight, so it might be best if he's placed in the same unit as someone that he's familiar with to ease the transition. And we've worked together before, so I can safely say that if we're in the same unit together, he should contribute as a team player." "Understood." Ultra Magnus nodded. "I'll talk about it with Optimus and Zero and get back to you on it." "Thank you, Commander," Cornelia replied. "So, where are they anyway?" Suddenly, Tai appeared in between the three humans, causing them to startle slightly. They had just left for a mission a few minutes ago. "Tai! You nearly gave me a heart attack!" Cornelia exclaimed. "We talked about you suddenly showing up in front of people," Ogai told her in a firm tone, like a parent addressing a child. "Just because you're an advanced AI, doesn't mean you can't learn manners." "Sorry." Tai smiled apologetically. "Still learning. You said that Optimus and Zero had gone a mission." Ultra Magnus got right to the point. "Yes. An Autobot beacon was detected within a deserted area of what was once the Britannia homeland," Tai informed, getting everyone's attention. The area was relatively uninhabited by both Britannian and Decepticon forces, so they should be in and out pretty quick. "Then went by themselves?" Cornelia asked. "No. They took Bumblebee, Ratchet, and Suzaku with them, just in case they were to run into trouble," Tai answered. "An Autobot beacon? Does that mean reinforcements?" Chigusa asked. "I don't know," Tai responded with a shrug. "We'll have to see when they get back." A single silver Cybertronian jet flew toward the rocky base of this desert area, which also appeared to be an excavation site occupied by a large group of Viacan troopers and miners working to uncover whatever it was they've been sent to dig up. This jet came to a stop once it got closer to the ground to transform and reveal himself as the leader of the Decepticons. "Megatron!" Suzaku growled as he, Lelich, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Ratchet remained in hiding, unbeknownst to the Decepticon forces presently stationed, both young Black Knights in their respective Knight Mares of the Shinkiro and Lancelot Albion. "Suzaku, take it easy," Lelich told him. "We don't need you flying off the rails." Though he couldn't blame Suzaku for feeling more than livid at the sight of the Decepticon leader again after 6 months. Lelich felt the same way, but it wasn't just anger. Seeing Megatron again reminded him too much of being subjected to his dark geese, and that made him more than a little bit nervous. But what is he doing here? Bumblebee wondered. It seems the Ark detected the ancient Autobot frequency, precisely because it was unearthed. Optimus said. "Perhaps we should call in for assistance," Ratchet offered. "Maybe, that sounds like it might be a good idea," Lelich agreed, not liking the idea of facing off against Megatron again. "I'm sorry, but I don't think we can afford to wait for backup," Suzaku stated. "I agree with Suzaku," Optimus said. "Without knowing what the Decepticons have exhumed, I do not think I'm willing to wait either," he said upon forming his ion blaster. While Lelich did agree that they can't take any chances if they didn't know what exactly the Decepticons were looking for, it still didn't make him any less nervous about confronting Megatron again. But he nonetheless joined his comrades in making their way closer. Meanwhile, as Megatron looked around the dig site, he noticed a pair of Viacons had found something, Or rather they had found what they were looking for. "Show me," their leader told them. The two Viacons pulled out a large spherical pod. "Bring it to me, with utmost care." One of the Viacons walked toward his leader to present to him the pod. Megatron opened the top to reveal its contents, causing him to smile upon seeing it. However, Megatron. He and his soldiers turned in minor surprise to see the trio of Autobots, and two Nightmare Rays with them, aiming their weapons directly at him. "I cannot allow you to pilfer Autobot relics." Rather than look intimidated or angry, Megatron actually looked almost amused, if not eager. "Not only are you misinformed, Optimus, but I would strongly advise you to lower your weapons," he said as he pulled out the device within the pod. "Unless you and your cohorts are in the mood for mutually assured destruction." The device in question was a handheld disc-shaped object made out of a dark blue material coated in silver metal. "What is that?" Suzaku questioned, while the Autobot trio looked as if they saw a ghost. "It cannot be," Ratchet stuttered. "The spark extractor," Optimus voiced in horror. "The what?" Lelich and Suzaku exclaimed at the same time. "Houston, we have a problem." Bumblebee played through his radio. Megatron appeared to have just now recognized the White Nightmare with an intrigued smile. "The Lancelot." "Suzaku, is that you, my boy?" Suzaku himself glared hard. "It's been quite some time." He then paid a glance at the Shinkiro. "And am I correct to assume that's you in there, Lelich? Or do you still play the revolutionary under the name, Zero?" Lelich glared as his arms shook. "You know, I was actually surprised to see you in your return speech. You honestly caught me off guard, the first human to survive my dark geese. Well, the first human without a code anyway. But seeing as your Autobot companions have yet to tell you what exactly this weapon is, allow me to explain it to you." Megatron showed the device in his hand. The spark extractor, as its name suggests, is a device that is capable of extracting every spark within its radius, a powerful and dangerous weapon indeed. And to think that you two actually gave me the means to find it. Although, the credit also belongs to sweet little Yuffie. That really earned a glare from Optimus, Lelich, and Suzaku, the latter practically gnashing his teeth at the mention of the Decepticon leader saying her name. "If it weren't for her special zone, I would never have been able to swiftly and effectively remove Britannia off the face of the map." Megatron continued. "They would have certainly jumped at the chance for a device such as this, so be sure to extend her my thanks, won't you, Suzaku?" He spoke to him directly while also noticing the Autobot Black Knight emblem on the White Nightmare. "You really should have left your Decepticon shield intact. You would have been given quite a position of power in this new world order, far greater than anything Britannia would have offered you. Instead, you'll get a grave. Why don't you come here and say that?" Suzaku challenged. "That fancy weapon of yours might be deadly to Cybertronians, but I don't think it's the case for humans." "True," Megatron acknowledged. "And as much as I'd enjoy another round with you and Lelich, I'm afraid the acquisition of my prize takes precedence." He then accessed his comms. "Soundwave, send a ground bridge." Instantly, a ground bridge portal opened up on the uppermost area of the excavation site. "Engage them." Megatron ordered his troops as he proceeded to walk to the portal. The firefight had begun as all the Viacon troopers opened fire on the five heroes. Optimus and Bumblebee quickly returned fire with their respective Energon blasters, with Ratchet drawing his blades to cut down any Viacon that got too close. At the same time, the Shinkiro and Lancelot Albion shot into the air, and got back to back with each other as the Black Nightmare fired a weapon that seemed like a cross between a Hadron cannon and Energon blaster from its hands, firing blue pulsating spherical blasts to obliterate the Viacons with explosive results. The Albion's arms converted into weapons identical to Varus guns, firing Energon blasts of their own. As Bumblebee cut down one Viacon with his katana, he noticed Megatron was already at the portal. "He's getting away. Suzaku, secure the package," Optimus ordered. "Understood." Suzaku was about to fly forward, but Lelich quickly contacted him. "Suzaku, your objective is only to secure the extractor, do not engage Megatron," Lelich told him. "You understand, don't you? No matter what happens, or what he says to you, I order you to live. Yes, sir. A red ring formed in both Suzaku's eyes, the old geese command activating as the Lancelot Albion transformed into a white Cybertronian jet before gunning straight for the still open ground bridge at incredible speed. Seeing how Lelouch and Suzaku's new Nightmare rays, along with Colin's, Rise, and Ogai's are made from Cybertronian protoforms, it only makes sense they have the ability to transform as well. Ratchet thought as he saw Suzaku enter the portal, with Lelouch and Optimus remembering their talk with Suzaku 6 months prior. Flashback, 6 months earlier. Lelouch and Sarah sat down with Suzaku, with Optimus present as well, as the former two explained to Suzaku what exactly happened on Shikini Island just before arriving on Kaname Island, or more specifically, they told him about Lelouch using his geese on Suzaku to live, which is how he was able to escape without remembering any of it. I see, so that's what happened. Suzaku said, in a tone indicating he didn't know what to think. I'm sorry that I did that to you, Suzaku. Lelouch told him. But they would have killed you just to take myself, the Autobots and the Black Knights all out. I couldn't let that happen. I imagine Nunnally and Yuffie wouldn't have wanted that either. If you want, I can use my powers and remove the effects of that geese from you. Sarah offered, surprising many of them. You are able to do that? Optimus asked. I can. Sarah confirmed. It'll be as if it never happened. Suzaku thought for a moment before giving them his answer. Thank you, but no. That took them by surprise. For a long time, all I've wanted was to die, and you all know the reason for that. I've wanted it for so long, that I think my body automatically jumps at the chance before I even think about it. Suzaku. Lelouch tried to say something. That's why I can't trust myself not to die. I know that sounds wrong, but it's the truth. Suzaku said. I know what I did, what my intent was selfish. I don't want to put Yuffie, Nunnally, or any of our friends through that, including you. That's why, until I can find a way to truly redeem myself and somehow let go of this, I'll carry this geese command you've given me. I'll find a way to use it to help our cause. It'll be my penance, a way to make up for all I've done. Suzaku, are you absolute certain this is what you want? Optimus asked. Yes, without a doubt. The young soldier confirmed. Sarah had a look of somewhat uncertainty. Well, I suppose I could help find a way for you to control it. But something like this has never been done, so I can't make any guarantees. He looked toward his friend and leader who looked like he was about to protest. Lelouch, you told me that I have to take responsibility for my actions, that's what I'm doing. I've joined your cause, and I need to be responsible, this is the best way to assure that. Lelouch didn't quite like it, but he also knew that it provided a tactical advantage. All right. I'm trusting you, Suzaku, just be careful. Suzaku smiled honestly. You got it. End flashback. The Lancelot's jet mode was already in the ground bridge vortex as he saw Megatron walking toward the other end. The Geist Suzaku wasted no time in gunning straight for the enemy leader, veering toward the right side as he transformed the Albion back into robot mode to snatch the spark extractor from Megatron's hands and land in front of him. What? Megatron exclaimed. You're right about me, Megatron. Suzaku told him, still under the Geese command, while also maintaining his own free will to speak. I've made mistakes, and if left unchecked, I might have indeed become the monster that you wanted me to be. A Grim Reaper. But now, I'm going to do everything I can to seek true redemption. We will stop you, that's a promise. Megatron snarled as he drew his blade, ready for a fight, but Suzaku knew he couldn't take Megatron in a fight right now and survive. So, using Lelouch's command to live, Suzaku transformed the Lancelot once again into its jet mode and soared over Megatron, causing him to miss his slice as he shot out of the vortex. No! Megatron shouted as he ran in pursuit. The Lancelot's jet mode made it back to the dig site to see the Shinkiro, along with Optimus, Bumblebee, and Ratchet finish off the last of the Vehicons. Packages secure. TAI, we need a ground bridge extract, now. Lelouch ordered. Less than a second later, a ground bridge portal opened behind the group, who wasted no time entering just as Megatron exited his own portal, right as both closed. Megatron had his fusion cannon aimed at the ready, but he lowered it upon seeing his enemies were gone and his own forces had been destroyed, resulting in him growling in anger. The Ark Laboratory. Oh my! Lloyd smiled upon seeing the recording of the Lancelot's footage of Suzaku taking the spark extractor from Megatron. Looks like you really gave Megatron quite the headache there, Suzaku. He told the young Black Knight, who appeared clad in a uniform resembling a Knight of the Round, only it was black instead of white, and it bore the Autobot Black Knight emblem on its chest. Cybertronian Nightmares will be all the rage across the world, I imagine. Nobody on Earth will have anything like that. Thanks I guess. Suzaku said, not sure if that was a compliment towards him or his nightmare, though he was sure it was the latter. Everyone, over here now. Perceptor ordered as not only the assembled scientists consisting of himself, Ratchet, Fixit, Nina, Lloyd, Rax Hata, and Cecile gathered around him, but also the assembled leadership and commanders consisting of Optimus, Lelich, Sarah, Bumblebee, Colin, Ogai, Ironhide, Todo, Elita 1, Cornelia, Jez, Ultra Magnus, and Kagaya. Even Nunnally was present alongside Euphemia and Sayoko. The group had gathered around the device that was currently analyzing the spark extractor. Up on the screen above it, there was an Autobot logo shining on an image of the weapon. I have found the source of the frequency TAI detected. Perceptor informed. An Iacon homing beacon. Optimus recognized it. An Autobot beacon on a Decepticon weapon. Ogai looked in surprise. How did that happen? Our forces had confiscated a large number of Decepticon weapons. Ultra Magnus explained. Many of which had the capability to inflict massive casualties. So, this spark extractor isn't even the worst of it? Euphemia asked in surprise. This weapon is indeed a deadly device, but there were many other equally dangerous weapons created by the Decepticons. Ratchet replied. Any that we couldn't destroy were confiscated and placed under heavy guard. So how did this thing end up on Earth? Cecile asked. More importantly, how would such a weapon work? Rax Hata asked. Perhaps there may be a way we can use it. A machine that can literally suck the life out any Cybertronian. Lloyd added. If we dropped it off in Megatron's backyard, we might pretty much end the war. Why does it sound like you actually admire such an instrument of death? Cornelia questioned. Well, it's to be expected since I'm a full-fledged sociopath. Lloyd admitted casually, causing most of the Autobots and Black Knights assembled to look at him questionably. How do you put up with him? Jez asked Cecile. I find myself asking that same question almost every day. Cecile replied. Getting back to the topic at hand. Sarah got everyone on point. We tried to capture or destroy any Decepticon weapon we could find during the war. Ironhide said. The most dangerous ones were locked up in the vaults under Iacon. Wasn't that the capital city of the Autobots on Cybertron? Nunnally asked. Indeed. Optimus confirmed. I worked there as an archivist under Alpha Trion's mentorship. One of the original primes. Sarah said, mostly to herself, remembering meeting Alpha Trion face-to-face via the matrix of leadership. Iacon was both a cultural center and a stronghold. Optimus continued. It had held up during most of the war, where all the confiscated weapons as well as other cultural relics were stored safely. Until Megatron was able to weaponize Dark Energon. Elita added. After that, nothing stopped him. He all but destroyed the city, raided the Hall of Records, overthrew Sentinel Zeta Prime, and even killed Alpha Trion. That caused most of the Black Knights, particularly Sarah, Lelich, Yuffie, and Nunnally to look in surprise while the Autobots present all grimaced. But before Buckethead got to him, Alpha Trion launched all the confiscated weapons off-world so the bad guys couldn't get him. Jez said. And one of them just so happened to land on Earth. Kagaya put in. Well, thanks to Suzaku, that very same weapon will continue to remain out of Megatron's reach. Euphemia praised, causing Suzaku to smile. However, Colin did her best to hide a small scowl, though it did not go unnoticed by Lelich. Optimus, is this spark extractor the only weapon we'll find on our planet? Todo asked. Or do you think there might be more? I'm afraid I do not know. Optimus replied. Only Alpha Trion knew of where they would be hidden. If only Alpha Trion knew, then how were the Decepticons able to find it? Nunnally asked. This is only a guess. Lelich began to speculate. But I think that perhaps Alpha Trion would have had the coordinates logged onto a computer of some kind. You cannot just launch a weapon of mass destruction without knowing exactly where you're sending it, just in case a random party would happen to stumble across it. But when he died, the Decepticons must have hacked and stolen the files. Then why are we only hearing about this now? Ogai asked. I can imagine a lot of individuals in Britannia would have loved to get their hands on weapons like this. No offense. He quickly said to Cornelia. None taken. The former Britannian princess replied. I know I would have jumped at the chance to use this spark extractor myself. Alpha Trion likely had the files heavily encrypted. Ultra Magnus assumed. Yeah, he was old, but he wasn't senile. Jazz added. But Britannia fell 6 months ago. Colin said. And it didn't take the cons long to wipe them all out. So, it would only make sense for them to work on decoding those stolen files. Lelich said with a grimace. There wasn't any way we could have known about this. Yuffie quickly said. None of us had a clue these weapons would be here on Earth. What's done is done. Elita stated. The spark extractor could be the extent of it, or all the confiscated weapons could be stored here. There's no way for us to know. Maybe there is. Nina spoke up for the first time, getting everyone's attention. If there's a way we can reverse engineer the Iacon beacon placed on the spark extractor, and if there are similar beacons placed on the other weapons, maybe we can use it to track them. That could work. Fix-It put in. But if it doesn't, we can still analyze the beacon's frequency so that TAI can immediately detect any other relics that might be unearthed. Please get to work as soon as possible. Optimus instructed the scientific division. Alpha Trion and so many others made the ultimate sacrifice to keep these weapons far from Decepticon reach. We must not allow their sacrifice to be in vain. The Nemesis, the bridge. Megatron slammed his fist onto the main console in frustration. The spark extractor was in my grasp. I should have terminated that boy when I had the chance. However, Megatron's rant was interrupted as Soundwave approached from behind. His visor turned on to show 2 more sets of coordinates. Indeed, Soundwave, we do possess 2 more sets of coordinates. Let us see what other long-lost treasures we might be reunited with. The Ark. Colin sat in her own personal quarters as she looked over some data from her latest performance in her advanced Gurren, trying to see where she could improve upon when she heard a knock on her door. Colin, can you come outside for a moment? She heard Lelich's voice. Putting down her data tablet, she walked out into the main hallway to see not only Lelich, but also Nunnally and even Bumblebee and Arky. You guys want something? Colin asked. I'm gonna get right to the point, here. Is there an issue you're having with Suzaku? Lelich questioned, causing Colin to narrow down her eyes. I've noticed the way you've been acting around him lately. It's not like I'm yelling or punching him. Colin said stubbornly. Colin, you know what we're talking about. Lelich pressed. And you should probably know why, all of you. Colin exclaimed. Look, it's not that I don't trust him. You don't, and that's the issue right there. Arky said. What? You trust him, Arky? Colin questioned. You're all buddy-buddy with him now. Colin, why don't you trust Suzaku? Nunnally asked. You don't think he's a spy or anything, do you? No, he's not that smart. Colin said. I know he's not a double agent or anything like that. Then why are you giving him such a hard time? Bumblebee asked. I don't get why you guys are trying to make a big deal out of this. Colin quickly stated. I know he's part of the team, he's not a spy or anything, heck you even put him in the freaking Zero Squad Lelich, so I'm willing to work with him. But I don't have to be friends with him if I don't want to be. But why? Nunnally asked. Why don't you want to be friends with him? He knows what he did was wrong and he's taking responsibility for it. You and the Autobots all said that's why you didn't trust Suzaku at first, because he didn't take responsibility. But now he is. I just don't, okay? Colin stated, becoming more irritated. I don't want to be friends with him. Does there really have to be some underlying reason about it? It sounds like there is. Archie said. Colin, you know, can talk to us, to me. Colin looked away slightly. It's nothing, just leave it alone, okay? She turned around and went back into her quarters. Well, that went well. Bumblebee bleeped. I don't quite understand. Nunnally said. I know Colin's stubborn, but it seems like she's holding a grudge. This is only a guess. Lelouch assumed. But it may have to do with Suzaku's father, and possibly her brother. Maybe, but I think it's a bit deeper than that. Archie pointed out. She knew her partner, and she knew that when Colin holds a grudge, it's hard for her to get over it. Archie, what do you think about Suzaku and all of this? Lelouch asked. Honestly, the kid seems pretty genuine about wanting to make amends. Archie replied. I don't think he's going to pull the same stunt he did with his dad or anything like that. I'm sure Colin knows that too. You think maybe you can help her with this? Lelouch asked. Because I have a feeling this grudge of hers is only going to grow, up to the point where it can get her hurt, as well as those around her. I'll see what I can do, but you know how stubborn she is. Archie pointed out, causing Lelouch to exchange concerning glances with his sister, as well as Bumblebee. Meanwhile, in a separate area of the Ark, Suzaku had walked toward his own quarters, but as he walked, he noticed many of the looks several Black Knights gave him and recognized it before. It was similar to when he first joined the Brighton military and they all looked down upon him for being an 11, now many of them are glaring at him because he used to be a Decepticon. He didn't blame them for their resentment, but it didn't mean it hurt any less. However, before he made it to his quarters, he looked more than a little shocked to see a large black and green Autobot standing in front of his door with a friendly smile. Hiya! Grindcore waved in a friendly fashion. I agree. Grindcore. Suzaku stuttered. Not just him. He turned around to see both Shirley and Euphemia, the brunette having spoken to him first. Shirley, Yuffie. Suzaku voiced in surprise. Are you okay, Suzaku? Yuffie asked. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Oh, maybe because of all the looks that most of the people here have all given you. Shirley pointed out. I've noticed it, but you don't need to worry. It's fine. Suzaku told them. No, it's not. Yuffie exclaimed. I can't stand the way people are thinking about you. It's even worse than before when they only looked down on you because you were Japanese, now they actually think you're a bad person. I can't just. Yuffie, it's alright. Suzaku insisted as he put his hands on her shoulder. I deserve it. More than once did I attack them, I even attacked Lelouch and his friends. I became a Decepticon. But only because Megatron tricked you. Shirley tried to tell him. It doesn't matter. Suzaku replied. I made a horrible mistake in choosing his side, I'm not gonna run away from that. It's fine, I appreciate your concern, all of you, but I don't mind. You ain't gonna run from the blame, I like that. Grindcore spoke up. Speaking as one ex-con to another. That took Suzaku by surprise. You used to be a Decepticon. Yep, not something I'm proud of. Grindcore explained. To be honest, I didn't join Megatron's little crusade because of the whole equal rights thing. Don't get me wrong, that would have been great and all, but I joined up because I thought those guys were tough, and they kinda are. I mean, Megs was a full-fledged gladiator that took on all sorts of guys in Kaon, then he went straight up to Cybertron's higher up to take them on. I kinda liked that, I liked to pick on things my own size, maybe bigger. Till I realized that old Buckethead and his pals were picking on guys smaller than us. I might like punching stuff, but I ain't a bully. I'm not gonna go out of my way to kick the little guy like he would. So I left the cons and joined the bots. And yeah, like you, they didn't like the idea of an ex-con joining up. But, I worked my up and before I knew it, the bots and I became best buds. Now I'm an Autobot and a wrecker. Look, the point is kid, I get it, I know what it's like and everyone here's gonna be pals with you soon enough. But for right now, you can consider me a friend. Suzaku looked toward Grindcore in surprise, not just the fact this Autobot was a former Decepticon like himself, but he even appeared to have a sense of honor and wouldn't attack someone who was defenseless. In some ways, Grindcore reminded him of Dreadwing. Even Yuffie thought the same as they both smiled toward him, along with Shirley. Thank you, Grindcore. No prob. The Autobot smiled. And hey, you want some advice on how to get on everyone's good side like I did? You gotta wow. What do you mean by that? Suzaku asked. I mean do something that'll turn some heads. Grindcore clarified. Punch out a bad guy that's like 10 times your size, or something like that. Maybe save a few pals, worked for me. So, keep up the good work, Teamy. Teamy? Suzaku asked in confusion. But we're in different squads. So long as we both got this. Grindcore pointed to the Autobot emblem on his shoulder and the similar one Suzaku bore on his own uniform. I don't care if we're on different squads, we're on the same team. And anyone on the same team is a teamie to me. Despite that, Suzaku still smiled. I'll be sure to remember that, he said before walking past him and into his room. Grindcore, thank you for that. For talking to him and understanding him. Yuffie thanked the Autobot sincerely. It's no problem. Grindcore smiled. Aw man. They all heard Millie's voice as she, Rivalts, Kagaya, and even Rai came around the corner, the former two wearing standard Black Knight uniforms, while Rai wore an outfit similar to Todoa's and Ogai's that was more dark blue in color as opposed to black or dark green. And I had the perfect speech planned. And by that, you mean you were gonna have me and Kagaya say all the mushy stuff to him, right? Rai asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you are his cousins. It only means more if it's from his family. Millie put in. That's pretty devious. Grindcore commented with a joking grin. You sure you ain't a con? She may not be a Decepticon, but Millie here is a bit of a she-devil all her own. Rivalts joked back. And her and Kagaya together have not made it any easier. Shirley said with mild dread, remembering all the harem talks they had regarding Lelich, Suzaku, and Rai and all the women they knew. Bumblebee, Jez, Bulkhead, Smokescreen, Air Raid, and Sideswipe. Even Sarah and Nunnally were among those that got a good laugh out of it, while the three boys just paled in comic dread. Seriously though, I'm grateful that all of you were able to become friends with Suzaku. Kagaya told the former members of the student council before turning to the former Brighton Neon princess. Especially you, Yuffie. I never imagined a Brighton Neon princess would be the one to help bring light back into his life. Thank you. She offered Yuffie a hand to shake, which she did with a smile. Oh, don't worry about that, Kagaya. Yuffie smiled. Suzaku really is a good person deep down, even if he himself doesn't think so. And other people around here too. Rivalts added, only to be elbowed by Shirley. It's been especially difficult with Colin. Rai added. She's nothing if not stubborn, but since they're on the same team, they need to get their issues sorted out before it becomes a problem on the battlefield. Actually, I do have an idea on how we can help with that. Millie offered. I've been meaning to pitch it to Optimus and Lelich and see what they think. If nothing else, it'll get him and Colin to at least talk and communicate with each other since they're both on the same team and all. Really? You do? Yuffie asked in an excited tone. Millie, no offense, but your last idea involved helping Nina, Ratchet, and the other scientists with the ground bridges, which led to you, me, and Shirley getting stuck in that shadow zone. Rivalts pointed out. We were lucky that we were still in the Ark when all that happened. Shirley added. They were able to get us out and nobody got hurt. But I didn't like the idea of being a ghost. I said I was sorry. Millie quickly stated. But, seriously, there's no special trick to this. I know what I'm doing here. If it means helping Suzaku, I'm willing to listen. Euphemia nodded. Can I get in on it? Please. Grindcore tried to put on a cutesy face, but the attempt only resulted in the teenage Black Knights laughing at his expense before Millie put on her usual devious smile. Alright everyone, listen closely. Here is what we're gonna do. Millie brought in Shirley, Rivolts, Kaguya, and Euphemia as even Grindcore kneeled down to listen in as Millie whispered her plan to all of them. And that's what we came up with. Millie said as she, Rivolts, Shirley, Euphemia, Kaguya, and Grindcore all explained to Optimus, Lelich, Sarah, Nunnally, and Elita one on the Ark's bridge. Maybe that could work. Lelich thought. Putting those together on a mission, albeit one that's less vital, could at least help them dialogue, so it would be a step in the right direction. Colin and Suzaku have already proven they can work alongside each other. Elita spoke. If they were to find a way to build a bridge, as you humans say, it could improve the Zero Squad's effectiveness in battle. But this could also mean that if something goes wrong on this mission, it might make tension between them even more difficult. Sarah put in. I've seen that kind of thing happen myself too many times. I'm sure they can find a way to work it out. Nunnally voiced her opinion. I know tensions between them are high, especially with Colin, but they want the same thing. I know they can find a way to work past it. Suzaku and Colin are two of our best soldiers. Optimus said. Cooperation is key to victory. I can indeed see this idea helping them to work past their differences, as well as the risks pertaining it. However, given the crisis we all face and what is at stake, it is a risk that we'll have to take. Nearly everyone gathered there all had smiles on their faces, as this could help bring their friends closer together and make it easier for them to work with each other. However, the moment was brought to an end as the main console on the bridge sprang to life with two coordinates located on the holo map. What's going on? Rivolts questioned as the group got to the situation. Sounds like trouble. Good. Means it's time for punching. Grindcore smiled in anticipation. Tai, what is the situation? Lelich asked as the holographic girl appeared before the group. 2 Iacon homing beacons have been detected. Tai revealed. I already have their coordinates. One is in the lower regions of the Himalayan mountains, the other is here in Japan near Mount Ontake. Ontake was one of the largest Energon distributors back when Britannia occupied the country. Euphemia remembered. It wasn't as big as the Fuji operations, but it was still rather considerable. Which could mean it's a potential mine where more human slaves are kept. Elita assumed. A sound theory. I am detecting multiple Decepticon signals within the vicinity. Tai told them. Ontake is serious, but I'm more concerned about those 2 beacons. Lelich stated with a serious expression. It means there are other Iacon relics here on Earth, and the Decepticons are already beginning to unearth them. He and Optimus exchanged nods and serious expressions as the Autobot leader accessed the Ark communications. Wait. Millie stopped them before they could assemble the troops. Tai, how much of our conversation did you hear? Tai had a smirk on her face as she responded. Enough to locate a small Decepticon weapons cache in the Oyama forest here in Japan. She said, giving them a not-so-subtle hint. I don't like the idea of involving the rest of you in a potentially dangerous mission, even if it's only as mediators between Colin and Suzaku. Lelich told the group, but before they could protest, he continued to speak. Which is why we will be assigning other bots and knights to join you just in case you run into an enemy, but do not engage the enemy yourselves. Understood. Don't worry, we'll play it safe. Rivolts assured. Thank you, Lelich. Yuffie smiled as Optimus was able to access the Ark's communication system. Attention all personnel, we are deploying for multiple simultaneous missions. Optimus spoke throughout the massive ship. Wreckers and Black Dragon unit proceed to the ground bridge bay immediately and be ready for immediate deployment. You are being sent to a mine to not only liberate the human slaves, but also to locate a potential weapon. Zero Squad and Elite Guard report to the bridge, we have a special instruction for you. A ground bridge portal opened on a cliffside as the group consisting of Autobots Bumblebee, Arky, Jez, Strongarm, Smokescreen, and Sideswipe, along with the Black Knights Colin, Suzaku, and Orpheus in their respective Nightmare rays, with Yuffie, Shirley, Millie, and Rivolts right beside them. The group found themselves overlooking the forested area that was known as Ontake, which appeared relatively untouched by Brightonian forces pre-fall, or even the Decepticons post-fall. Wow, look at this place. It's huge. Sideswipe observed. It's actually rather beautiful, Yuffie commented. And surprising that it's still around since the rest of Japan is basically one big ghetto, Colin pointed out. That's because there's no energon out here for the cons to mine, Jazz explained. If it ain't got the goods, they ain't gonna waste the effort. Kinda the only good thing that separated them from Britannia, Archie said. The Decepticons aren't gonna go out of their way to destroy something just for the heck of it if isn't necessary. They won't waste resources, Orpheus added. Doesn't make them any less guilty. The gathered Britannians, even Suzaku, and especially Yuffie looked with grimaces. They all knew just how bad the old empire was, not just the fact that they almost destroyed Japan and any other smaller countries. They would go out of their way to humiliate them by stepping all over their heritage and traditions, just to advertise their superiority. Though the Decepticons were almost the same, they didn't need to unnecessarily wipe out any traditions just to further insult their victims, but it didn't mean they were innocent either. Okay, this just got heavy, Smokescreen said, trying to get everyone back on track. So, what's the plan? Right. There's supposed to be a weapons cache somewhere in these woods, Suzaku pointed out. Couldn't they have dropped us off closer? Rivalts asked. There might be security precautions, Bumblebee answered. The cons don't like leaving their stuff out in the open. They left the Harbinger out in the open, Millie pointed out. Which let us renovate the entire Ark, and gave us some state-of-the-art nightmare rays that would make Britannia jealous. Probably because they were too busy destroying Britannia, Orpheus pointed out. Finding this cache might be like finding a needle in the haystack, Euphemia pointed out. Maybe we should split up and cover more ground. Good idea, Strongarm agreed. I propose we follow protocol and have at least one veteran soldier per group, but at the same time, we shouldn't make our groups too small in case we run into trouble. Most of this group is veteran soldiers, including yours truly, Sideswipe said in a partially boasting tone, causing Archie and Colin to roll their eyes in annoyance. So, who's going with who? Archie's with me, Colin said immediately before glancing around at the rest of the team. And I think we'll take Strongarm. Give a chance for a rookie to get her feet wet. Oh. I'm honored, ma'am, Strongarm said, addressing Colin as her superior. Colin, maybe you would also like. Shirley was about to make a suggestion. I know what you guys are trying to do, but it's fine. I don't need Suzaku holding my hand, Colin said with minor irritation. Colin, I'm sure that they're only trying to help, Suzaku tried to tell her in a reasoned tone of voice. Archie and I have been a team since this whole thing started, we can handle ourselves. You guys figure out who you wanna be with on your own, she said irritatingly before transforming her Gurren into something resembling a red Honda with a Cybertronian-esque hull that made it slightly bulkier. She drove off into the forest, not even waiting for anyone else. Archie, ma'am? Not that I'm questioning a veteran's decision-making skills, but does she even know where she's going? Strongarm asked the other fembot. Archie shook her head with an annoyed sigh. Come on, let's catch up, she told her teammate as they both transformed into their respective vehicle modes before driving after her. So, Rivalts tried to defuse the awkward situation the rest of them were feeling. Who's going with who? Suzaku, Sideswipe, you guys ride with me in Undertone, Jazz instructed. Millie and Yuffie too. Oz, Smokescreen, Shirley, and Rivalts, you guys are with me, Bumblebee also said. Everyone maintains constant communication. Find the cache or make enemy contact and call for backup right away. Understood. Oz and Suzaku both nodded while everyone else silently accepted as the Autobots transformed into their respective vehicle modes, with Shirley getting into Bumblebee, Millie riding in Jazz's passenger seat, Rivalts inside Smokescreen, and Yuffie inside Sideswipe. The groups drove off in opposite directions. Orpheus Biakin rolled on the ground alongside Smokescreen and right behind Bumblebee as they moved through the forested area. So far, it doesn't seem like there's anything out here, Orpheus pointed out. Keep your optics peeled, Bumblebee told them. There's more to this than meets the eye. Trying to find a way to strike up a conversation, Rivalts noticed the emblem on Smokescreen's steering wheel inside his vehicle mode. So, Smokey, you and Strongarm trained together in the same group. Yeah, but I didn't interact with Strongarm all that much. Smokescreen pointed out. Saw her a few times, but not that often. So, what was the Autobot Elite Guard like? What did you guys do? Shirley asked. It's only the most prestigious unit on Cybertron. Smokescreen commented with pride. They only accepted the best of the best. Though it wasn't much more than a boot camp by the time I joined. Were you ever in the Elite Guard, B? Shirley asked the scout. You seem like you'd fit right in. Bumblebee's radio played a laughing segment from a sitcom. Hardly. I was only a scout, a messenger. It's how I met Optimus just before he took command, and before I knew it, I ended up tagging along with him on nearly every other mission. So, what did you end up doing, Smokescreen? Orpheus asked, deciding to join in on the conversation. I got security detail at Iacon, guarding Alpha Trion during what turned out to be the final days of the war. Smokescreen answered. Wasn't he one of the original Primes? Rivalts asked in surprise. Yep. Smokescreen confirmed. I wasn't thrilled at first, thinking I just watching the back of an old bot instead of kicking con tailpipe. Hey. A little respect. Bumblebee told him. He wasn't just one of the original Primes, he was Optimus' mentor. That took the three humans by surprise. He mentored Optimus. Shirley exclaimed. Yeah, he did. I even met Alpha Trion, Bumblebee answered. He might have been old, but he was really something else. Yeah, he was. Smokescreen added. The Big A turned out to be a great teacher to me too, and a true friend. One question. Rivalts pointed out, looking a little awkward as he asked. If he was one of the original Primes, why was he called Alpha Trion? Shouldn't he have been called Alpha Prime? Smokescreen chuckled. Funny, I asked him the exact same thing. He told me the Trion part came from the fact he was the third Prime created. First was Prima, number 2 was Vector Prime. Optimus himself is amazing, but if Alpha Trion was his mentor. Shirley had an awe-inspired expression on her face. I wish we could have met him. Well, I know he would have liked you guys. Smokescreen remembered his old teacher fondly as well. He always had a soft spot for the younger generation. At the same time, the vehicle's modes of the Gurren, Archie, and Strongarm drove deeper into the forest as Colin appeared to be in the lead. Ma'am, may I ask you something? Strongarm asked Colin. First, don't call me ma'am. Colin replied. Makes me feel old. Just Colin. My apologies. Strongarm quickly said. Colin, if I may ask, why did you have your Nightmare adopt an alt mode of a land-based vehicle? Zero and the others who have their Nightmare rays made from protoforms all chose air-based vehicle modes. I'm not questioning if or not it's effective, just curious. The Gurren can already fly, so I don't need it to turn into a jet. Colin answered. Oh, thank you for answering my query. Strongarm replied. Colin gave a sigh. Though she knew Strongarm was a capable soldier, she still acted like a rookie fresh from boot camp, which wasn't entirely wrong. But her willingness to follow protocol, while good-intentioned, doesn't quite fit with how chaotic and complicated a real mission can get. Archie's motorcycle form rode up beside the vehicle mode of the Gurren as she addressed her partner. Colin, what's going on? What are you talking about, Archie? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Archie pointed out. Do I really need to point out the elephant in the room? There's an elephant nearby. Strongarm asked. It's a metaphor. Archie quickly told the cadet. The redhead groaned in annoyance. We've been over this, I don't have a problem with Suzaku. Yeah, he worked with the Decepticons, and was even considered a con himself. Yeah, he killed his dad. Yeah, he says he's taking responsibility and now he's on our side to really redeem himself or whatever, now he's part of the Zero Squad and trying to be all friendly, well whoopie-doo. No matter what he does, or how friendly he tries to act, he's no cliff jumper. I swear he Cliff jumper? Archie questioned, coming to a halt in her vehicle mode, and forcing the Gurren and Strongarm to halt as well before the blue Autobot transformed. That's what this is about. You think he's replacing Cliff jumper? Colin said nothing but gave a scowl, which all but confirmed it for Archie. You think you're the only one who's not hurt by that, Colin? Cliff was my partner, too. He was my partner long before we met you. Colin's scowl faded into a look of sympathy as she briefly deactivated her transformed nightmare and stood up from a hatch at the top to look Archie straight in the eyes. Archie. I'm sorry. It's not you. I just... She found herself unable to hide her pained expression as she couldn't even finish what she was saying with tears in her eyes. Archie gave a small sigh of her own as her look softened as well. Colin, it's okay to miss him. I miss him too. But you know Suzaku's not replacing Cliff, nobody could ever replace him. I know. Colin muttered with a small sob. You can't keep this buried inside you. Archie told her. I'm not saying to forget about Cliff, but, as hard as it is, he's gone, and he's not coming back. A saddened look fell Archie's face as well before she got back to the point. Just because he's gone through, doesn't mean you can't find someone else. Cliff helped show me that. But it wasn't just him. I also ended up meeting Optimus, B, Bulkhead, Ironhide, Ratchet, Fix-It, and... I met you. Colin looked up toward Archie as the blue Autobot smiled. And I know you got plenty more people too. Suzaku, he's not perfect, and I'm not saying you should be instant best friends with him or anything, but if you open up a bit, you might be surprised. Archie reached down to place her large hand on Colin's back, which she appreciated as she looked up to her partner and older sister figure with an emotional smile. Strongarm, who had remained at the side for the duration of the conversation, transformed into her robot form as she spoke. Ma. Colin. I don't really have a whole lot to contribute to this conversation, but you can consider me a friend, if you'd like. Colin stifled a chuckle as she tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. Thanks, both of you. Archie smiled along with Strongarm. However, the latter's smile faded as a device built into her wrist gave a small alarm, also drawing the attention of Colin and Archie. What is it? Archie asked. A Decepticon signal. Strongarm reported with a serious expression. 50 meters due east of our position. Archie and Colin both got serious as well as the human teenager got back into her transformable nightmare to transform back into its robot form and ready its weapons, while Archie primed her energon blasters, and Strongarm drew her crossbow-like weapon as they slowly made their way toward their target. Once they made it past the trees, they found their target, a single Decepticon who currently had his back turned. Right away, the two Autobots aimed their energon blasters while Colin aimed the Gurren's Surger Claw. Hands in the air, Con. Archie ordered. The Decepticon, whom none of them recognized, raised his clawed hands as he turned around to reveal his face with a seemingly sincere and friendly smile. Greetings, sisters. Steeljaw began. I'm so glad I found you, you wouldn't believe how many close calls I had since arriving on this Decepticon-infested planet. He noticed the red nightmare. Am I to assume you are a Black Knight? It's a pleasure. Quit acting so friendly, Con. Colin glared. What are you doing here? Let me guess, there's no weapons cache. Archie assumed. Unfortunately, no. Steeljaw confirmed. But I had to do something since I lacked any means of contacting anyone. Decepticon, lower your weapons immediately. Strongarm ordered. Of course, you're confused, probably because of this. Steeljaw said, referring to the clawed Decepticon emblem on his shoulder. Despite the logo, I'm no Decepticon. I'm an Autobot, albeit undercover. Then why did we detect a Decepticon signal? Colin questioned, not buying it. I had to forge my signal. Steeljaw replied. This way I could better blend in with all the incoming Decepticons and enter this system without drawing too much attention to myself. Now that I'm here on this planet, I can finally end this charade. An undercover agent. Strongarm lowered her weapon slightly, but still remained cautious. Archie. Colin glanced toward her partner, who seemed more than a little skeptical. Maybe we should contact the base, before we do anything else. Before Archie could reply, however, Steeljaw gave a slight chuckle. Still cautious, I see. Not what I'd expect from the ferocious Colin Kojaki. That really got their attention. How the hell do you know my name? Well, let's say we're both acquainted with a certain individual who has quite the grudge against you. Steeljaw said with a small sneer. Perhaps you'd like to be reacquainted. He glanced up past them to a certain Decepticon that hung in the trees, who aimed her left hand to shoot a strand of webbing that ensnared and pinned Archie to the ground, causing Strongarm and Colin to turn around in surprise to see the smirking Spider-Con. Arachnid! Colin exclaimed, only to grunt as Steeljaw ran and tackled the Gurren from behind, causing it to crash into the trees as Strongarm tried to shoot at Arachnid, but she leapt from her tree to another as Strongarm attempted to call for backup. This is Strongarm. We're under attack. Decepticons. However, something fast and large suddenly rammed her from the side, sending her crashing through multiple trees and into a large rock, shattering it on impact. The one responsible for attacking her was none other than the smirking Thunderhoof. The Gurren quickly drew its MVS knife to swipe at Steeljaw, who parried it with his claws, but Colin quickly aimed her Surger claw point blank to his face and was ready to fry him when suddenly. Oh Colin! She heard Arachnid's taunting voice as Colin saw the one-eyed Spider-Con looming over the webbed Archie, her hook close to her neck. You may want to hold off on that, lest you want to lose yet another partner. I happened to overhear how you lost good old Cliffjumper, you want me to send him some company. Colin glared as she practically gnashed her teeth, but she also looked through the Gurren's screen to see Thunderhoof walking onto the scene, dragging the unconscious Strongarm by the foot. Realizing that both her teammates were immobilized, and she herself was outnumbered, Colin had no choice but to surrender. With reluctance, Colin shut down the Gurren and stood up from its cockpit, her hands raised and a scowl on her face. Wise choice. Steeljaw smirked. Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, Jez and Sideswipe's vehicle modes rode alongside the Lancelot as Yuffie sat inside Sideswipe, with Millie in the passenger sat of Jez's vehicle mode with Undertone in the back. So, strong silent type, huh? Millie asked the silent Minicon, who only nodded in confirmation. Don't let that or his size fool ya. Jez commented. Undertone trained with me and Prowl under the same old bot back on Cybertron. Really? Cool. Millie smiled. Hey, how you doing there, Mr. White Knight? Sideswipe asked Suzaku specifically. You've been pretty quiet. Just a lot on my mind. Suzaku said. Is it Colin? Yuffie asked, and before Suzaku could respond, Yuffie continued to speak. Suzaku, we all know that's what you're thinking, you don't have to hide it from us. Well, it's partly her. Suzaku began to confess. I know I've said it before, but I don't blame her for being mad at me. I'm still disappointed in myself by what choices I've made. I just wish there was a way I could make it up to her. Colin is probably one of the most stubborn people in the world, kinda like you. Millie said to him. But my grandpa told me that when two people are arguing, the best way to begin making it up is to take the first step. I'm sure Colin feels the same way, and maybe we can work something out. And for what it's worth, Suzaku, I think you're pretty cool. Jez told him. You screwed up, but you're doing what you can to fix it. That makes you an okay guy in my book, too. Sideswipe added. Suzaku smiled. Thanks guys. Hello. Millie? Suzaku? Jez? Is anyone there? Shirley's voice rang through the comms. Shirley, what's going on? Suzaku asked with a concerned feeling. We just got an alert from Strongarm. I think she, Archie, and Colin might be in serious trouble. Shirley alerted, causing the group of bots and humans to look surprised as well as worried. Himalayan mountains. Meanwhile, the group consisting of the Autobots Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, and Prowl, alongside the Black Knights Zero, Sarah, Cornelia, Ogai, Chigusa, and Monica and their respective Nightmare Rays, stood on a mountain top as they scanned the area for the source of the beacon they were tracking. I think I found our target. Zero told the group as he glanced down the mountain top to a rather large cliffside at least 200 feet below them. From the looks of it, they could already see 4 Decepticons at work. 2 of these Decepticons were recognized instantly, Soundwave and Knockout, the former having deployed Rumble to begin excavating the relic. The other 2 consisted of a tall and thin purple Decepticon, while the other was massive, almost like a giant metallic mole that walked on all 4s and carried razor-sharp teeth in its massive maw. "What, in the world, is that?" Cornelia questioned, referring to the giant metallic creature specifically. "That is a Chompazoid," Elita identified. "A ravenous canid-like Cybertronian. They're known to consume almost all types of metals to further enhance their physical strength. They're incredibly dangerous." "And this other Decepticon?" Zero questioned. "From a mere glance, I would say that is Fracture," Ultra Magnus assumed. "A bounty hunter, one of Megatron's fiercest. And with Soundwave here too, this is going to present quite the problem," Monica commented. "Looks like they found the relic," Chigusa pointed out. "Hold on." She tried to zoom in with her nightmare's screen. "Is that some kind of hammer?" Optimus recognized it instantly. "That hammer is a sacred relic of the 13 original primes." "What?" Zero almost shouted, as everyone else looked more than a little surprised. "Seriously?" Cornelia also exclaimed. "Isn't that the opposite of a Decepticon doomsday device?" Ogai asked. "The Master Archivist of Iacon was Alpha Trion, one of the original primes." Sarah spoke. "So, am I correct to assume that aside from weapons of mass destruction, Alpha Trion also kept the relics of his fellow predecessors for safekeeping within Iacon's vaults as well?" "You assume correctly, Sarah," Ultra Magnus confirmed. "I've seen similar relics myself. And just like all those confiscated weapons, Alpha Trion must have launched these relics to keep Megatron from getting his claws on them," Elita added. "So, what kind of relic are we looking at?" Zero asked. "Arguably the most significant of all," Optimus answered. "The Forge of Solus Prime. For it possessed the power to mystically infuse raw material with working mechanisms. So, if we had that artifact, we could use it to pound any weapon we can dream of into existence," Monica said in an odd tone of voice. "We could outfit all our Nightmare rays, possibly the entire Ark, with weaponry that could easily overwhelm the Decepticons. We might even be able to end this war in a week." Chigusa could already see the possibilities. Maybe even a new voice box for Bumblebee. Lelich's eyes widened at the thought of that. Cornelia smiled in her brother's direction. "It's amazing that's the first thing that comes to mind for you, Lelich. Let's not get our hopes up just yet," Elita advised the group. "First, we actually have to get it." "Leave that to me," Prowl said with a slight smirk. Strongarm's optics slowly opened as she regained consciousness. As she did, however, she felt her body was being restrained by something. Upon fully awakening, she realized that her body was pinned to a rock by a large amount of webbing, with Archie almost completely cocooned and hanging upside down next to her, and Colin in the same kind of position, only being hung right side up. "Well, look who's awake," Arachnid teased as she stood alongside Steeljaw and Thunderhoof before walking toward Archie and Colin in particular. "Long time no see, girls. You missed me about as much as eating crap." Colin scowled before a smirk formed on her face. "Nice new look though," Arachnid hissed as she brought her hook close to Colin's face. "Maybe I could give you the same treatment." "Arachnid, I swear to Primus that if you touch her." Archie scowled. "You'll what?" Thunderhoof questioned as he stepped up as well. "You know, I owe you bots and your meatbag pets big after bringing that mine down on me. An act I can guarantee none of us can regret, Thunderhoof." Strongarm glared. "How's about I make y'all?" Thunderhoof was about to punch Strongarm had Steeljaw not pulled him back slightly by the shoulder along with Arachnid. "As entertaining as it would be to watch you two get the revenge you so crave, perhaps these 3 might be better used to us alive," Steeljaw suggested. "Think about it, if Colin and Archie in particular are close at all to Zero and/or Prime, they might have sensitive information. And if not, perhaps a possible bargaining chip, to both the Autobots and their Black Knight allies, and maybe even Megatron. I can see quite the promotion for us if we turn in two highly ranked enemies. As Steeljaw continued to reason with his associates, the rest of the Autobots and Black Knights deployed for this mission watched and heard everything from a safe distance as they tried to come up with a rescue plan. Arachnid. Suzaku scowled, gripping the controls of the Lancelot hard, while Yuffie's face went pale at the sight of the She-Con, remembering what Arachnid had put her as well as Cornelia through. "That same Spider-Con you guys told us about?" Millie asked. "The one who killed Arky's partner, Tailgate." Shirley confirmed. "That's her all right. Looks like Thunderhoof's still kicking too," Rivalts observed. "Guess he's a lot tougher than he looks," Sideswipe commented. "I've heard the horror stories about Arachnid back on Cybertron," Smokescreen said. "But who's that other con right there?" "Never seen him before," Bumblebee said. "I think I have," Jazz revealed, getting everyone's attention. "Never actually met him, but I read some reports of a con who fits his description. Steeljaw, I think. And if those reports are anything to go by, then he's really bad news. Maybe worse than you think," Yuffie said. "I've never met him before either, but the way he's talking, he almost reminds me of my brother, Schneeisel. He always had a way of getting to people with words alone, and I feel like this Decepticon is almost exactly the same way. Should we radio the Ark? Call in for backup?" Orpheus asked. "Or maybe we can go in and take them out ourselves," Rivalts suggested. "I'm cool with that. There's only 3 of them." Sideswipe agreed. "Bad idea," Bumblebee bleeped. "We got too many unknowns with that Steeljaw guy, not to mention how dangerous Arachnid herself is. Plus, if we go in guns blazing, what's to stop them from knocking off our friends right there?" Jazz added. "So, it's a hostage situation," Millie observed. "We gotta get Colin, Arky, and Strongarm out of there before we do anything. We'll need a distraction," Suzaku said. "As much as I would enjoy snuffing out Arachnid once and for all, we can't go in recklessly, especially when it comes to her." Most of the group looked toward Suzaku in surprise. They all knew how much he was against the idea of killing, and even when he became a Black Knight and understood that taking an enemy's life might be an essential part of war, to hear that he actually wants to kill someone was more than a little concerning. But Yuffie understood clearly, Suzaku still blames Arachnid for the death of Dreadwing, something she herself blames the Spider-Con for as well. And while she herself is against the idea of killing, she wouldn't mind not seeing Arachnid again either. "I think I have an idea," Orpheus suggested as he stood up from his Beacon's cockpit. "The Decepticons, as their names suggest, often use deception to trick their enemies, right? Well, 2 can play at that game," he said with a grin as a geese sigil lit up in both his eyes. Himalayan mountains. Rumble had finished digging away at the rocks and dirt that had covered the relic the Decepticon team had been tasked with retrieving, fully revealing the Forge of Solus Prime in all its glory. "Now that's a big hammer," Rumble commented as Soundwave called him back, the evil Minicon returning to his master's literal side. "Time to get a grip." Knockout smirked. However, Soundwave pointed up the mountainside as the Decepticons gazed up to see Optimus, Ultra Magnus and Elita One sliding down the mountainside above them, opening fire with their Energon blasters, forcing the Decepticons to split up and leave them vulnerable for the Black Knights to get the jump on them. Sarah, Monica, and Cornelia flew in from the right side in their respective pink Akatsuki, Florence Nero, and Custom Vincent, ramming directly into the large Chompazoid to knock him down, while Ogai and Chigusa simultaneously flew in from the left side, with the Gawain Neuron transformed into a Cybertronian hovercraft that carried a tank-like attachment up front, with Chigusa's Vincent riding on top. She drew her Nightmare's assault rifle to fire magnesium bullets directly at Soundwave, while Ogai fired his hover tank's main weapon, causing an explosion that blew most of the Decepticons back. "Thank you all so much for recovering the relic for us," Zero announced as the Shinkiro revealed itself, the Black Knight Nightmares and Autobots standing together and aiming their weapons at the Decepticons. "We truly appreciate it. Autobots and their human pets." Fracture scowled. Knockout however smirked once he saw the Shinkiro. He even gave an impressed whistle. Nice new nightmare up there, Zero. Most cons won't admit it, but you got style. Yo. The Chompazoid stomped forward. Name's Underbite. Any of you heard of Nuon City? No? That's because I ate it. I wouldn't boast if I were you. Elita advised. Stand down, Decepticons, and be spared. Optimus ordered. Why don't you tell that to them? Knockout pointed upward, with Lelich being the first to glance up as his eyes widened in shock. Incoming. His warning came just in time as the Autobots and Black Knights scattered any way they knew how to avoid the devastating Hadron blasts from a hovering nightmare being flanked by two others, with a fourth climbing up from the other side of the cliff to stand below them. All four had a similar black and purple color scheme, similar to that of the Nightmare Rays from the Pluton organization in the Geese Order. The one on the ground resembled something of a centaur, a horse-like body, 4 legs, built underneath a humanoid upper body, while wielding a giant mace-like weapon. This was the Dark Equus. The one directly above that was a thinner nightmare with talon-like feet with long and large blade-winged arms. This nightmare was known as the Dark Aquila. The one in the middle that fired the Hadron cannons looked identical to the Mordred, save for its darker color scheme, which had earned it the title of the Dark Mordred. Finally, the one on the other flank was the Tristan, which also bore the darker paint job, thus becoming known as the Dark Tristan. The Mordred, and the Tristan. Monica couldn't believe it. Anya. Gino. Hey Monica. Gino said with a grimace, confirming it was him in the pilot seat, wearing a dark purple pilot suit with the Decepticon emblem on his chest. Sorry to meet again like this. Targets identified. Anya, also wearing her own Decepticon pilot suit, said in an ever-stoic tone. Looks like we're about to test out these modified Nightmare Rays. The pilot of the Dark Aquila noted. Personally, I'm actually rather thrilled about it. The pilot of the Dark Equus also commented. Cornelia recognized those voices. Castor. Pollux. Oh Cornelia, it's been a while. Castor said from within his Dark Aquila. Guess it's a family reunion. Pollux stated as he piloted the Dark Equus. Why are you all working for Megatron? Chigusa shouted. You're Knights of the Round and Princes of the Empire. You mean the Fallen Empire, don't ya? Fracture mocked. Don't blame them, it's not their fault. Knockout said. These guys got bombs in their Nightmare Rays that the boss will blow up if they take a step in the wrong direction. It's what they get for trying to take us on. Meet the Dark Knights. Every bot and knight narrowed their eyes or optics at the enemy. That's just cruel. Elita glared. But I shouldn't be surprised. Enough talk. Time for dinner. Underbite was the first to charge at the Autobots and Black Knights, followed by his fellow Decepticons and their own human allies. All except Soundwave, however. The silent Decepticon glanced back toward the Forge of Solus Prime and scanned the area with a vision that looked similar to infrared, which allowed him to see something that one wouldn't normally see with normal eyes or optics. An invisible Autobot attempting to take the Forge. Soundwave launched his tentacles from his chest at the invisible foe, who sensed them coming as he backflipped into the air to avoid them before landing to deactivate his cloaking field and reveal himself as the Ninjabot Prowl. So much for stealth. Prowl said as he faced Soundwave directly. But then again, stealth isn't my only weapon. He drew a set of shurikens from his hand, which he threw towards Soundwave, who blocked them with a swipe from his hand, right before Prowl jumped to lash out with a flying kick toward the silent Decepticon. Optimus found himself attacked by the Dark Mordred as Anya fired her Hadron cannons at him, forcing the Autobot leader to roll across the ground before opening fire. Though Anya brought up her Blaze Luminous shield system to protect herself from the blasts. Ultra Magnus ran towards Underbite alongside Elita 1 as he drew his hammer and had Elita leap on top of the mallet before Magnus threw out his hammer to send Elita flying over Underbite, while blasting his back with her Energon blasters before landing behind him. Her attack caused Underbite some irritation, which distracted him enough for Ultra Magnus to slam his face in with his weapon. Monica flew into the air to clash the Florence Nero's MVS blade against that of the Dark Tristian. Just like old times, huh Monica? Gino said, trying to find some humor in this otherwise bleak situation. Gino, you don't have to do this. Monica pleaded. You and Anya can come with us. We can help you. You heard knockout, I can't. Gino said reluctantly. I wish I could. I'm sorry, it's not personal. He fired his nightmares/harkins at her, forcing Monica to fly back and gain some distance. Fracture squared off against Ogai and Chigasa's nightmare rays before he deployed a duo of rockets from his shoulder, which knocked down Chigasa's Vincent before they transformed to reveal themselves as his Decepticon Minicon partners, Air Razor and Dive Bomb. The two Minicons chuckled evilly before they leapt at the recovering Vincent. Ogai would have run to help her, but he was quick to bring up the Gawain Nerian's armored arms to block the blade attack from the smirking Fracture. Sarah fired her Akatsuki's arm rifle at the fast-flying Dark Aquila before it shot directly at her at super speeds faster than any normal jet. Fortunately, the Shinkiro appeared by her side as Zero attempted to fire its central cannon at it. However, Castor flew directly up to just barely avoid it before Zero transformed the Shinkiro into a black Cybertronian shuttle that flew after the flying nightmare for a high-speed chase around the mountains. While down below, Cornelia rolled her Vincent back to avoid the devastating smash from the Dark Equus' massive mace weapon. Cornelia attempted to fly above him and shoot, but the Pollux's reaction speed proved to be more than Cornelia could anticipate as it reeled itself up on its back rear legs for higher reach to slam the custom Vincent with its main weapon to knock it down. Knockout, however, appeared to be simply sitting on the forge and watched all the battles unfold around him. Now I could go and help them. But, after so many scratches and skids done against my paint job, I think I'm more content to just sit back and enjoy the show. Oyama Forest. So, we're agreed then. Steeljaw told his cohorts, still standing by their captives. We'll get into contact with Megatron and we can use our prisoners here to get a rather high position, and we'll let him and whoever else he chooses handle the interrogation. I'd rather do the interrogating myself. Arachnid brandished her hook. Of course, but wouldn't you rather use your talents in his service and get more than just revenge? Steeljaw offered with a sneer. Oh? And what would you believe I'd have to offer? A familiar voice spoke out as a towering individual stepped out into the clearing, someone that caused Colin to gasp as Arky's and Strongarm's optics widened in shock. The Decepticon trio was certainly surprised as well, clearly not expecting to meet their leader like this. Lord Megatron. Steeljaw made a formal bow, followed by Thunderhoof and Arachnid. Just the Decepticon I've been meaning to see. What is your name, soldier? Megatron questioned. Steeljaw, my lord. He introduced himself. And I'm sure you're already familiar with my associates. You mean, my interrogator and former mine operator. Megatron corrected, glaring at Thunderhoof in particular. That wasn't my fault. Thunderhoof exclaimed. Those dang meatbags. Silence. Megatron bellowed, causing Thunderhoof to bow his head in submission. I do not want your excuses. However, as the Decepticon leader continued to address the Decepticon trio, a small group of unarmed Black Knights, and a white Minicon, silently made their way behind the rock where Strongarm was webbed to. Pissed. She, Colin, and Arky all heard as they glanced, however way they can, in the direction they heard the sound originate from, which was revealed to be from Millie, who was standing alongside Shirley, Undertone, Rivolts, and Yuffie. That is not Megatron. Millie whispered as she pointed to her eye to give a secret message, something all three of them recognized. That's right. Arky recalled. Oz's geese lets him disguise himself as anyone he wants. He must be using it to hide himself and his nightmare, pretending to be Megatron. As Strongarm and Colin also understood, the Minicon and his 4 human companions each took out a blade weapon of some sort and quickly got to work cutting away the webbing that bound Strongarm to the boulder. They all understood the plan. Strongarm was the only one they could reach. All 5 of them could quickly cut her free, where she'd then quickly free Colin and Arky, all the while rest of their friends quickly circled the perimeter in an attempt to surround and corner the enemy. I'll ask only one last time. Megatron stated. What is it you want? Only a chance to prove myself, a chance for all of us to prove ourselves to your cause, my lord. Steeljaw said. Each of us have failed you in some way, which is why we've marked ourselves. He showed the slashed Decepticon emblem on his shoulders, as well as that on Arachnid and Thunderhoof, which bore similar slashes. As a sign that we accept our failure and are willing to atone, if you would allow us. Too bad you won't get the chance. This came from the Autobot Jez as he leapt onto the scene, aiming his sonic blaster, followed by Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Smokescreen, and even the Lancelot Albion as they quickly surrounded the Decepticons. But this was nothing compared to the surprise they got as the freed Strongarm gave a fierce kick to Steeljaw's face and knock him down into Thunderhoof and Arachnid, allowing Undertone the chance to leap up with a blade and cut down Arky's bindings as he slid down the cocoon with his blade, allowing Arky to free herself as well as Colin. Once freed, Colin quickly pulled out a remote and pressed the button. In less than a second, the Gurren Seton 8 elements rolled up onto the field automatically as Arky quickly ran toward it, and placed Colin inside, allowing her to grip the controls and fully activate the Nightmare. Steeljaw, Arachnid, and Thunderhoof all recovered to find themselves completely surrounded from all angles. Hands in the air, cons. Sideswipe ordered. Or don't, we got a clear shot either way. Smokescreen said as he aimed his Energon blaster. But how? Steeljaw stuttered, as he turned to Megatron. However, he was more than surprised to see the visual completely fade to reveal the Guka Biakin, with Orpheus at the pilot seat as he aimed its own weapons at it. We've been tricked. Thunderhoof exclaimed. Steeljaw growled. Clever. Arachnid glared at everyone circling her, but her eyes set upon a certain pink-haired girl that stood by the Lancelot. Yuffie, did you miss me? I know I missed you. However, before she could make a move, the Lancelot aimed its Varus weapon directly at her face. You are never going near her, again. Suzaku warned. Nice to see you too, Suzaku. Arachnid snarled. How do you cons like them apples? Rivalts gloated. Getting show up by Autobots a bunch of meat bags. Sucks to be you. However, Steeljaw ended up chuckling, much to everyone's confusion. What's so funny? Sideswipe questioned. You seriously didn't think we'd take such a risk of capturing Autobots and Slash or Black Knights without some kind of fallback in case things go wrong, did you? Steeljaw smirked as he glanced to Arachnid with a nod. Arachnid broadcasted a signal only she could use. 2 seconds later, the entire ground around them began to shake as a massive metallic fist erupted from the ground behind Bumblebee, Jez, and Smokescreen, with another behind Arky, the Gurren, and Strongarm, and a third behind the Lancelot, Undertone, Yuffie, Shirley, Rivalts, and Millie. These were revealed to be the hulking forms of the Insecticons as they climbed their way up from under the ground and surrounded the heroes. Insecticons. Colin scowled. That's just freaking dandy. Scrap. All the other bots and humans muttered at the same time. Himalayan mountains. The battle for the Forge of Solus Prime appeared to be a bitter stalemate for the Autobots and Black Knights against the Decepticons and their human allies. Ultra Magnus and Elita 1 continued to battle Underbite, having a hard time getting through his tough hide while they did their best to avoid getting eaten or crushed. Fracture proved to be quite a match for Ogai, even with the Gawain Nerian's advanced weapons, while Air Razor and Dive Bomb proved too quick for Chigusa to even land a hit on. Prowl threw almost everything he had at Soundwave, with the silent Decepticons' defenses almost impossible to penetrate. Gino and Monica continued to clash in the air with the Dark Tristan and Florence Nero respectively, but both seemed reluctant to hurt the other. Cornelia attempted to maintain her distance from Pollux and his Equus, else she'd be crushed by its overly large weapon. All while Knockout continued to watch the show with an entertained smirk on his face. At the same time, Zero and his transformed Shinkiro continued to give chase to Castor and his Dark Aquila, shooting rapid-fire Energon blasts at it, but the Dark Aquila proved to be quick and agile enough to avoid most of the blasts. Who would have thought Zero had what it takes to be in an actual fight? Castor commented. I would have thought you were just a strategist who hangs in the back. Who says I can't be both? Lelich smirked as this was all according to his plan. Gunfire was shot in the Dark Aquila's path, courtesy of the pink Akatsuki piloted by Sarah, who had spent the time of their chase analyzing its flight path to determine where and when to strike, all per hers and Lelich's plan. The Dark Aquila had lost its stabilization and was sent hurtling toward the mountainside again, specifically toward Knockout, who could only scream as he couldn't dodge the crashing Nightmare, sending them both skidding across the ground and rather close to the cliff's edge. The Dark Mordred had been knocked back against the side of the tallest mountain as Optimus kept it pinned down. Anya Allstream, though you are a knight of the round, you are also a child. The Prime attempted to plead and reason with the girl inside. We do not have to fight, neither you nor Gino can serve Megatron. Abandon your nightmare and come with us, we can help you. Inside, Anya looked with about as surprised as one would expect from a stoic and emotionless girl. Why is he trying to reason with me? We are enemies. She noticed her hands were shaking. I'm shaking? Why? Do I want to fight? Do I want his help? She looked in surprise to see the white geese sigil form in both Optimus optics. Let us help you. Optimus tried to raise her own hopes and courage. For a moment, a pair of white rings formed in Anya's eyes. I want his help. I want help. Anya stuttered. However, the white rings quickly turned red as someone else took control of her body. But I don't. Marianne exclaimed as she shot her nightmare straight up into the air, taking Optimus with her. Once they were high enough, Marianne shot a point-blank Hadron blast at Optimus, sending him falling and crashing back down on the ground. How dare you? Marianne sneered, gritting Anya's teeth. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, Megatron would have never discovered Ragnarok. Charles would be alive, and Lelich and Nunnally would be with me. She was ready to fire a fully charged Hadron blast and end Optimus, but was caught off guard by a concentrated blast that was shot in her direction. She quickly activated the Dark Mordred's shields, but the blast only needed to graze it before shattering them entirely. Get away from him! Lelich shouted with anger, having fired the Shinkaro's central cannon. Though he intended to only disable the nightmare as he didn't want to kill Anya, it did little to quell the rage he felt from someone attempting to murder his father figure. No. Lelich. He's not the one for you. Marianne thought in panic and rage. I'm your mother. You are supposed to be with me. However, this also left her vulnerable for Sarah to fly in and strike with her Akatsuki's katana as the Dark Mordred, on Marianne's instinct alone, brought up its armored arms in a desperate attempt to block it. If I can disable her nightmare, then maybe. However, Sarah suddenly felt a familiar presence as her geese sigil on her forehead began to glow and shine multiple colors. Even Marianne's eyes widened as both of them, and even Anya, saw a series of memories flooding through each of their heads. Memories of Lelich and Nunnally in their childhood, and even that of Marianne's in her younger years. No, not UC.C, not now. Marianne stuttered as she felt herself losing control of Anya's body, with Anya feeling like her head was about to split in two. What is this? Anya said with a gasp. So, that's where you've been hiding. Sarah muttered in shock as she desperately slashed her Akatsuki's katana to cut at the Dark Mordred's float system, sending it falling to the ground. Anya. No. Gino exclaimed as he and Monica looked in shock, prompting the Dark Tristan to fly and cover the downed Dark Mordred as Anya herself appeared unconscious from the impact. The crash was enough to draw Fracture's attention, while also allowing Ogai to see the Forge of Solus Prime was unguarded. He quickly transformed his nightmare into its hover tank mode and fired a point-blank shot at Fracture to send him crashing into the mountain's side. Master, no. Dive Bomb exclaimed as he and Air Razor were quick to try and help him, only to end up getting shot at by Chigusa in her custom Vincent. The Gawain Nerian quickly made its way to the forge before transforming as Ogai attempted to pick it up with his nightmare as he also made contact with the Ark. Ratchet, I need a ground bridge stat. I got the relic. We need. However, a ground bridge portal opened up from behind the Gawain Nerian as a purple energon blast struck it from behind, causing Ogai to drop the forge as he was knocked down. Can aim. Chigusa exclaimed in shock as everyone, Autobot, Black Knight, Decepticon, and Dark Knight watched Megatron himself step out of the portal. Immediately, the heroes all aimed their weapons at the Decepticon leader. Megatron aimed his fusion cannon at the downed Gawain Nerian, causing the heroes to lower their weapons lest the enemy leader kill their friend and deputy commander, who glared up at Megatron as well. The Decepticons and Dark Knights all converged on their leader as Gino helped the Dark Mordred up, with the unconscious Anya still inside, and bring it closer toward Megatron who picked up the forge himself. This day is full of surprises. Megatron began. First, a relic of the Primes here on Earth, and I even get to meet some old friends. Ultra Magnus, and even dear Ariel. Magnus and Elita both glared hard at Megatron but said nothing in response. Ariel? Lelich wondered aloud as he glanced at Elita. Megatron even noticed the purple Vincent, recognizing the pattern. Is that you, Cornelia? The former princess turned Black Knight scowled, which appeared to be the confirmation he needed as he walked backwards toward the active ground bridge. The Decepticon cause is once again indebted to the generous contributions of Euphemia Lee Britannia. He mocked one last time before taking the forge with him into the ground bridge, followed by his Decepticons and enslaved Dark Knights. Once the enemy was gone, all the Autobots and Black Knights regrouped as Chigasar rolled her nightmare towards the Gawain Nerian. Can-Aim. Are you alright? She asked urgently as Ogai pulled his Black Nightmare up and opened up the cockpit. I'll be fine. He assured as a scowl formed on his face. Optimus. Lelich. I'm sorry. I didn't. Ogai, this wasn't your fault. Lelich tried to assure him. We all should have seen Megatron coming. But now he has the forge. Cornelia muttered angrily. I don't even want to think what he could do with it. While we would have put the Forge of Solus Prime to valuable use, I do not believe we have reason to fear Megatron's possession of it. Optimus said. A smirk formed on Sarah's face. Let me guess. Only a Prime can use it, right? That is correct. Ultra Magnus confirmed. Alpha Trion himself confirmed it. The Forge, and other similar relics can only be accessed by a Prime. Still, we should do whatever we can to find a way to obtain the forge ourselves. Lelich stated. Even if Megatron can't use it right now, we all know just how far he'll go to get what he wants. I have a feeling he'll find a way to use the forge somehow, it may only be a matter of time. Oyama Forest. Sideswipe drove as fast as he could in his vehicle mode, with Shirley, Rivolts, Millie, and Euphemia all screaming as a roaring insect icon bashed its way through all the trees, trying to get to its prey. However, the massive beast felt a series of blasts from Strongarm with her Energon crossbow, causing the monster to turn its attention towards her as she ran backwards to gain some distance. Smokescreen ran along the side of the second insect icon, shooting his Energon blasts at it. However, the beast reacted quick enough to deliver a punch to Smokescreen and send him crashing through multiple trees. But suddenly, the Gukabiakan came in from behind to strike its back with an electric surge from its right arm device. This caused the insect icon to roar in pain before it turned around to chase the white and black nightmare. Arachnid leapt from tree branch to tree branch, blasting Energon from her left palm at Archie, who ran and rolled to avoid each blast before returning fire with her own Energon blasters. Arachnid then dislodged her hook hand, which connected to the rest of her arm via an extendable chain, which she threw out toward Archie and wrapped around both her arms. But this worked to Archie's advantage as she pulled down with all her strength to pull Arachnid right into a powerful kick and send her crashing across the ground. Thunderhoof attempted to charge Jez, who leapt over him as the antlered Decepticon smashed through a large boulder. As Thunderhoof turned around to charge him again, Jez used his Energon grappling hook to zip his way up towards a tree and avoid the charge before jumping down to land his feet onto Thunderhoof's face. However, Thunderhoof was able to quickly pull back his feet and kick Jez in the chest to send him rolling back. But this left the Decepticon vulnerable for Undertone to leap down from behind, slicing at him with a pair of dual blades. Ugh. Ayu. Thunderhoof scowled at the Minicon, which also gave the recovered Jez a chance to grab Thunderhoof with his grappling hook by his right antler, allowing Jez to zoom right into his face, feet first. Bumblebee fired his Energon blasts at the charging Steeljaw, who proved too fast and nimble to avoid each blast before rushing B to slash at him with his claws and knock him down. However, as Steeljaw went in for another slash, Bumblebee quickly drew his katana to block and parry the slice before delivering a kick to Steeljaw's face and knock him back, allowing Bumblebee to go on the offensive and strike back. The Lancelot rolled backwards, using its MVS blades to block and parry the strikes from the third insect icons. However, Suzaku found himself backed into a literal corner as the insect icon loomed over him. Hey! Bug! It turned around to see Colin lunging her Surger Claw right at it and blasting a point-blank wave of radiation to fry the face and most of its front side, allowing Suzaku to finish it off with both his Lancelot's swords in its back and through its sparks. "Thanks, Colin," Suzaku told her. "Everyone else is in trouble." Colin replied as they saw the states their friends were in against their enemies. However, her eyes widened slightly. "Hey Suzaku, remember when Rax Hata and Lloyd told us that our Nightmare Rays and Rise had those energy wing things?" "Yeah," Suzaku recalled. "Well, what was that theory they had about using that as well as our main weapons?" she asked with a smirk as she showed her Surger Claw for emphasis. Suzaku's eyes widened, realizing where she was going with this. But we haven't even tested it yet. This is the test. Our friends are in trouble, and we're going to help them. So, are you with me or not?" Colin exclaimed. Suzaku looked to her in surprise. She was actually asking for his help, though it sounded more like demanding. He could tell what it really was underneath her ferocity. This was enough for him to smile with a determined expression. "Let's do it." Both Nightmare Rays shot into the air as Colin contacted her teammates via the comms. "Guys, you might want to clear out. It's about to rain fire." Archie glanced up to see the Gurren and Lancelot already high in the air. Suddenly, both Nightmare Rays produced a pair of glowing energy wings from their backs, bright red wings from the Gurren, and bright green ones from the Lancelot. "Fall back. Everyone fall back," Archie exclaimed to her fellow Autobots and Black Knights. She, Bumblebee, Strongarm, Jez, whom Undertone returned to, and Smokescreen all transformed and joined Sideswipe, who was still in his vehicle mode and had his 4 teenage passengers still inside, as they and the Beacon all rolled away from the area as fast as they can. "Where are they going?" Thunderhoof exclaimed as he, Steeljaw, Arachnid, and the remaining 2 insect icons regrouped. Steeljaw was the first to glance up to see the Gurren and Lancelot flying in a large circle at high speeds thanks to their respective energy wings. They were flying so fast that 2 rings of red and green energy began to shine in the sky as the Gurren aimed its Surger Claw, and the Lancelot did so with its dual Varus rifles set to the Hadron setting, all 3 weapons pointed directly downward. The wolf-like Decepticon's eyes widened in borderline horror. "Move. Move." He quickly transformed into his vehicle mode and tried to drive away with Thunderhoof right behind him and Arachnid riding on top. But it was too late. The Varus rifles and Surger Claw opened fire with a series of rapid-fire energy blasts and a continuous blast of radiation respectively. It literally rained down firepower over the whole area as the 2 insect icons were the first to get caught in the resulting explosions and blown to pieces. Steeljaw, Thunderhoof, and Arachnid were also caught in the blast and blown away as well. Explosions rang across the whole area as the entire section of the forest was reduced to a small burning wasteland. Once it all finished, the Lancelot and Gurren landed as their power was almost completely drained. "Well, that was something," Colin muttered, rather surprised by the results herself. "Yeah, let's agree to never do that again," Suzaku said. "Unless we're up against some really dangerous enemies." "Agreed." Colin nodded. That caught Suzaku by surprise. Wait, did you just agree with me?" "Yeah," Colin replied with a small chuckle. "I did, weird right?" she said before she actually laughed, followed by Suzaku who laughed as well. "Hey! You guys!" They heard Smokescreen call to them as the rest of their team joined up with them before they transformed into their robot forms and allowed the humans to step outside as Colin and Suzaku stood up from their open cockpits. "That was awesome." "Heck yeah! You should totally do that again," Rivalts shouted. "Raining fire? Freaking sweet." Sideswipe also exclaimed with a laughing grin. "Yeah, that was pretty cool." Even Orpheus smiled. "You two should work on that move." "Oh, big time." Jez agreed. "Might even give the Big M some trouble. A bit excessive for my taste, but I agree it'll definitely come in handy in the future." Strongarm said with a smile and a nod. Archie, Shirley, Yuffie, and Millie however didn't say anything save for genuine smiles shared by the brunette and pink-haired girls, while the blonde and blue fembot having knowing smirks toward Suzaku and Colin respectively, something that caused Colin to blush and look away while Suzaku smiled genuinely. However, Shirley glanced past them to see something that made her look in surprise. "Hey, everyone, come here for a sec." She quickly ran toward what she spotted, followed by everyone else. It turns out that Shirley had spotted a rather large hole, one that was recently dug to avoid the blasts. But what really got their attention was the sound of a wolf-like howl coming from down below. All smiles faded as they knew exactly who was down there. "I have a bad feeling we'll be seeing those three again," Yuffie said. "I hope so," Archie commented with a glare. The Ark. Both teams returned to the main vessel. As they began to report their respective findings with each other on the bridge, Colin had brought Suzaku to the hallway just outside the bridge to speak in private. "Hey. Suzaku, Colin stuttered before sighing. I'm not really good at apologizing, but I'm sorry for acting like a bitch to you." No, I deserved it." Suzaku raised his hand, showing no hard feelings. "I was selfish, irresponsible, and even dangerous. I could go on and on about justice, or what I thought was justice, and doing things the right way, but really, I was just looking for a way to ease my conscience about what I did to my father. You were right to be mad at me. But, now you're actually making the effort to change," Colin said. "And that wasn't the only reason I gave you a hard time." She looked away with a guilty expression. "When you were put in the Zero Squad with me, I thought you were replacing Cliff Jumper." That got Suzaku's attention. He was one of the first to break through my shell, him and Archie. They were more than just partners to me, more than friends even. He felt like family. And when he died, it felt like I was losing my brother all over again." "Colin." Suzaku spoke with sympathy. "I was never trying to replace Cliff Jumper. I know, but I just wanted something, or someone to lash out on, and I thought since you were with the Khans, you'd fit the bill," Colin said with shame in her voice. "But I was just being petty, and I'm sorry." Suzaku put a hand on her shoulder. "I understand. Back when I was with Britannia, and working for Megatron, aside from Yuffie, Dreadwing felt like he was my only friend, even called me his brother. When he sacrificed himself to save me, Yuffie, and Cornelia, it felt like a shot to the heart. I know how it feels to lose someone you're close to. And I think I can understand what it was that drove you to rebel against Britannia like your brother did." Colin smiled slightly as she looked away. "Honestly, I feel like you, Cliff, and Naoto would have gotten along really well." "Yeah, maybe," Suzaku admitted with a smile of his own. "So, friends." He offered his hand to shake. "Oh, what the hell?" Colin shook his hand as she smiled as well, before it turned into a smirk. "But if you try and hug me, I'm gonna punch your lights out." Suzaku smirked back. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't." They then proceeded to walk in separate directions. As Colin walked away, she happened to run into Archie and Millie, both of whom were smirking at her. "What are you two looking at?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Archie replied. Colin then shot a small glare in Millie's direction. "If you try to say that we're couple material, you'd better be prepared for the beating of a lifetime." "Oh, don't worry, I won't say anything," Millie assured before a playful grin formed on her face. "'Cause we all know you're in love with Lelich." That caused Colin's face to turn red. "Oh yes, she definitely is," Archie teased, causing Millie to laugh before Colin attempted to chase them with her face even more red. "I'll kill you." At the same time, Suzaku had round a separate corner to find both Yuffie and Kaguya waiting for him. "How long have you two been there?" he asked almost playfully. "Enough." Kaguya smiled. "I'm really happy you and Colin were able to talk things over, Suzaku," Yuffie told him before a sad look crossed her face. "And I miss Dreadwing too." A look that Suzaku shared himself. "Yeah, so do I." "Well, I know how you two can honor his memory," Kaguya offered. "By living your lives to the fullest." "Yeah, no, if you asked me a year ago, I never thought I'd see my cousin marry a Brighton Neon princess." But now that you're both Black Knights, I'd say you two make a darling couple. That caused Suzaku and Yuffie to both blush as Kaguya began to walk away. Please do take care of my cousin Yuffie, else you'll have to answer to me. She smirked before disappearing. Is she always like that? Yuffie asked. No. Usually, she's worse. Suzaku replied before he looked at Yuffie with a smirk. Before she knew it, he gave her a kiss on the lips, causing her to look in surprise. Correct me if I'm wrong, but back in Kyushu, didn't you command me to love you? I don't think I need a command for that. Yuffie looked to him with emotional eyes as she felt her heart skip a beat. Suzaku. He smiled one more time before pulling her into another kiss, one that she returned this time, wrapping her arms around him and vice versa. The Nemesis workshop. Megatron had pounded with the Forge of Solus Prime onto an empty Energon storage container, but all he appeared to do was flatten it, as opposed to create a powerful weapon of mass destruction. It doesn't look like a Fortress Maximus-grade nucleon shock cannon. Knockout observed alongside Soundwave. It is as I suspected. Megatron said. Without the power of a Prime to activate it, the Forge is merely another addition to our tool chest. He said as he placed the Forge of Solus Prime onto the table. One we must, nonetheless, keep as far as possible, from the reach of a Prime. Seems like one step forward, but 2 steps back if you ask me. Knockout said. I mean, yeah, we've got numbers on our side, but the bots and BKS have grown quite a bit, enough so that our Dark Knights and guys like Underbite and Fracture are put on the defensive. Even with Onslaught and the combat icons, it's not going to be an easy fight. It would seem that in addition to strength and numbers, I require another Decepticon who is not only cunning but reliable as well. Megatron observed as the door to the workshop opened. Excuse me, Lord Megatron. They all turned to see a certain Decepticon enter the room. But I couldn't help overhearing. Steeljaw said with a smirk. Chapter 3, Nerves of Steel. Nunnally laid back on a hospital bed within the ARC's main lab, undergoing another checkup over her leg braces. As Ratchet and Nina looked over the computer systems, Akari helped the bespectacled girl while Sayoko and Kaguya stayed by Nunnally's side. The scanner shot a light over Nunnally's legs for a few seconds before it stopped, and they got all the data they need. Your nerves, bones, and muscles appear to be making a rapid recovery. Ratchet informed. But you should still avoid doing anything reckless until you get those braces off. Thank you. Nunnally said as Kaguya and Sayoko helped her stand up. So, I'll be able to get these off soon. Very soon. Nina smiled. The braces only keep your legs upright, while Cybertronian nanotechnology helps to repair your damaged nerves and restore your muscles. This kind of medical technology is leagues beyond anything Britannia ever came up with. It's helped save many of our soldiers' lives. Nunnally giggled slightly. You've really changed, Nina. She told the bespectacled girl. I remember back at Ashford when you were so shy and... Her smile faded slightly. No offense, but you didn't have a positive view on people who weren't Britannian, specifically the Japanese. Nina's smile faded as well. Yeah, I was different back then. But, I'm hoping I can be someone better, someone that Yuffie can admire. Well, I'd say you're doing a fantastic job. Kaguya told her. Now you're working with the Japanese and giant aliens. She gestured to Ratchet for emphasis, as well as herself, Sayoko, and Akari. That's right, I'd say you'd make a fantastic scientist and doctor one day. Akari commented, causing Nina to smile with a blush. Akari then turned her attention back to Nunnally. Just be sure you take it easy, Nunnally. I don't want anything to happen to my favorite patient, and sister of my future son-in-law. She smirked before turning apologetically to the other girl. Sorry, Lady Kaguya. That doesn't bother me at all. Kaguya said with a smile. Men have basic physical needs after all. Most of the group looked toward her in surprise while Nunnally just smiled and laughed at her friend's antics before turning to the Autobot. Thank you so much, Ratchet. Not only for this, but for helping my brother and my friends. Ratchet tried to hide his smile as he turned around. Yes, yes, your brother and friends are crucial in our war against the Decepticons and we can't afford to lose any more able bodies. Don't let him fool you, Nunnally. Sayoko teased. He may act cold, but he has a warm spark deep inside. However, a loud crashing noise was heard that startled everyone as Sayoko and Akari were the first to rush to Nunnally protectively. What was that? Nina exclaimed as Ratchet was the first to run toward the sound of the crash and was later joined from the other side of the laboratory by Perceptor and Cecile, with everyone else close behind to see what appeared to be a large pile of Autobot-sized cylinder devices that fell and stacked all over each other. And what do we have here? Rax Hata asked teasingly, with Ganabati and Fixit right behind her, where everyone saw none other than Lloyd at the bottom of the pile of pods. Thankfully, however, he wasn't crushed. A little help here? Lloyd asked as Ratchet rolled his eyes before he and Perceptor began to lift the pods off the pile, allowing Lloyd to stand up. Fixit gave something of a chuckle. Lloyd Asplund, I sincerely appreciate your efforts to improve upon our limited resources, but I thought it made it clear to allow those who are more experienced with Cybertronian technology to use the more dangerous equipment. Especially considering your restricted access to said technology when you were working for the Decepticons, while I was given full access. Rax Hata practically gloated while waving her pipe tauntingly. Which essentially makes me your superior. What is this stuff anyway? Nunnally asked, referring to the pods. Stasis pods. Perceptor answered. We've procured them from the Harbinger. Anything or anyone that enters them will be, as you humans say, frozen like in a meat locker. We can use them to detain any Decepticons we might capture. Ganabati answered. Maybe even store dangerous weapons if they become unstable. The latter certainly is a unique way to store dangerous materials. Ratchet commented. But I can see us making use of it like that. Lloyd sighed as he brushed the dust off his clothing. I agree, due to the stinginess of Britannia's old partners turned destroyers, I was given less than pleasurable access to advantaged technology, so you do have me beat in the experience department, Rax Hata. However, now that I'm on your side, I believe I may be able to tinker more with devices like those fancy Iacon relics you've been searching for. Need I remind you that those devices can be potential weapons of mass destruction? Fixit told him. I'd rather leave artifacts like those to more capable hands. But if you really want to help, little Lloyd, you can help clean up this mess you made. Rax Hata smirked. Nunnally glanced toward Cecile. Are they fighting? Cecile gave a wincing smile. Well, you could say that. Those two have been rivals ever since they attended the academy. They're always trying to show off the other. And I'm thinking Lloyd's starting to get more than a little jealous since Rax Hata, as she graciously put it, knows a bit more about Cybertronian technology from experience. I see. Nunnally couldn't quite understand, but something told her that this would probably develop into something fun and humorous, or dangerous, or even both. Meanwhile, in a large, forested area that surrounded the vicinity of Mount Ontake, a ground bridge portal suddenly opened up as a large group of Autobots and Black Knight Nightmares stepped out. First was the Black Dragon unit consisting of Todo and his Zanjitsu, the four Holy Swords in their respective Akatsuki command models, the Autobot Drift, and Zidain in his Gekoshidan. Following them were the Wreckers, led by Ironhide as Bulkhead, Wheeljack, Grindcore, Warpath, Chromia, and Hotshot all walked out alongside Ryan his Raiden Nightmare and Nonet in her Gale's Chin Conquista. They were joined by the aerial bots consisting of Silverbolt, Jetfire, Air Raid, and Windblade. Finally, the large nightmare known as the Agravane, piloted by Wizard, exited along with a small team of Akatsukis, one more heavily armed than the others, which was piloted by Tamaki as he led the Inu, who had been outfitted with a cybernetic leg to replace the one she lost, Minami, Sugiyama, and Yoshida out in their respective Akatsukis. Once everyone was out, and the ground bridge portal closed, the leaders consisting of Todo, Ironhide, Wizard, and Silverbolt along with Jetfire and Rai as the aerial bit scientist pulled out a device to scan the area. My scans indicate the relic we're seeking is on the south side of the mountain. Jetfire reported. Also getting a lot of energon from that mountain. Rai added. Not surprising. Todo commented. Next to Fuji, Ontake was one of the largest Sakuradite supply lines for the former Brighton Empire. Meaning this is all likely to be heavily guarded. Ironhide said. And with all the humans enslaved in that mine, not to mention we got no idea what this relic is, we can't go all out, guns blazing. Maybe we should split up. 4 groups total. Wizard suggested. 2 groups act as a distraction to draw out the Decepticons, one team secures the relic, the other secures the mine. Good idea. Silverbolt agreed. Wreckers and aerial bots will act as the distraction. We'll attack from the skies, while Ironhide and his team come in from the north side of the mountain. Sounds like a plan to me. Bulkhead nodded. The Black Dragon will work the secure the relic. Todo declared. Yes, sir. The 4 Holy Swords and Zidain said simultaneously. Understood. Drift nodded. Tamaki, you and your team will join me to liberate the mine. Wizard. You got it, Flash Mask Guy. Tamaki commented. Let's move out. Ironhide ordered as he transformed, followed by all the other Autobots as they and their respective nightmare companions either drove or flew out in the directions they were assigned. Rise Raiden also transformed, taking the form of a Mitsubishi FX with a Cybertronian hue to it, as he flew just above his fellow wreckers. At the same time, at the very summit of the mountain, 4 Decepticon Seekers flew down before transforming to land in their respective robot modes. You're sure this is where the relic is located? Starscream asked as Thundercracker took out the scanner. That's right, on the south side of this mountain. Thundercracker confirmed. So why are we at the top? Why can't we just swoop in and grab it? Skywarp questioned. Because we're waiting for everyone else. Slipstream told them. With the destruction of Fuji, Ontake is the largest mine production in this country. We lose this, we may end up losing this nation entirely. Starscream groaned in annoyance. Let's just hope our backup is competent enough to provide some form of assistance. 2 more ground bridges suddenly appeared on the summit as 2 Decepticon teams stepped outside. One was the Combat Icons, led by Onslaught and consisting of Vortex, Brawl, Swindle, and Blast Off. The other team was none other than Squadron X, led by Barricade and consisting of Lugnut, Blitzwing, Blackout, Quake, Demolisher, Overload, and Ground Pounder, along with Headlock. Starscream couldn't help but look annoyed at who had joined them. You have got to be kidding me. What are you doing here, Onslaught? I could say the same to you, Starscream. The leader of the Combat Icons addressed. We're trying to keep this mine from being destroyed, so I really think you should just leave before you screw something up, again. Me? Screw up? Starscream questioned in anger. When have I ever screwed up? You want your list in alphabetical or chronological order? Barricade commented with a smirk. I'm still surprised the boss even let you around after all this time. Probably because he likes to beat him up. Brawl put in. Who doesn't like to beat up this guy? Quake also joked. As many of the other Decepticons either laughed or smirked, Starscream was practically fuming. Do not take that attitude with me. I am second in command of the Decepticons and my authority will be respected. If you should question anyone's methods, it should be Megatron. Forever allowing the Autobots and those accursed Black Knights to live. How dare you? Lugnut made his way over to Starscream. How dare you question our glorious leader? He is infallible. He will lead our glorious race to victory. To question him, is to question the very order of the universe itself. Oh? Then tell me, Lugnut, why is it the order of the universe has permitted our enemies to live? Starscream practically exploded. Everyone stop. They all heard a new voice as they saw what appeared to be a flying mechanical shark soaring overhead before transforming to drop down in between the 3 groups, revealing himself to be the Sharkticon, Skybite. We're all Decepticons. We should not be fighting amongst ourselves. Britannia had that same problem and look where that got them. Skybite. Starscream looked in surprise. Why are you here? Onslaught also questioned. Lord Megatron called for me to help secure the mine while the rest of you secure the relic. Skybite answered. And since we're all working toward the same objective, We should at least try to work together. He is correct. Blitzwing commented in his cold and logical persona. Infighting and divisions are the root cause of systems falling apart. He then shifted to his hot-headed persona. So, all of you shut your traps and start working together, or I'll crush every single one of you into scrap metal. That's right, we're all Decepticons here. Even Demolisher added. So, let's get on with the mission. Starscream, Barricade, and Onslaught all glared at each other before relenting. Very well. The lead seeker accepted. Onslaught nodded as he projected a three-dimensional hologram of the mine from his wrist, with the coordinates of the relic. My team and I will secure the relic. Starscream, since the Seekers are better in the air, you should patrol the skies and keep an eye out for any enemies. Assuming you don't accidentally break the relic upon its discovery. Starscream commented, which Onslaught chose to ignore. Squadron X will patrol the ground, that's the more likely spot we'll find any Autobots. Barricade said. I will assist with securing the mine. Skybite commented. Who's in charge, anyway? It's a joint operation. Thundercracker answered. Quillfire and Springload. Virtually every Decepticon groaned at the mention of those names. Not those idiots. Blackout groaned. Quillfire is a total anarchist, but at least he's somewhat organized, so I get him. Swindle said. But what about Springload? He's totally nuts. He makes Blitzwing look like his head is screwed on straight. Headlock said. No offense. He told the Triple Changer. None taken. Blitzwing replied in his cold persona before changing to his insane one. When someone's crazier than me, you know they're off their rocker. He laughed maniacally. And now, it is time for the main event. Overload announced dramatically. Let the show begin. North side of Ontake Mountain. Multiple Viacons patrolled the area, not noticing that the enemy was lurking throughout the forest. Ironhide peeked out from behind the trees to observe the area before quietly gesturing back towards his hidden team before he waved his hand to give the signal. Suddenly, the red Cybertronian tank form of Warpath shot out of the forest. Hey cons! Get a load of this! He shot a powerful energon blast from his main cannon to obliterate a group of Viacons, getting the attention of several others as they opened fire. This left them open, however, for Chromia, who remained in hiding to snipe off the heads of 3 Viacons at an upper point on a ridge, while Ryan, his Raiden's vehicle mode, shot down before transforming to reveal his bright blue energy wings and rain energy blasts down on the remaining Viacons in explosive fashion. Hey, leave some for the rest of us. Hotshot called out as the remaining wreckers stepped out. You think they heard that? Rai asked with a cocky grin. Pretty sure the whole mine heard that. Wheeljack grinned. Nonet chuckled before her Galeskin's radar bleeped with activity. We got incoming. What drew all their attention first was a trio of the airborne vehicle modes of Lugnut, Blitzwing, and Blackout, which opened fire, missiles from Blackout and Lugnut, and blasts of fire from Blitzwing, forcing many of the wreckers to scatter as the Decepticon trio transformed and revealed themselves. Looks like we got company, boys. Blackout mocked. And it appears to be the wreckers. Blitzwing noted in his icy tone. Curious, it seems as though they've recruited humans into their ranks. Goes to show how desperate the bots are. Barricade called out as he rolled along the side in his vehicle mode, alongside that of Overload, Quake, Ground Pounder, Demolisher, and even Headlock before they all transformed and surrounded the group of bots and knights. Who the heck are these guys? Nonet exclaimed. Ironhide recognized quite a few of them before looking toward the one resembling a police car. Barricade. Nice to see you, old-timer. Barricade smirked. If you're leading the wreckers, Prime's standards are starting to sink. Say that again, pal. I dare ya. Grindcore challenged. I'll punch that smirk right off your face. Good luck with that. Quake said. We're Squadron X, some of the best cons out there. This team of cons was made specifically to counter the wreckers. Demolisher said. So let's see which of us is the strongest. That sounds fine with me. Bulkhead said as he and his teammates all leapt outward to engage the Decepticons in brutal combat. Near the summit. Multiple explosions lit up the sky as the 4 aerial bots in their respective vehicle modes had finished off the last of the patrolling helicopter vehicles before transforming to regroup and hover around the area of the mountain top. "That's the last of them," Silverbolt said. "That felt a little too easy," Windblade commented. "Why do you say that?" Air Raid asked casually. "I'd say we're due for a break." "Perhaps, but not today." The quartet looked up to see 4 more fighter jets flying down to engage the aerial bots in combat as they transformed back into their jet modes, splitting up for a series of one-on-one dogfights. Jetfire's jet mode came to a stop as the leader of the group transformed to reveal himself. "Jetfire, my old friend." "Starscream." The Autobot transformed to glare. "Our friendship ended long ago. The day you decided to join Megatron." The leader of the Seekers chuckled. "Still hung up over that? Well then, I'd say it is time we settle old scores." Starscream transformed again to fly away as Jetfire also transformed to give pursuit. "South side. Perimeter appears to be secure," Asahina noted as he, Urabe, Senba, and Chiba patrolled the skies while Todo as Zanjitsu, alongside Zidion's custom Gekka, and Drift slid down the slippery slope toward their destination. "The Wreckers and aerial bots appear to be engaging the enemy," Senba reported. "And it looks like Wizard's team has entered the mines. Sounds like we got this relic in the bag." Urabe smirked. "Don't get too cocky," Todo told them. "We've underestimated the Decepticons before, and it has cost us dearly." "Be careful, Colonel," Chiba said. "We'll keep watch out here." Todo, Drift, and Zi managed to come to a halt at the bottom of the unearthed ravine to find what appeared to be a Cybertronian pod. At the moment, it looked as if nobody touched it yet. "I take it that's the relic?" Zi asked. "It would appear so," Drift answered. "Let us retrieve it before." Suddenly, 2 explosions erupted in the sky as Urabe and Senba's Nightmare rays were blasted by a fast-flying vehicle, with Chiba and Asahina's Akatsuki also shot in the back by what appeared to be a helicopter, all 4 Nightmare rays crashing and rolling down the hill. But Todo and his comrades didn't have time to react as a large explosion erupted from the ground behind them, courtesy of a tank that was flanked by 2 other vehicles. Despite their Nightmare rays being damaged, the Holy Swords regrouped with their leader, along with Drift and Zi as the 5 vehicles transformed and revealed themselves. "The combat icons!" Drift exclaimed upon seeing them. "In the metallic flesh?" Swindle said with pride. Vortex eyed the only Autobot present. "Is that you, Deadlock?" "I no longer answer to that name," Drift stated. "You must have fallen real low if you're taking orders from a human," Brawl commented. "Who are these guys?" Onslaught eyed the Black Nightmare and recognized its features. Well, you must be that human Starscream was making such a fuss over." "It's Todo, right?" The Colonel's eyes narrowed but said nothing in response. "And the rest of you must be the so-called 4 Holy Swords." There's 5 of them," Onslaught Blastoff pointed out. "What's with the purple one that's got way too many blades?" "You can call me Zed the Tiger, and I'm the guy who's about to slice and dice every single one of you," Zidane exclaimed as his purple Gekka drew a pair of dual blades with Drift, Todo, and each of the Holy Swords drawing their respective blades as well. Onslaught chuckled. "This should be fun." Center of the mines. An explosion erupted as the Agravane, followed by the assigned Akatsuki, rolled out of the dust and into the center of the mines, aiming their long-ranged weapons, ready for a fight, only to find nothing. The large central chamber of the mines was completely empty, save for a few unmined energon crystals as well as boxes. Where are the guards?" Tamaki asked. "Not to mention all the slaves," Inu added. Underneath his mask, Wizard's eyes narrowed. "Be on guard. This is likely a trap." The second he said that, however, something fast smashed into the Agravane's side, causing it to topple over. It was revealed to be a certain mechanical shark, which flew back to avoid the Akatsuki opening fire at it, but that couldn't stop the pilots inside from looking more than a little perplexed. Is that a shark?" Sugiyama questioned. "Indeed, I am." He transformed to reveal himself. The name's Skybite, and you're right, this is a trap. Two more Decepticons entered the fray in their respective vehicle modes before meeting with Skybite to transform and reveal themselves as what appeared to be a duo of a robotic porcupine and frog. Ah, these must be the false revolutionaries known as the Black Knights, siding with the oppressive Autobots. Quillfire stated. Thieves. Springlode pointed to them. They are here to steal the sacred treasures of Doradus. But the sacred treasures are mine to claim and mine alone. Every single Black Knight, including Wizard, looked nothing short of perplexed. A shark, a porcupine, and a freaking frog. Tamaki questioned. What the hell is this? Some kind of kid's Saturday morning cartoon. True victory is victory over oneself. Skybite said. Victory right here right now. The Black Knights and even his fellow Decepticons looked to him in confusion. It's a Japanese haiku, written by Aritakes. What can I say? I'm fond of poetry. Now then, let's get started, shall we? He then transformed into his shark mode again and shot at the Black Knights, fangs first. The Ark, Laboratory. So, how big was this Metroplex again? Nunnally exclaimed as she, Kaguya, and Sayoko looked toward Ratchet and Perceptor in awe. His exact height is almost impossible to calculate even by our standards. Ratchet explained. But to put it simply, his alternate mode would have been even bigger than the old Tokyo settlement. Even Sayoko's eyes widened. I can't imagine. And if Metroplex used his spark to fuel the Ark, does that mean? Nunnally asked with a hopeful expression. No, Nunnally. Perceptor shook his head. Metroplex sacrificed his life so that the Ark could fly. He cannot be restored. Oh. I see. Nunnally looked down in sadness. It's a shame. Kaguya said. We could really use someone like that with us right now. I'm sure, but that's not. Nunnally couldn't find the right words right away. He was alive, and I'm sure that he was glad to sacrifice himself. Sayoko placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's all right, we understand. Perceptor assured. It was his choice to aid us, even at great cost. And Metroplex's sacrifice has not been in vain. Because of that, the Autobots, and by extension, the people of Earth, now have a chance to win against the Decepticons. Casualties are an unfortunate consequence of war. Ratchet added. All we can do is push forward so that those who have made the ultimate sacrifice can rest in peace when it's all over. That was enough for Nunnally to smile as both Sayoko and Kaguya looked to her with agreeing looks in her eyes. Still, to have an Autobot the size of a city. They all looked in surprise as a certain white-haired young woman appeared out of nowhere. I can't imagine how something like that is even possible. Oh. I'm sorry, who are you? Nunnally asked. X, from Peace Mark. Ratchet acknowledged. It's Miss X, thank you very much. She corrected. Miss X. Nunnally wondered. Like Ratchet said, she's an intermediary who conveys requests from Peace Mark. Kaguya explained. Now she works with me and everyone else in intelligence. Oh, no, I know that, but is Miss X a code name? Nunnally asked. What's your real name? I don't have one. Miss X answered, much to the group's surprise, even that of the Autobot scientists. You don't have a name. Even Sayoko was caught off guard. Nope. Miss X confirmed. I came from the Geese Order, Orpheus rescued me a long time ago. I don't remember anything before that. So, I just go by Miss X. Nunnally looked in sympathy, to not know your own name or past. This was the same with Rai. She could only pray that her past wasn't as tragic as her half-brother's was, but given what she heard about the secret organization her father and uncle built, she wouldn't be surprised at the thought of another tragic past. Suddenly an idea came to her. Well, how about we come up with something right now? Nunnally suggested. How about Misty? Misty? Miss X asked. Yep, I think it sounds nice. Nunnally confirmed. Even Kaguya joined in. A last name would also be needed. How about 9? Misty 9. Ratchet asked as he and Perceptor exchanged glances. Is there a meaning behind that name? Nope. Nunnally and Kaguya both said with smiles simultaneously. Even the mysterious young woman thought about it. Misty 9. I like it. Alright, from henceforth, my name is Misty 9. This earned smiles from the girls. However, not too far from their location, Lloyd was looking at some Cybertronian data over the Spark extractor on his own personal computer when the device suddenly shut down. Huh? What is? He then looked to see none other than Fixit holding the power cord, having disconnected the computer himself. I believe we had a discussion about you and Cybertronian technology. The orange minicon told him. No, that more so your own personal opinion, which I am inclined to disagree with. Lloyd replied, not noticing the commotion drew the attention of not only Nunnally, Kaguya, Ratchet, Perceptor, Sayoko, and the newly named Misty 9, but also Cecile, Nina, and Ganabati. Sounds like someone's a little envious. Rax Hata commented with a smirk as she walked up. I can't say that I blame you, given your lack of experience. Again, you say I have less experience. Lloyd replied. Yet I don't understand why you are being so stingy. You let me provide data to those protoforms to make those transformable Nightmare rays for Suzaku and the others. Only because you were more familiar with the Lancelot. Rax Hata answered. But I don't need your grubby, pudding-filled, hands on my children. Aha! Lloyd realized with a grin. It's not about my so-called lack of experience. You're just worried I might mess up with the Nightmare rays you designed. Well, I do seem to recall the original Lancelot, and other Brighton Neon Nightmare rays based off it, not having a winning streak against my babies. Rax Hata put in. Only because you had outside help. Lloyd smirked. Take that away, and my Lancelot is the better one. I am well versed in human emotion and psychology, based upon my viewing of a certain doctor on your television. Fixit said to Lloyd. In addition to your own self-admitted sociopathic tendencies, he would say you have an unhealthy need to prove your own superiority and fear competition. That certainly sounds like Lloyd. Rax Hata added. And while I may have had alien resources at my disposal, I was able to familiarize myself with their technology rather quickly. That being said, I know a whole lot more about Cybertronian science than you, up to the point where I was able to help in manufacturing a synthetic energon. A formula that has yet to be fully completed. Lloyd quickly said. Perhaps I should take a crack at it. I'm willing to bet I can finish it. I do have a rather studious and organized approach to this sort of thing. Fixit scoffed. Organized? You? Have you seen your Lancelot? The original design was incredibly lacking. In fact. He smirked. I might make some modifications right now. He rolled away, much to Lloyd's horror. No. Don't you dare. He ran to pursue the minicon, with Rax Hata not far behind. Should we do something about that? Nina asked Cecile and Ganabati. I honestly feel like we'd just get in the way. Ganabati answered. Cecile, however, couldn't help but chuckle. You know, it's actually kinda funny to see him get worked up. Now I think he knows how I feel. North side of MT on take. Explosions rocked the entire area, rocks and trees were blown everywhere as the entire side of this mountain erupted into a war zone between the Wreckers and Squadron X. Ironhide fired his fusion cannons at Blackout, who crossed his arms to take the impact before firing from his own shockwave cannon built into his right arm to create a tremor along the ground and knock Ironhide back. Blackout then proceeded to draw his rotating rotor blade and bring it down on the veteran Autobot, only to be shot in the shoulder by Chromia with her null ray sniper rifle, causing him to falter and allow Ironhide to get back up and deck Blackout across the face and knock him down. I got your back, Ironhide. Chromia said with a wink. Don't worry about me. He replied back. Help the others, I got this. Try not to get cocky. She smirked before running to assist any of her fellow Wreckers who needed it, right as Blackout got back up, allowing Ironhide to run in and punch him in the gust before decking him across the face again. Bulkhead roared as he charged Lugnut, throwing his mace toward his face, only for Lugnut to catch it with one hand, while using the other to bring down his large axe, which Bulkhead blocked by using his other arm. Though he felt the axe cut down into his arm, it wasn't too bad as he wrestled against the larger Decepticon. "Fool!" Lugnut exclaimed as he actually lifted Bulkhead up with his free arm before throwing him over his head. "No one moves, Lugnut." He then walked over Bulkhead and raised his double-sided axe, one of the blades glowing a bright red, ready to unleash a devastating explosion upon impact. "In the name of our glorious leader, you must be extinguished. You first." Bulkhead shouted as he shot a point-blank energon blast from his cannon at the charged axe blade, causing a powerful explosion in Lugnut's face that sent him flying and crashing into the forest, leaving a crater upon impact. In the air, the vehicle mode of Rise Raiden gave pursuit to Blitzwing's flying vehicle mode as he tried to shoot a series of energon blasts in the shape of the blue energy wing system built into his nightmare. But Blitzwing maneuvered over the blast and directly over the Raiden to fire a powerful flame blast towards him, but the Raiden quickly transformed to halt in midair and barely missed the blazing inferno. "Wait a whiff, Torchy!" Rai called out to the Decepticon, who transformed and hovered in the air as well. "The name is Blitzwing, insect," he shouted in his hot-headed persona. "Remember it. Because it's the last thing you're gonna hear before I." Blitzwing quickly shifted to his crazy persona. "Express my feelings in song." The itsy-bitsy spider went up the water spout. He sang as he shot another condensed heat ray towards Rai, who reacted by extending his Surger claw to blast a stream of electricity to collide and press against the heat ray. "Well, isn't that shocking?" The maniacal persona of Blitzwing laughed maniacally before changing to his logical persona. "But perhaps it is time to cool down." He quickly changed his heat ray attack to a cryokinetic blast that began to overwhelm Rai's electric attack, forcing him to pull the Raiden up and avoid getting frozen, though his Surger claw did get frosted over. "What is wrong with that guy?" Rai muttered to himself, referring to Blitzwing's multiple personas. At the same time, Hotshot fired his own energon blasts toward Barricade, who drove in his own vehicle mode around the rookie wrecker before shooting directly at Hotshot, transforming in his robot form to gain momentum and slam a punch across his face to send him crashing into a rock. Hotshot attempted to pick himself up, only for Barricade to press him down with his foot. "You're out of your league, kid," Barricade mocked. "Yeah, think so." Hotshot smirked back before transforming into his vehicle mode, catching Barricade off guard before swerving around to trip up the leader of Squadron X. Before Barricade could pull himself up, Hotshot grabbed him by the shoulders to begin punching him across the face. However, Barricade intercepted one punch before flashing the younger bot a death glare, causing Hotshot to gulp before Barricade actually picked him up to slam him toward the ground. Demolisher fired a series of rapid-fire explosive energon blasts from his shoulder cannons at the speedy Wheeljack, who shot toward Demolisher in his vehicle mode before transforming to draw his swords and slice off the cannons on Demolisher's shoulders, the force of the impact sending him rolling across the ground. He attempted to get back up, only for Wheeljack to point one of his blades towards his face. "That all you got?" Wheeljack taunted. "Not even close, Autobot," Demolisher exclaimed as he punched Wheeljack in the chest before grabbing him by his face and throwing him over his shoulder and into the side of the mountain. Along the mountain's side, Nonet flew in her airborne Galeschin, firing the Varus rifle towards Overload, who simply stood his ground as the blasts hit the area around him. When the dust cleared, Nonet looked in shock to see Overload was barely scratched. "What?" the former Knight of Nine stuttered. Overload chuckled. "My dear, one does not become such a decorated actor by looks alone. I have done battle with even the likes of Optimus Prime himself. So, an extra such as you might not quite cut it for the final act. You wanna cut something, pal? How about this?" The Galeschin shot toward him, drawing both its MVS to slice toward him, but Overload proved rather quick for someone his side, as he avoided most of the slices before revealing a pair of energon cannons built into his shoulders and firing a powerful blast. Nonet, acting on instinct, attempted to bring up her Blaze Luminous shield, which took most of the impact, but the Galeschin was still sent flying in the air before she stabilized herself to shake off the bright spots in her eyes to glare at the Decepticon. You're no Optimus Prime, but you might make for an excellent supporting role," Overload commented. "Provided you survive, of course." He resumed fire at the evading Galeschin. Meanwhile, Grindcore circled around Ground Pounder, both silently the other to make the first move, and it would seem Grindcore would do just that. It's on like Cybertron. He charged toward the slightly taller Decepticon, to throw a punch before Grindcore caught him by the wrist, lifted him above the head, and slamming him down on the ground before pinning him down with one foot. Some wrecker. Ground Pounder mocked. You know how many gladiators and monsters I killed in the pits of Kaon? Well, you're about to join them. Grindcore growled. I'm gonna make you swallow those words. And your teeth. He quickly pushed himself up to trip up Ground Pounder and knock him back before Grindcore laid a series of punches across his body, sending him crashing into the side of the mountain. But Grindcore wasn't done yet, as he crashed his shoulder into the large gorilla-like Decepticon and began pounding into him, only to feel a sharp pain in his right ankle. Ugh. Hey. He looked down to see Headlock stab his ankle with a corrosively tipped stinger. Watch where you're stomping, pal. Headlock smirked, which gave Ground Pounder an opening to get back up and deliver an uppercut to send Grindcore hurtling up before crashing back down. Ground Pounder then pinned him to the ground before he could get back up as Headlock showed off his needle again. How about we take out those eyes of yours? Good idea. A female voice shot out as Ground Pounder was hit around the area of his eyes, causing him to yell as he held his face, getting off Grindcore in the process and allowing him to not only slug Ground Pounder and knock him down, but even attempt to stomp on Headlock, who quickly moved back to avoid being crushed. You okay, pal? Chromia asked as she went to Grindcore's side. Pissed off, but alright. Thanks, Chromia. Grindcore smiled. 2-on-1 is hardly fair. Let's fix that, shall we? She smirked as she reloaded her null ray. Grindcore smirked back as they both charged toward the pair of Ground Pounder and Headlock. At the same time, the forest behind them was torn apart by a series of explosions as the respective tank modes of Warpath and Quake swerved to opposite sides, avoiding the deadly explosive blasts that were shot toward the other. Come on, Con. Let's play chicken. Warpath challenged as he shot directly at Quake in his Cybertronian tank mode, still firing energon blasts. Thought you'd never ask. Quake accepted as he mirrored Warpath's actions. Both shot at each other at speeds not possible for normal tanks, still blasting at each other with everything they had, and each avoiding the blast until they got close enough to each other for them both to transform, with Quake brandishing his energon cannon from his arm, and Warpath readying the tank weapon on his chest, both firing at the same time as the blasts made contact, creating an explosion that rocked the whole area. South side of Ontake. Safeguard. Jetstorm. Drift deployed his Minicon students. Find and secure the relic. Now. Yes, Master Drift. They both said at the same time before running toward their target, leaving Drift alone to draw one of his swords and block the axe strike from Onslaught, the two clashing their weapons against the other before Onslaught kicked Drift down. You choose the wrong side, Drift. Onslaught said, ready to bring down his axe, only for the Zanjutsu quickly shot at him, slicing its katana weapon at him, forcing Onslaught off his foe as Todo squared off against the Con. Drift, I'll take the leader. Todo told him. Help the others. As you wish, but watch yourself. Drift advised him. Onslaught is not to be taken lightly. Noted. Todo acknowledged as Drift transformed to drive away and assist their comrades, leaving the miracle worker alone to face the leader of the combat icons. Kyo's hero Todo, also known as the miracle worker of Itsukushima. Onslaught acknowledged. You're someone even the Decepticons are weary of. Glad to hear it. The colonel replied. I'll be sure to put their fears to rest when I bring Megatron your nightmare's head, and your mangled corpse. Onslaught charged the Zanjutsu, blocking the axe strike with its katana. Chiba grunted as she could barely block the mace strike from Brawl in her Akatsuki. Trying to get some distance, she pulled her nightmare up into the sky. Oh, don't run away. We're just getting started. Brawl called out as he fired with his dual cannons toward her. Though Chiba could avoid the shots themselves, the resulting shockwave sent her crashing toward the ground. She gave a gasp as she already saw Brawl on top of her Akatsuki. Not much of a challenge, ya? However, before he could bring his mace down on her, He was knocked back by a roundhouse kick from Drift as he quickly stood to Chiba's defense. Then perhaps I could be of assistance. He offered a smile to Chiba as she pulled her Akatsuki back up. Thanks, Drift. She smiled before glaring at the recovering Brawl. So, where were we, Kon? She shot her Akatsuki at him alongside her Autobot companion. Swindle fired a series of Energon blasts toward the flying Akatsuki piloted by Urabe, who quickly avoided the blasts before returning fire with a pair of Slash Harkins, forcing Swindle to jump back and seemingly leaving him vulnerable for Urabe to go on the offensive and strike with his Nightmare's katana, but Swindle quickly maneuvered under the slice to deliver a punch to the Akatsuki's side, followed by a kick to knock it down. Swindle attempted to shoot while it was down, but Urabe actually shot his downed Akatsuki forward to knock Swindle off his feet. Not gonna make it easy for ya, Urabe told him. Swindle gave an impressive whistle as he pulled himself back up. That's one interesting nightmare you got there, you and all your friends. Even by Cybertronian standards, it looks impressive. Tell you what, let me have it and I'll let you go, I'll even split the profits with you once I sell it, 60-40. Urabe chuckled. Didn't know the Cons had a con artist. But the name should have been a dead giveaway. He drew his Nightmare's katana once more. The only way you're getting this from me is to pry my dead corpse off its pilot seat. Swindle smiled maliciously. Fine by me. Vortex flew in his helicopter mode, engaging in aerial combat with Asahina's Akatsuki as he opened fire on the youngest of the Holy Swords, who was able to avoid the rapid-fire Energon blasts before returning fire with the Akatsuki's wrist-mounted gun. However, Vortex shot himself directly toward Asahina's Nightmare before transforming to unleash a shockwave attack that sent the Nightmare hurtling through the air, but Asahina was able to stabilize himself just in time to bring out his katana and slice at the incoming Vortex in his vehicle mode, almost sending him derailing out of the sky before he stabilized himself. Yeah, no, you're the first one to not only survive my shockwave attack, but also counter me right after. Vortex pointed out. Not bad for a human. Goes to show you shouldn't underestimate us. Asahina commented before re-engaging his enemy in aerial combat. Meanwhile, Senba struggled to get a good shoot at the flying blast off, whose own jet mode was far faster than his own flying Nightmare could keep up with. He tried to shoot with his Akatsuki's wrist-mounted gun, but every single shot missed. Come on. Hold still. Senba exclaimed as he continued to shoot with blast off, literally flying circles around me. What's wrong, meatbag? Can't keep up. Blast off mocked before blasting directly at the Akatsuki with such speed and force that it was knocked out of the air and sent crashing toward the ground. Senba attempted to pull his Akatsuki back up as blast off shot toward him again. End of the line for you. Think again. Blast off was hit with an electromagnetic pulse-type blast from a set of special nunchucks wielded by the Gekkoshiden, causing his vehicle mode to tumble before blast off transformed and skidded on his side to quickly get back on his feet. What the heck did you just hit me with? He exclaimed, unable to transform. Electromagnetic nunchucks. You won't be able to transform for a while. Zidain smirked from inside his Nightmare before he drew a pair of dual blades. Let's see how you fight on ground level. He shot his Nightmare at blast off, who tried to retaliate by firing his Energon pistol at him, but this also left him vulnerable for Senba to slice at him with his Akatsuki's own katana, forcing the combat icon on the defensive. What's wrong? Can't keep up. Senba mocked, causing blast off to growl as he was stuck against the two opponents. Todo sliced his Zanjutsu's katana toward Onslaught, who parried it with his own personal axe before kicking the Black Nightmare to knock it back, going on the offensive, which Todo countered by flying into the air to shoot at the combat icon leader with his Nightmare's Slash Harkins, forcing Onslaught to roll out of the way and return fire with his own Energon blaster. Todo shot the Zanjutsu back toward the ground to meet Onslaught as they collided katana against axe once more, pushing their own strength against the other. Not bad, Todo. Onslaught commented. No wonder you gave Starscream such a headache, but don't think I'm on the same level as that idiot. He delivered a headbutt to the Nightmare, knocking it back, and forcing Todo to quickly flip the Zanjutsu to get it back on its feet before shooting forward with its jet propulsion system and deliver an airborne spinning kick to knock Onslaught back down. Don't get too cocky. Todo replied. But he is a powerful opponent. I can't underestimate him. We have it. Todo and even Onslaught's attention was caught by a pair of mini-cons, with Safeguard holding up a rod-like device. We have found the relic. Jetstorm called out. Perfect. Onslaught smirked before transforming into his vehicle mode to give pursuit. Jetstorm. Safeguard. Move. Todo called to them as he tried to stop Onslaught, while the pair of mini-cons ran for their lives with the relic in hand. The Ark Laboratory. Tai suddenly appeared before the group consisting of Nunnally, Sayoko, Kaguya, and Misty. I'm sorry to bother you, but I seem to be having some sort of technical problem. What's wrong, Tai? Kaguya asked. My data seems to be all mixed up. Tai reported. The Decepticon enemy database has been relocated to another hard drive to make room for some new file called Nightmare Improvisation, and it seems someone has also been mix-matching all the files I had on Decepticon weapons. What in the name of the Allspark? They all heard Ratchet's exclamation as they saw him at a console. Where is the data on the synthetic energon formula? Moved it. Lloyd called out as he worked on his own computer, typing away at breakneck speed. Where? Ratchet exclaimed. Don't remember. Lloyd replied. Let's see Rax Hata and Fixit try to find it now. Who has been altering the Ark's weapon designs? Perceptor questioned as he stepped up. It looks as if somebody wants to invent a massive radiant wave surger for the vessel. We can't employ a weapon like that without severe consequences. All right, this is officially out of control. Sayoko commented as they looked to see Nina and Ganabati attempting to talk to Rax Hata and Fixit respectively, the former working on her own computer, while Fixit was relocating and organizing spare nightmare parts. Nunnally silently agreed as she turned to the holographic girl. Tai, can you please broadcast my voice across the lab? Of course. Tai created a holographic megaphone in her hands and hovered it over Nunnally's voice. All of you. Stop what you're doing and get over here. Now. Nunnally shouted, her voice booming loudly through the holographic tool, causing everyone in the lab to look in total surprise, not expecting such an outburst from the young girl. Lloyd, Rax Hata, and Fixit slowly walked toward the girl as she spoke again, still using the megaphone. You three are all important members. Everyone's ears or audio receptors winced. Nunnally realized she was still speaking into the megaphone before turning to Tai, who snapped her fingers, causing it to vanish, and allowing the girl to speak normally. Of this team. If you keep competing like this, rearranging everything important just because of a childish rivalry, it could put everyone in danger. In case you haven't noticed, we're at war with an enemy that wants to wipe us all out. So, stop fighting like a bunch of toddlers and start working together. The two Autobot scientists, and most of the humans present, looked toward Nunnally in surprise, save for Sayoko, who simply had a proud smile on her face. I've never seen Nunnally lose her temper before. Nina commented. I know, I kinda like it. Kaguya smiled. However, for the arguing trio, it seemed like the outburst went in one ear and out the other. You moved the Lancelot's designs into the same file as the Ark's engine protocols. Lloyd exclaimed to Fixit. What kind of messed up system is that? Alphabetical. Fixit answered, causing Lloyd to look in genuine confusion. Cybertronian alphabet. The Minicon clarified. All of my data is going back, where it belongs. Lloyd stormed off in one direction. Rax Hata gave a scoff. Oh, trust me, whatever improvements you've made to the synthetic energon formula, is about to be unmade. She walked off and the other with Fixit right behind her. Seems as though they didn't listen. Perceptor commented. Cecile sighed. Lloyd's always been one who doesn't like to be shown off. Sorry Nunnally, but you're no zero. Ratchet told her. Nunnally herself looked disappointed before she gave a gasp. I have an idea. But I'm going to need everyone's help for this. What do you have in mind? Misty asked. Skies above on take. Explosions lit up the sky as the aerial bots and Seekers engaged in an all-out dogfight. Silverbolt gave pursuit of Skywarp, firing a series of missiles at the purple Seeker, who transformed to his robot mode to blast the missiles with a series of energon blasts before transforming to shoot at Silverbolt, turning the hunter into the hunted as Silverbolt flew away. At the same time, Air Raid flew to try and get away from Thundercracker barrage of laser fire, both soaring through the clouds. However, once Thundercracker flew through one cloud, he was surprised to have lost sight of Air Raid. What? Where did? However, Air Raid, in his robot mode, dropped down from above to land on Thundercracker. Gotcha! He pounded on his cockpit area for a bit before Thundercracker zoomed away, forcing Air Raid to grab hold and hang for dear life as the Blue Seeker spun around to try and shake him off. Windblade soared directly for Slipstream. Right as they were about to crash into each other, they both transformed as Windblade slashed with one of her swords, which Slipstream blocked with point-blank energon blast from her wrist, forcing Windblade back as they hovered in the air for the moment. Been a long time, Windblade. Slipstream smirked. I'm actually glad you're here. Still sore about me outclassing you on Velocitron, Slippy. Windblade mocked. You may be faster than me, but I'm the more ruthless warrior. She shot both her hands forward for a barrage of rapid-fire energon blasts, which Windblade attempted to block and parry with her dual swords before transforming to fly away, prompting Slipstream to do the same and give pursuit. Meanwhile, Starscream appeared to be pursuing Jetfire as he shot a pair of missiles at his former comrade, but Jetfire transformed to open fire with his energon blaster and destroy the missiles before shooting at Starscream. Though he did graze his wing, Starscream did fly over Jetfire before transforming to shoot at him with a point-blank energon blast, scoring a hit on his shoulder, but Jetfire wasn't done as he glared at Starscream. Don't tell me that's all you got, Jetfire. Starscream mocked. Has all that time with the Autobots made you soft? Jetfire actually smirked. You're calling me weak? Look at you. Back on Cybertron, you at least had something of an intimidating build. But now, you're about as skinny as a twig. Not all that impressive, Starscream. Starscream growled in response. Blame those filthy humans and their poor vehicle design. No matter, I'm still deadly enough as I am now. Prove it. Jetfire challenged as they re-engaged in aerial combat. Inside the mines. Springload hopped higher and higher along the walls of the mine as the three Akatsukas piloted by Minami, Sugiyama, and Yoshida opened fire on the amphiboid, but he proved quick and nimble enough to avoid all their shots before he leapt from the wall to land in between all three and deliver quick kicks to each nightmare to send skidding back. Deceivers. Unworthies. Springload exclaimed. You shall not keep me from Doradus. What the hell is he talking about? Minami questioned. Don't know, this guy's a real basket case. Sugiyama stated. Eat this, frog boy. Yoshida opened fire, but Springload leapt back before lashing out with his tongue at Yoshida's Akatsuki. The second it hit, his nightmare's cockpit began to melt before it exploded, killing the pilot inside. Yoshida! Minami exclaimed as he and Sugiyama looked in horror before glaring at the frog-like Decepticon. You're dead, Con. They opened fire at Springload, forcing him to leap back and get some distance. At the same time, Quillfire launched a series of quills from his back at the Nightmare Rays piloted by Anu and Tamaki, forcing the two to scatter as Tamaki opened fire with a volley of missiles from his Wrecker Akatsuki. However, Quillfire transformed and drove away to get some distance from the resulting explosion before transforming back to face the two Black Knights. False revolutionaries. Quillfire announced. You cannot stop the Decepticons' glorious reign. Anarchy for all. He launched another volley of quills. Fortunately, the pair were able to avoid it. Geez, this guy makes those overly patriotic Brightonians look downright sane. Inu commented. Buckethead must have a thing for nut jobs. Tamaki stated before addressing the deranged Khan. Guess what, Porcupine? Our revolution is gonna kick yours in the ass. He charged his Nightmare forward to ram into Quillfire and send him crashing into the wall. Meanwhile, higher in the shaft, the airborne Agravain hovered, wielding its pair of MVS blades, which Wizard used to block and parry the quick hit and run attacks of the flying Skybite in his shark mode, who flew at incredible speeds to try and bite down on the large Nightmare, but the Agravain was able to quickly slice with its blades to parry the razor-sharp teeth of the Sharkticon. Having enough of playing defense, Wizard fired all 8 of his nightmares hip-mounted Harkins in all directions, hopping at least one would hit Skybite. One did graze him, but it wasn't enough to stop him as Skybite transformed to deliver a powerful airborne kick with both his feet and send the Agravain crashing into the wall. Ugh! Wizard shook off the pain as his nightmare was rocked. My code name is Wizard, and I'm fighting a giant robotic poetry-loving shark. Yeah, more on my life to rethink. I am about to give you one chance, Black Knight. Skybite told him as he hovered in the air. Surrender, and you will live. From underneath Wizard's mask, the greenish-blue eyes of Oyagros narrowed at the Decepticon. Sorry, but I already died before. If I do meet my end, it will be by the hands of those who deserve it the most, and that's not you. He fired both of the Agravain's Hadron cannons, causing Skybite to yelp as he flew up to avoid the devastating blast. Wow, someone's got issues. Skybite noted before transforming into his shark mode and went on the attack again. However, he didn't seem to notice that the Agravain's attack had torn open a hole in the mine, exposing a dark purple cluster of crystals that gave an ominous glow. Back in the skies, Air Raid continued to chase down Thundercracker in their respective jet modes, but so far, it looked like there would be no end in sight for this dogfight. Air Raid also noticed his leader was in a similar position to Skywarp and got an idea. Hey Skywarp! Air Raid called as he stopped pursuing Thundercracker. Here's a joke for you. How many Seekers does it take to change a light bulb? That got the purple Seeker's attention. Answer, none. 'Cause they don't even know what a light bulb is. Oh, I'll show you what a light bulb is. The dumbest of the Seekers exclaimed as he charged directly toward Air Raid, who transformed to charge at him in response. Silverbolt realized what he was doing and decided to play along as he flew into some cloud cover. Once they were close enough, Air Raid transformed to shoot an Energon blast into Skywarp's rear engine, causing an explosion that sent him screaming and hurtling out of the sky. Skywarp! Thundercracker exclaimed, but this also left him open for Silverbolt to come in and shoot him from his blind spot in the cloud cover, nailing enough shots that sent Thundercracker falling through the clouds as well. Nice shoot! Air Raid saluted his commander. Nice trick! Silverbolt replied with a smirk. Hey, you know me. As the humans say, always the troll. Air Raid smirked back. Back with Starscream and Jetfire, they swerved up and over the clouds, constantly shifting from the positions of Hunter and Hunted as they tried to shoot the other down. However, Jetfire decided that enough was enough as he gunned straight for Starscream at twice his normal speed, and before the Seeker commander could even react, Jetfire transformed to land a solid punch in Starscream's cockpit area, sending him realign and allowing the hovering Autobot to open fire, hitting him multiple times and sending him tumbling down through the clouds. Damn you, Jetfire! Starscream called out as he fell. Damn you! You choose the wrong side, Jetfire said with a serious expression. At the same time, Slipstream hovered in her robot form as she continued to shoot at Windblade, who flew up and around to avoid all the Energon blasts. However, it seemed like Slipstream had a target lock. Gotcha! Might wanna rethink that. She gasped upon hearing Silverbolt's voice as both he and Air Raid hovered behind her, aiming their Energon blasters toward her head. Likewise, Jetfire and Windblade both hovered in front of her as well. Your teammates are probably halfway to the ground by now, either that or pulling themselves up from the ground. Jetfire told her. You can either surrender or run. Probably the later, 'cause that's all you know how to do, Slippy. Windblade smirked. Slipstream scowled. This isn't over, Autobots. She transformed and flew downwards to retrieve her teammates. Ah yeah. Air Raid pumped his fist. Aerial bots, 1, Seekers, 0. Aerial bots. Todo made contact with them. We need immediate assistance. The relic is in jeopardy. We're on our way. Silverbolt replied as he and his squadron all transformed into their jet modes to fly back down to assist their allies. Arc, laboratory. Fix it. Lloyd's loud yell echoed throughout the lab as he stormed in, carrying a bowl of white substance. What? Eyes. This. It's part of your new diet. Fix-It smirked as he rolled up. All that pudding is bad for your physical health. This is a substance that carries the essential nutrients humans need. You're welcome. How do you even know what humans need? You're an alien robot. Lloyd exclaimed. Oh, easy, I told him. Rakshata smirked. I also told him about your overly dependence on the childlike desert, so maybe you can finally mature mentally as well as physically. Maybe. Lloyd was fuming, so uncharacteristic for him, it almost looked like steam was about to blow out of his ears. I have tolerated a lot of things from you, Rakshata. He walked up toward her. On one hand, I enjoy competition, it keeps me from getting bored. Building devices to overshadow my own creations is one thing, but messing with my food is a step too far. He swiped her pipe from her, much to her surprise. Smoking is rather bad for your health too. He smirked. Maybe I should replace it with a healthy alternative. Give that back. Rakshata tried to reach for it, but Lloyd kept it from arm's reach. Fix-It also decided to join in for some reason. However, before it could escalate any further. Oh no. All three looked in surprise to see Misty 9 running toward them with a distressed look on her face. You guys need to come over here. Now. Sensing the emergency, the trio followed her to the far side of the lab where Nunnally, Kaguya, Cecile, Nina, Ganabati, and Sayoko all gathered, all of them having worried looks on their faces as they looked at a Cybertronian weapon. We didn't mean to. Nunnally stuttered, sounding like she was incredibly guilty. I just touched it and... The device gave a loud noise that sounded like it was about to overload. It did that. That's an ion cannon. Fix-It exclaimed. Where are Ratchet and Perceptor? Rakshata asked, getting serious. We don't know. They said they had to leave. Cecile answered. It's a Cybertronian weapon, none of us know how to fix this. Ganabati said. I don't want to risk damaging it. Nina added. Maybe, you guys can. Lloyd and Rakshata kneeled around the weapon as Fix-It looked at with caution. Might be a simple anomaly. Fix-It commented. Or, a systems overload. Lloyd looked more than a little worried. If it's the later, the explosion could be catastrophic. Rakshata said, looking somewhat nervous. It has to be dismantled. To access the ion cannon's inner workings, the outer casing needs to be removed. Fix-It informed. The cannon itself must be kept completely immobile. I can't do it alone. He said toward Lloyd specifically. Lloyd and Rakshata exchanged concerning glances before nodding with serious expressions toward each other. Tell us what to do. Lloyd said. Both of you need to hold each end, and make sure it doesn't move an inch. Fix-It explained. We cannot risk a rupture. Understood. Rakshata nodded as she and Lloyd each held one end of the cannon and kept it as still as possible. Carefully, Fix-It's right arm converted into a small drill as he began to remove the outer casing, making absolutely certain not to damage anything. After a few tense seconds, the outer casing was opened, exposing the inner workings of the weapon. Ammunition casing appears to be stable. Lloyd observed. No damage to the motherboard, either. Rakshata also added. What's the problem? I believe I may have found it. Fix-It noticed a small foreign object lodged in what appeared to be a rotator component. Both of you, keep it completely still. He converted his right hand into a set of pliers as he slowly and carefully grabbed the object. Both Lloyd and Rakshata were beginning to sweat. It wasn't like either of them to show fear, but then again, neither of them had to deal with a potentially dangerous alien weapon exploding in their faces, likely killing them in the process. Fortunately, Fix-It was able to remove the object, and no explosion took place. However, none of them were expecting the foreign object to be a pink hairpin. A hairpin? Lloyd questioned. Wait. I've seen this kind of hairpin before. Fix-It recognized it as they all heard everyone else laughing, along with Tai, who had just appeared as well. Fix-It then noticed it was one of two matching hairpins that Nunnally wore. It didn't take long to deduce what just happened. What kind of stunt? Rakshata questioned. The kind that worked. Kaguya pointed out. The kind that made you three stop arguing and start working together. Nina added. You should have seen the look on your face, Lloyd. Cecile giggled. It was priceless. Fix-It, Lloyd, and Rax Hata exchanged surprised glances with each other before giving partial glares to the group. Seems rather reckless to use a highly destructive Cybertronian weapon for something like that. Fix-It lectured. It wasn't actually malfunctioning. TAI told them. The noise came from me. She replayed the noise from her auditory systems. And the weapon is disarmed. Perceptor and Ratchet both revealed themselves, having walked in from the lab. We unloaded its ammunition before this whole thing played out. Perceptor revealed. You really didn't think we'd purposely sabotage a fully armed ion cannon, did you? Ratchet pointed out. You two were also in on this. Lloyd questioned. Better than watching your childish squabbles. Ratchet replied. Though that was entertaining in of itself. Ganabati added. Oh, and it was Nunnally's idea. Sayoko pointed out, with the girl in question merely smirking in confirmation. That's my devious surrogate sister. Kaguya put her elbow on Nunnally's shoulder in congratulatory form. Rax Hata couldn't help but chuckle. You, my dear girl, truly are your brother's sister. Thank you. Nunnally maintained her smirk. Lloyd gave a sigh as he pulled himself up. Perhaps, we should fix the mess that we made. Yes, I agree. Fix-It added. And if you'd like, I do have some possible ideas to modify our Nightmare's weapon systems that I'd be interested to share with the both of you. Well, you know I'm always listening to you, Fix-It, but what about you, my dear Asplund? Rax Hata turned to the former Brightonian scientist. So long as I'm willing to share my own ideas as well, I can keep an open mind. Lloyd replied. A collaboration it is then. Fix-It accepted as the three walked away, leaving the group behind to smirk as many of them exchanged fist bumps with each other. In the case of Cecile with both Nina and Ganabati, even Ratchet sighed in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. The Autobot medic sounded more than a little satisfied at the outcome. Nunnally. Misty 9 looked toward her. You are an absolute genius. Thanks, Misty. Nunnally smiled. And I love my new name. She replied. I was wondering, maybe we can be friends. I don't have a whole lot of friends outside Orpheus and Zi, so. Nunnally smiled. All you had to do was ask. She pulled the older girl into a surprising hug, which Misty quickly returned. However, once Nunnally was in her arms, she felt a familiar sensation. One she never felt she'd experience again. She looked directly into Misty's face, into her eyes especially. She gasped at what she saw. Though her eyes were a different color, as was her hair, Misty looked almost exactly like Nunnally. Misty looked in confusion once she saw her face. Is something wrong? Oh, no, nothing. Nunnally quickly brushed it off before smiling again. You reminded me of somebody else, that's all. Oh, all right. Misty seemed to accept that as she began to walk away. Nunnally's smile faded once more as she looked in confusion. Her eyes, her hair, they're completely different. Even her voice is different. So, why? Why does being with her feel so much like I'm with Mother? South side of Ontake. Onslaught shot blasts of Energon toward Safeguard and Jetstorm as they tried to run with the relic. However, Onslaught didn't get much of a chance to keep shooting as Todo's Zanjutsu shot at him to strike him in the side with a spinning kick before flashing his katana to strike down the leader of the combat icons, who quickly recovered to bring up his axe and block the attack. You had better stay focused on me. Todo exclaimed as he drove his Nightmare forward, pushing Onslaught into a large rock with the combat icon leader holding his ground. Combat icons. Onslaught called for his team. Those mini-cons have the relic. Destroy them. If we can't have it, neither can the Autobots. Immediately, Brawl, Vortex, Blast Off, and Swindle disengaged from their respective battles and transformed to give pursuit of the two mini-cons. Jetstorm. Safeguard. Look out. Chiba called to the mini-cons as they were already cut off by the four combat icons, who already had their Energon weapons primed at them. They looked in terror, as did the present Black Knights, and especially their teacher. NOOO! Drift shouted as the combat icons opened fire, Brawl's tank-like weapon being the most destructive, creating a large explosion that seemed like it obliterated the mini-cons, and the relic in their position. However, when the dust cleared, everyone, Autobot, human, and Decepticon, all looked in absolute shock to see that the mini-cons were unharmed, both holding out the rod-shaped relic almost on instinct as it projected a large, bright blue, transparent shield that had blocked the blast and spared the mini-con pair. "We're alive." Jetstorm looked in confusion. "The relic, it's a shield generator," Safeguard exclaimed. "What the scrap?" Brawl exclaimed as he opened fire with multiple energon blasts from his shoulder cannons, but not a single one made it through the energy shield. "Brawl, stop. I know what that weapon is," Swindle told him. "It's an experimental force field generator. The same kind that's meant to be used for starships, only downsized for our soldiers to use. It can tank even warship-grade weaponry." Jetstorm and Safeguard looked toward the generator in awe. "Such a powerful shield," Jetstorm muttered. "It will serve our case, well." Safeguard smirked. "Not if we pry it from you first." Vortex was ready to take it by force, only for him and his team to be cut off by the Akatsuki piloted by the four Holy Swords, Zidain's Gekoshidan, and an enraged Drift. "You'll have to get past us before you do," Zidain declared. "Please try." Urabe smirked. "I dare ya." Todo even broke off his fight with Onslaught to regroup with the Black Dragon unit while Onslaught regrouped with his own team. Onslaught however chuckled. "Don't underestimate us." He turned back to his team. "Combat icons, combine. Look out below." Everyone heard Windblade's warning as they all saw 4 flying Autobots descend from the sky in their jet mode. "Jetstorm. Safeguard. Use the shield and cover us," Drift told his students, sensing what was coming. "Yes, Master Drift." They both said simultaneously as they held up the generator to project a dome-like shield over the entire Black Dragon unit just as the aerial bots opened fire with a bombardment of missiles. "Brace yourselves," Onslaught warned his team as they tried to get some distance, but the barrage had already hit the area, blasting all the combat icons back as the entire area around this side of the mountain was leveled in less than a minute. The dust cleared out quickly enough, revealing the undamaged energy dome that covered the Black Dragon team, while the combat icons groaned as they struggled to pull themselves up. Though they were alive, each of them had taken a serious amount of damage. Even Onslaught himself held his damaged arm that was leaking plenty of energon, including down the right side of his face. He glared at not only the team they were currently fighting, but also the 4 hovering aerial bots that aimed their weapons at him and his team as well. "Your choice, Onslaught," Silverbolt warned. "Pick up your team and leave or stay and get blasted. But we're cool if you wanna do the later." Windblade smirked. Onslaught growled, realizing they had lost this fight before accessing his comms. "Soundwave, we need a ground bridge. Call of the other Decepticons in the area as well, this mission is lost." A ground bridge portal opened up behind him and his team. "Combat icons, retreat." With groans of pain and disappointment, the Decepticons entered the portal one by one, with their leader being last as he glared at the heroes. "This isn't over." He then glared toward the Zanjitsu. "Kyo's hero Todo, I'll be coming for you. Looking forward to it." Todo replied as he saw Onslaught leave. "Everyone all right?" Jetfire asked those among Black Dragon. "We're all right," Asahina replied. "Thanks to the 2 little guys. We're honored to be of service." Safeguard smiled humbly. "Perhaps you will allow us to partake in these missions again, Master Drift?" Jetstorm asked his teacher. Drift wouldn't openly say it, but he was indeed proud of his students. "Don't get too overconfident," he told them with a small smile. Meanwhile, on the north side of the mountain, more explosions erupted along the ground and the sky, with no signs of slowing down as the wreckers threw themselves again and again at the equally strong Squadron X. This seemed to be like a case of the unstoppable force clashing against the immovable object as neither side seemed willing to back down. Bulkhead picked up Overload to throw him into the mountain, only to get blasted in the back by Quake's tank mode and sent crashing into the same area. But Quake was rammed and tackled by Hotshot, who shot at him in his vehicle mode before transforming to land a double kick and knock him down before he pounded on his face. Chromia engaged Barricade in hand-to-hand combat, with Chromia throwing a kick toward Barricade, who caught it before throwing Chromia to the side, only for Barricade to get blasted by Ironhide's cannons in response, but Ironhide himself was forced to take cover as Demolisher tried to bombard him with his own Energon blasters. Wheeljack lashed his swords out toward Blitzwing, who ducked underneath the attack, while still in his hot-headed persona, to throw a punch and knock him back into the trees. Grindcore tore a tree from the ground and used it as a makeshift weapon to slam at Blackout, but he quickly used his rotator blade to slice through the weapon, but also leaving him open for Grindcore to slug him across the face. Warpath threw a punch toward Ground Pounder, who easily caught it and heaved over to slam him onto the ground. Headlock rode in to try and poke Warpath's eyes out while he was down, but both Decepticons were blasted away by a combined attack from the Varus of Nonet's Galeschin and an electric bolt from the Raiden's Surger Claw used by Rai. However, both Nightmare Rays were bombarded by a series of missiles by Lugnut. "How long have we been going against these guys?" Rai exclaimed. "Hard to say," Wheeljack replied as he regrouped with the pair. "But they're no pushovers, that's for sure," Rai growled, wanting nothing more than to end this. However, he accidentally activated his geese, which he was quick to turn off. "No, not again," Rai thought to himself as he tried to calm down. "I swore to myself I would never use my geese again. Have to keep emotions in check. Autobots. Black Knights. How dare you continue to stand in the face of the glorious Decepticon race?" Lugnut exclaimed. However, before the fighting could resume, Barricade received a transmission, prompting him to growl as he heard the order to retreat. "Squadron X, we're falling back." "What? But we can still fight," Blitzwing exclaimed in his hot-headed persona before switching to his maniacal one. "This party is crazy, and I don't want it to end. Orders from Soundwave. The mission is lost. We're returning to the Nemesis," Barricade told them as a ground bridge portal opened up behind him. Knowing they had no other choice, the Decepticons of Squadron X picked themselves up as they retreated one by one into the portal, all save Lugnut, who glared toward the regrouping group of Autobots and Black Knights. "You fools may have won the battle, but the war wages on," Lugnut shouted. "All hail the grandeur of Megatron. Just come on." Barricade grabbed him by his arm and pulled the zealous Decepticon into the portal before it closed. "Run, you yellow-plated cowards," Hotshot called out. "Hey, Bumblebee's yellow. Remember?" Bulkhead told him. "Oh, right, sorry." Hotshot winced. "Not bad work out there, rookie." Chromia patted his shoulder, congratulated. "Present company excluded," she joked in the Galeskin's direction. "Ha, ha." Nonet replied with a half-smirk. "Good work, Wreckers," Ironhide told them before contacting his fellow squad leaders. "Todo, Silverbolt, the cons are retreating." "Did we win?" "Yes, we have the relic," Todo confirmed. "It's a Starship-grade shield generator," Silverbolt revealed. "Jetfire's already coming up with ways we can use it fix the Ark's own shield systems. I like the sound of that. Meet you guys back at the Ark," Ironhide replied before contacting the Ark itself. "TAI, we need a ground bridge, our job here is done." "On it." TAI replied before a ground bridge portal of their own opened up in front of them, allowing the Wreckers to step inside. However, Bulkhead noticed the Raiden wasn't moving. "Hey Rai, you okay in there?" he asked his young partner and friend. "Yeah," Rai said as he took a deep breath. "Felt my geese turn on for a sec. I know Sarah helped to repress it and all, but..." "Hey, don't worry." Bulkhead smiled sincerely. "You'll get it figured out. We got your back." "I know, thanks." Rai smiled before he rolled the Raiden into the portal, followed by the green Autobot before it closed. Inside the mines, while Tamaki and his friends continued to fend off against Springload and Quillfire, Wizard continued to engage Skybite in an aerial duel. When the Agravane sliced with one of its MVS, Skybite caught it with his claw as they hovered in air and pressed their own strength against the other. It's been a while since I had a good one-on-one like this. Skybite commented. Are the other Black Knights as strong as you? I certainly hope so. Wizard said nothing in response as he continued to glare at his adversary. However, he was surprised to see Skybite pulling back. Oh, too bad. Looks like you win. What? What are you doing? Wizard questioned. Just got a message. Skybite answered. Your team secured the relic, no point in this continuing any further. He transformed into his shark mode and prepared to leave. Help yourself to any energon here. Oh, and the humans are all imprisoned in the third shaft over. You expect me to buy all this? Wizard exclaimed. After everything your kind has pulled. How do we know there isn't some kind of trap where your slaves are supposedly held? Skybite gave a sigh. I don't blame you for thinking that way, many cons pull that kind of stuff, but not me. I'm shark of my word. You won, so you deserve the reward. Looking forward to facing you again, Black Knight. He flew back down to retrieve his comrades. Quillfire, Springlode, we're leaving. He maneuvered underneath each of them to carry them on his back as he flew straight up toward the exit at the top of the shaft. No. Doratus calls to me. Springlode called out as he was pulled away. For the revolution. Quillfire's voice echoed as they all vanished, leaving the Black Knights confused. Okay, not what I expected. Tamaki commented. Even Wizard looked confused from inside the Agravain's cockpit as he took off his mask, revealing the face of the man named Oyagrozevan, the face and identify he had not shared with anyone in the Black Knights, Autobots, or even his fellow agents in Peacemark. Seems odd, to face an honest Decepticon. He gave a wincing smile. Oh, who am I to talk about honesty? The look of shame on his eyes was as visible as daylight as he thought about the remaining members of his family. Though he knew his nephew was safe as a fellow Black Knight, and a competent pilot, he heard nothing of his niece as she, Mary Bell, and the rest of the Glinda Knights dropped off the radar completely since Britannia fell. A part of him wanted to reveal his identity to all of his allies, new and old, and what he knew about the Geese Order as well, but he couldn't bring himself to do it without revealing all his past sins, and he wasn't quite ready for that yet. Orpheus. Aldrin. Olivia. I'm sorry. He muttered before his nightmare's sensors picked up something odd. Curiosity taking hold, he hovered his Agravain up toward a large hole he previously made in the wall with his hadron cannon and spotted the dark purple crystals inside. What's this? The Ark. As Ironhide, Silverbolt, Todo, and Wizard were on the bridge to give their report to Optimus, Zero, Ultra Magnus, and Ogai, everyone else in the mission had gone their separate ways to get some rest and recuperation. Bulkhead, Grindcore, Rai, and Nonet walked in one hallway adjacent to the bridge when they heard one of their names being called. Hey, Grindcore. They turned around to see Suzaku as well as Euphemia address the Autobot in question. I just wanted to say thanks for your advice earlier. Suzaku began. You told me to wow some people, I think I pulled it off. He most certainly did. Yuffie confirmed. You'll have to tell us all about it. Nonet said with a smile. Your mission sounds like it went well. It did. Suzaku confirmed before turning back to Grindcore. What you said to me, it really helped, so thanks. Teamy. He finished with a smile. Grindcore gave a toothy grin. Teamy. He exclaimed excitedly. Quick. Get back in your nightmare. Suzaku looked in confusion. Why? So, I can hug ya without crushing ya. Grindcore exclaimed with his wide grin. Pretty sure you'd turn even the Lancelot into a tin can if you tried hugging it. Bulkhead cracked. Sounds like someone I know. Rai joked toward Bulkhead, who waved it off as the group chuckled. Even Suzaku got a good laugh out of it, causing Yuffie to smile brightly. I don't think I've seen Suzaku laugh like this. It really suits him. Yuffie then found herself looking towards Nonet, who gave a half-cocked grin and a raised eyebrow, reading through Yuffie's expression, causing her to blush with a smile, silently confirming her relationship status with Suzaku as Nonet smirked and gave a thumbs up in response. A shield generator. Lelich said upon him and the rest of the leadership receiving the report. We'll definitely put that to use. The Science Division is already working on it, Silverbolt informed. Jetfire is even helping out too. Excellent work. Optimus nodded. However, the appearance of the combat icons is quite disturbing. Are they really that bad? Ogai asked. They're among Megatron's top-tier soldiers in the Decepticon ranks. Ultra Magnus explained. The 5 of them together could take down a small army if they wanted to. With Onslaught leading them, they are a force to be reckoned with. They even caused massive damage to the Ark just before we came here. Ironhide added. Be glad those guys didn't get pulled into the portal with us, or Megatron could have just taken over Britannia, and probably the rest of the Earth, right as he landed on this rock. It took the entire Black Dragon unit as well as the aerial bots to beat them back. Todo commented. And I have the feeling they weren't even fighting us seriously at the time. Optimus, is it true that these combat icons are capable of combining with each other? Lelich asked. Yes. Optimus confirmed. They form the combiner known as Bruticus, and he is one of Megatron's most devastating weapons. Is the ability to combine common among Cybertronians? Wizard asked. Can any of us here pull it off? No. Ultra Magnus shook his head. Only a select few have the ability to combine with others, it's not common at all. Those among us that can combine require the rest of their team, which we do not have. The aerial bots could do it. Silverbolt said. But it's just me and Air Raid right now, Jetfire and Windblade can't combine with us. We were separated from the rest of our team when Cybertron went dark. They either didn't pick up your signal, Optimus, or they're not with us anymore. There was a morning silence with the group before Lelich spoke again. So, just hypothetically speaking, we can't have a team of say Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Grindcore combine. What made you come up with that combination? Ironhide asked with a raised eyebrow. Just guessing. Lelich shrugged. No, such a combiner would be impossible. Optimus replied. None of them have the ability. So, for humans it's like a gene that's inherited. Ogai tried to guess. Something like that. Silverbolt replied. It's hard to explain. Can we do something like that with our Nightmare rays? Wizard asked. 5 of which are able to transform. Only because those were made from Cybertronian protoforms. Ultra Magnus replied. The odds of our Nightmare rays learning such an ability is unlikely. If we're to possess the Forge of Solus Prime, however, could we do it? Lelich asked Optimus specifically. Given the Forge's mystical nature, I wouldn't say it's an impossible task. Optimus replied. However, as we do not have the Forge, we cannot put it to use. I understand. Lelich nodded. Only making suggestions because we will retrieve the Forge. Even if Megatron can't use it now, I'm not comfortable at all with leaving a powerful relic like that with him. Agreed. Everyone else, save Wizard, all responded. Wizard then spoke up. Optimus, Zero, there is something else you should know. Everyone directed their attention to him as Todo, Ironhide, and Silverbolt all winced as they knew what he was talking about. After we rescued all the slaves from the On-Take mine, we found something else other than Energon. What did you find? Optimus asked. Ironhide had a grim expression as he answered. Dark Energon. The Nemesis. Starscream, Onslaught, Skybite, and Barricade all kneeled apologetically toward their leader, as well as his silent surveillance chief, as they reported their mission failure. Disappointing. Megatron noted. An advanced piece of technology, as well as another mine lost. Humble apologies, Lord Megatron. Skybite bowed. Though he didn't regret accepting defeat from the enemy, he wasn't pleased in disappointing his leader. The Autobots and their human allies have grown significantly. Starscream reported. They have even acquired air forces of their own. Even I underestimated them, but it won't happen again. Onslaught added. Next time I swear, we will. Barricade tried to speak as well. Enough. Megatron interrupted. You are all dismissed. He said before turning around, much to their confusion. It wasn't like Megatron to not dish out any kind of punishment for failure. Master. Even Starscream looked rather confused. I said dismissed. Megatron insisted, much more firmly, causing the 4 kneeling Decepticons to bow their heads before standing up and leaving the bridge. Megatron then turned toward his surveillance chief. Contact Shockwave. Soundwave nodded as he accessed the Nemesis communications to make contact with the Geese order. The screen lit up to show the emotionless optic of Shockwave as he addressed his leader. Yes, Lord Megatron. I require a progress report, Shockwave. Megatron told him. As you wish. Shockwave nodded. Assimilation of the Geese order into the Decepticon ranks is 98.736% complete. All unnecessary Geese specimens have been disposed of. Pluton's Nightmare Rays Haven been significantly upgraded. The cloned organic biointegrated systems function most effectively with Dark Energon, enabling you to maintain full control upon their deployment. Good. What of the remaining Dark Knights? Megatron asked. Just the 2 former Knights of the Round aren't good enough. Neburos remains the most prominent member. Shockwave responded. No cybernetic enhancements required. Orange's new system is operating at 99.82 capacity. And Refrain's integration into his system is at optimal efficacy as well. Even VV has proven to be useful. In addition, the Dark Knight headmasters are also ready for deployment. And what of the Dark Queen? Megatron asked. I trust that is proceeding according to my specifications. Indeed. Shockwave confirmed. The Dark Queen is ready to be deployed whenever you desire. Good. Prepare her and the Dark Knights for deployment. Megatron told him. The Autobots and Black Knights have indeed grown stronger. But now it is time to show them just how much we've grown. He finished with a sneer as his dark geese began to glow ominously. Chapter 4, Spark of Darkness. Nunnally, Shirley, Euphemia, Rivalts, and Millie, who had Arthur in her arms, had walked into the laboratory of the Ark where they were surprised to see the Autobots of Optimus, Ratchet, Perceptor, Elita-1, and even Jetfire gathered, along with Lelich, Sarah, Suzaku, Cornelia, Todo, Kagaya, Todo, Wizard, and Ogai with Fixit, Nina, Lloyd, Rax Hata, and Cecile all standing on a catwalk that put them on equal level with the Autobots as they all faced a large containment cube on the far side of the lab. Hey, what's going on? Millie asked as they walked up the steps to join the other humans, and the orange Minicon beside them. Oh, just a little experiment with this Devil Energon stuff. Lloyd said casually. This is nothing to joke about, Asplund. Ratchet told him sternly. Yeah, I get it. Lloyd waved off. This is the same stuff that destroyed Cybertron. This caught the attention of the former Ashford students as well as Euphemia. I understand that, but I don't get why this experiment has to be contained like this. The group looked inside to see there was a nightmare, just an ordinary beret, stationed within the containment cube, with a series of tubes attached to it from the ceiling. Because we can't take any chances. Jetfire said. I've worked with Dark Energon before, and it's not something to be taken lightly. Dark Energon. Shirley looked in surprise. As in, the same substance that Megatron used to destroy Cybertron. Yuffie asked with concern. And what gave him his dark geese? Yes. Sarah confirmed. What, where did we even get it? Nunnally asked, looking toward her brother, but Wizard was the one to provide an answer. My team and I found it on our last mission to liberate an Energon mine. The masked leader of Peacemark replied. We had it transported to the Ark immediately. Rax Hata and the others wanted to work on it immediately, but Ratchet and Jetfire insisted otherwise. Lelich explained. So, we're conducting a test to show them why we can't take any chances with it. Didn't you guys say it was supposed to be the blood of an alien devil or something? Rivalts questioned. Unicron, the Chaos Bringer. Optimus confirmed. Well, I still think all that's a bit far-fetched. Lloyd said. I agree. Rax Hata said. Transforming alien robots are one thing, but I'm not one to consider the existence of gods or devils. Hopefully, you'll see otherwise once we conduct this test. Perceptor said as he looked toward Optimus, who nodded to give him permission. With a deep and nervous breath, Perceptor took out a small vial of liquid dark energon and placed it in a transfer machine built into the cube and began the process. Everyone looked with either curiosity or suspense as they saw the purple liquid transfer into the cube, down the tubes, and directly into the nightmare like an IV. After a few seconds, nothing happened. But then suddenly, its inner wiring began to shine a bright purple before its face opened up to reveal a serrated mouth as the nightmare gave a shrill roar and moved on its own, smashing its body against the containment cube. All the present Autobots looked with either cautious or serious expressions, except Fixit, who was visibly scared. As for the humans, Wizard, Todo, Ogai, and Cornelia looked in absolute shock. Even Sarah was caught off guard. Nunnally was visibly terrified as she clung to her brother, who held her close as he looked with worry toward the nightmare-turned monster. Cecile, Shirley, Nina, and Millie covered their mouths in shock and terror. Even Euphemia clung to Suzaku, who held her close as well as he also eyed the creature with visible fear. Even Lloyd and Rax Hata were more shocked than they'd ever been in their lives. Even Arthur hissed at the monster on the other side of the glass. "Holy shit!" Tamaki exclaimed. "What the hell is that?" Rivalts also exclaimed. The monster snarled at the Autobots and humans beyond the cube as it banged its arms, whole body, and even its head against the glass in an attempt to shatter it and get to them. Fortunately, the containment cube held up. "That thing, what? What are we even looking at?" Shirley practically screamed. "Like a demon straight out of hell." Todo's eyes narrowed. "Just as dark energon brings destruction wherever it lays." Optimus began. "Anything brought to life, if you can call it that, by the substance seeks the same thing, destruction. Its only instinct is to wipe out any and all life that lays before it." The monster continued to bang its head on a single point on the glass, and it was starting to crack a bit. "It's going to break out," Suzaku said with worry. Ratchet however pressed the necessary commands on the cube, causing a bright blue light to shine throughout the insides of the containment unit, forcing everyone to shield their eyes before the light vanished. One look inside, and the monster nightmare was nothing more than a pile of rubble. "What was that?" Ogai questioned. "Just before the war began, Starscream and I worked together in a station for the sole purpose of studying dark energon," Jetfire revealed. "We tried to test it on a machine to see if it could serve as a fuel source, but the result was much like what you've all seen. Heck, one experiment went so wrong, it blew apart an entire section of the station. These things that come to life from dark energon were given the designation Terror Cons. Still think it's all just a bunch of fantasy, Lloyd?" Cecile looked toward him, as he still had a shocked expression on his face. "I've been wrong before," Lloyd admitted, not taking his eyes off the pile of rubble. "Please tell me there's a way to destroy it," Rax Hata said in an uncharacteristically scared tone. "There is," Fixit confirmed. "Through the exposure of an equal or greater amount of natural energon, dark energon can be purged. Anything less will only corrupt the natural energon." "What if we used synthetic energon?" Nina asked. "Out of the question," Ratchet quickly rebutted. "The atomic structure of synthetic energon is not like natural energon. There is a far greater chance of corruption if that is used with dark energon." "Destroy it," Lelich said immediately. "All the dark energon that we've acquired, I want it all destroyed. Not a single trace can be allowed to remain." "Consider it done." Jetfire nodded. "Hey Lelich, Optimus." Suzaku got their attention. "You said dark energon was found on Cybertron, so why would there be some here? On Earth?" "That is a good and disturbing question," Optimus responded. "Maybe it was just stored at that mine," Shirley suggested. "If that's the case, are there any other storage sites out there that we have to consider?" Elita asked. Cornelia groaned. "First, we have those Iacon relics to deal with, now this. TAI? Is there a way for us to track dark energon?" Lelich asked as the holographic AI appeared before them. "I'm sorry, but I can't," TAI reported. "Even if I had the time to analyze the molecular structure and energy signature of dark energon, it's not like locating natural energon. I can only locate large deposits, Locating anything small like what was found by Wizard's group is almost impossible. With that, everyone present looked with concern and even fear. They already knew Megatron had access to Dark Energon, which was how he was able to obtain his Dark Geese. But to know there might be more of it on Earth, not to mention seeing what else it was capable of, really added to the gravity of their current situation. Make sure all our forces are aware of this, Optimus told the group. If any more Dark Energon is found on any of our missions, it is to be destroyed immediately. Sometime later, Lelouch sat alone in the living quarters of the bridge, overlooking a datapad that contained footage of Megatron's various battles against the forces of the Autobots and Black Knights. As he continued to look, an uneasy expression formed on his face. A part of him felt like putting it away, but he pushed himself to keep observing, determined to find some kind of weakness, but so far, he had found none. Hey! He heard Colin's voice as he turned in surprise to see not only her, but also Nunnally, looking toward him with concern. It's really bad for your eyes to keep staring at that. I'm fine. Lelouch dismissed as he tried to continue looking at the datapad, but Colin quickly came in and swiped it away. Lelouch, you need to give yourself a break, Colin told him. She's right, big brother. Even Nunnally agreed. I understand what you're trying to do, but Megatron is without question the greatest threat we're facing. Lelouch began. Not only is he more cunning than my late father and Schneeisel combined, not to mention he is an absolute monster on the battlefield. And now he has Dark Energon, we've all seen what that can do. He sighed in exasperation as he threw the datapad down before placing a hand on his face. I can't beat him. I just can't. Of course, you can't, Colin said, causing him to look toward her in surprise. You yourself just listed all the reasons he's smart and tough, so of course you can't beat him. At least not by yourself. Isn't that the whole point of all of this? She gestured to the arc around her. It's part of being a team, so we don't all have to bear the burden alone. And you're not alone, Lelouch, Nunnally said as she walked over and sat down next to him. We're all here for you. I know what Megatron did to you was horrible. You've been having nightmares for these last 6 months, and don't deny it, I can sometimes hear you screaming late at night. When you have someone look inside your head to bring out your worst fears, and then replay those fears over and over with the intent of killing you, it's going to leave an impression. Lelouch commented, making no effort to hide that he had been experiencing nightmares. You're afraid of him, Colin pointed out. And I don't blame you, hell even I'm afraid, especially after what Nunnally and the others just told me about what happened at the lab. Robot zombies. Are you kidding? Look, the point is, you're not alone. She sat down next to him as well, on the opposite side of Nunnally. You've got friends, even family. You've got me, too. While he was truly grateful for both their support, it didn't seem to deter what he was feeling at the moment. Well, either of you have any ideas on how to handle him? Because I'm open to suggestions. Here's an idea. They looked up to see Elita One glancing toward them. Play on your own strengths. You're a strategist, aren't you, Lelouch? Well, use that. Yes, we've seen that you've been improving as a pilot, particularly thanks to Todo and Ironhide, but you're more of a commander than a fighter. Use your strengths, use the people who are willing to follow and help. Put Megatron in a situation where he has to go on the defensive. You've done that kind of thing before, haven't you? Hell yeah, that was what you did with Clovis way back in Shinjuku, Colin pointed out. Don't play in Megatron's hands, get him to play in yours. If there's one thing you're good at, it's turning the tables on people, Nunnally added. This seemed to help a bit, reminding Lelouch again just how grateful he was for all their support. Thank you, all of you. Nunnally hugged him on the side in response while Colin just playfully shoved his other side. He then looked towards the pink Autobot in front of him. Can I ask you something, Elita? Sure, what is it? Back when we're fighting for the Forge of Solus Prime, Megatron called you Ariel. Why is that? Lelouch asked as even Colin and Nunnally looked with curiosity. Elita sighed, partly expecting this. Ariel was my original name before the war for Cybertron. Before I was a soldier, I worked in manual labor among the lower class. One day, I met Optimus, or rather Orion Pax. He came down the Cybertron's lower caste cities to get a better understanding of how big a difference it was compared to higher class areas like Iacon. He said how he's been wanting to change the system and I ended up joining him. You worked alongside Optimus? Nunnally asked with an eager smile as Lelich and Colin also listened. I did. Elita confirmed. Along with Ratchet, Ultra Magnus, Alpha Trion and others. Her look faded into a sour expression. Including Megatron. Lelich, Nunnally, and Colin had unsurprised yet serious expressions on their faces, but continued to listen, nonetheless. I really thought he truly wanted to change Cybertron for the better, and I admired his strength and determination. We were friends. But, once the Council was more willing to opt for Orion's peaceful approach, as opposed to Megatron's forceful response, and with the start of the war, the Megatron I thought I knew no longer existed. But, did you try to at least stop him? Nunnally asked again. I did, many times. Just as Orion and later, Optimus, did. Elita replied. But each and every time, he tried to convince me to join him. Before the war started, I changed my name to Elita 1, but he still called me Ariel. He told me that it was important not to forget our origins, but now, it's like he calls me that just to throw it all back in my face. Bastard. Colin muttered. We all know he's evil, but that's just petty. I agree. Elita. Which is why I try to ignore his words, and whatever mind games he tries to play on me. I know it's hard, given what he's done, what he's going to do, but we need to push through. She spoke to Lelich directly. We let our actions define us, not our words. Lelich could tell what she was saying to him, and it was something he appreciated, while also gaining a newfound respect for Elita, understanding why Optimus worked so well alongside her. Thank you, Elita. And, if Megatron didn't ruin everything, I think you and Optimus would have made Cybertron a peaceful place. Yes, I'd like to think so too. Elita smiled reminiscently, with Colin and Nunnally easily able to read the expression on her face, causing the two to look toward each other with smirks. However, a small alarm suddenly turned on, getting their attention as Optimus Prime also entered the bridge of the Ark. Tai, what is it? Optimus questioned as the holographic girl appeared in the air. It's a high-frequency signal, with an embedded message. Tai revealed. For you, Optimus. Is it more Autobots? Possible reinforcements? Lelich asked. No, it's from here on Earth and it's from Megatron. Tai responded, causing Nunnally to gasp slightly while Lelich, Optimus, Elita, and Colin's eyes all narrowed while Tai read the message aloud. We've been running in circles with each other long enough, old friend. I believe it is time we settle this. Meet me at these coordinates. Colin scoffed. Who does he think he is? It's obviously a trap. Of course, it is. Optimus agreed. Nevertheless, I fear that whatever trap Megatron has could place more innocents in danger. Optimus, are you actually going to meet him? Lelich questioned. What exactly are you expecting? I am uncertain, but this must be addressed. Optimus confirmed. However, I will not be going alone. Elita, Colin, assemble the Zero Squad. Understood. Elita nodded. Yes sir. Colin saluted. I'm coming too. Lelich also stood up. You might need a little assistance from a fellow commander just in case. Very well. Optimus accepted. Lelich. Nunnally grabbed his hand with a nervous expression. She knew that he was going to try and push himself to face his fears, which she admired, but that didn't make her any less nervous. Please be careful. I will. Lelich assured his sister. A single ground bridge opened up as Optimus was the first to exit, alongside Lelich within the Shinkiro. Right behind them was the Zero Squad, led by Elita 1, consisting of Bumblebee, Arky, and Sideswipe, with the Lancelot, Gurren, and Byakuya, piloted by Suzaku, Colin, and Orpheus respectively. Many of them looked in surprise to see that their destination was none other than the ruins of the Tokyo settlement. Even with 6 months, it was as if nothing changed. The entire city was still in ruins from the Black Rebellion, with countless wrecks from Nightmare rays, vehicles, and massive weapons, and the occasional Viacan corpse. Any human remains that were exposed had begun rotting away as flies buzzed around them. The settlement was nothing short of a graveyard now. Hard to believe this used to be a bustling city. Archie commented, getting a sense of déjà vu from viewing the ruins of Cybertron. I hated Britannia and the settlement. Colin added. But I didn't think they'd deserve this. So many people died here. Suzaku muttered, clenching the controls of his nightmare in anger at the handiwork of the Decepticons. I've heard what had happened here 6 months ago. Orpheus said. But, actually seeing it, all that's happened, it's something else. Must have been one hell of a battle. Sideswipe added. Lelich said nothing as he felt a huge wave of guilt set in. Though this was directly the work of the Decepticons, he couldn't help but feel responsible for all of this. He was the one who started the Black Rebellion because of Megatron's orchestration of the SAZ massacre, but even then, the rebellion itself was nothing more than a distraction, and Lelich cursed himself for not seeing it sooner. We'll make sure they didn't die in vain, Bumblebee said. I agree. Optimus spoke. What happened here was a tragedy, and we will see to it that it does not repeat. First, we need to find the one who invited us here. Elita said. However, right as she said that, they all heard the roaring of an engine, causing them all to look toward the sky to see a familiar silver Cybertronian jet fly toward the top of a ruined building before it transformed to reveal himself as the Decepticon they all knew and loathed. Optimus, I'm glad you accepted my invitation, Megatron called down to him. Though I did not say that you could bring company, I'm not particularly upset. To the contrary, I'm glad you did. It gives me the opportunity to catch up with an old friend, wouldn't you agree, Ariel? Elita glared up toward him with Colin already reading her nightmare for a fight. Why don't you invite him down here for a chat? The redhead snarled as her Gurren's Surger claw was primed and ready. Why did you call us here, Megatron? Optimus questioned. Because I've been wanting to show you something, old friend. Megatron answered. Something that I believe may be the last thing you see. He pulled out a dark purple crystal that they all recognized. Is that? Archie questioned. Dark Energon. Lelich exclaimed. Megatron hurled the crystal toward the ruined battlefield below. The second it made contact, it sunk into the ground before crevices spread across the area, a dark and haunting purple glow emanating from the ever-growing cracks as Optimus, Lelich, and each of the Zero Squad looked in shock, a sinking feeling forming as they had an idea of what was going to happen next. The Decepticon leader's optics began to glow a bright purple as he felt the power surge. Rise, my army! He commanded. Suddenly, a metallic hand shot from the ground as a Viacan corpse arose to life, or rather an undead state. By the Allspark. Elita muttered. Oh my God! Colin looked in genuine horror, with everyone else. Every Viacan corpse, every wrecked nightmare, every destroyed vehicle, be it civilian or military grade, virtually every large piece of machinery arose, taking the form of humanoid metallic Terrorcons that numbered in the thousands, maybe even more so. All those that died or were destroyed in the Black Rebellion had now come back as undead monsters. Behold! Megatron bellowed. The power of Dark Energon. What kind of horror show is this? Sideswipe exclaimed. Britannia, no, not even the Geese Order has done something as sinister as this. Orpheus muttered. How could he? Suzaku's visibly terror-filled face morphed into one of rage. He's not even allowing the dead to rest? He's desecrated them. No, this is worse than desecration. Not even the dead are free from his warmongering. Optimus stated. Though he appeared to maintain a calm and serious expression, Lelich could tell there was a burning rage in Optimus' spark, one that mirrored his own feelings of rage, but there was also a great sense of terror in Lelich as he glanced up to the smirking Megatron who now controlled an army of the undead. At last, symbiosis, I can feel it. Megatron said to himself. I possess complete control over my army, of course, not just the ones that lay before me. He then commanded his legion of Terrorcons. Destroy them. Immediately, Optimus opened fire with his Energon blasters on the frontmost Terrorcons. Zero, take the squad and return to the Ark. And leave you here against all of that. Lelich exclaimed. No. I'm staying here with you, Optimus. We all are. Elita 1 stepped up as well, her Energon blasters primed and ready. We can't let a single Terrorcon roam free. Zero squad form up. Open fire. Roger. All the members of the Zero squad acknowledged their commander as they opened fire as well. Lelich was the first to attack with the Shinkaro's chest-mounted cannon. It shot a prism forward first before firing a laser into the prism, causing the laser to disperse and cut multiple lines through the undead hordes. Suzaku added to this with the Lancelot's Varus rifle, firing multiple charged shots, with Colin charging an attack with the Gurren's Surger Claw to throw a series of energy sphere with explosive results. The explosion cleared out a large portion of the frontmost Terrorcons, but they barely made a dent in the entire army. However, as the smoke cleared, the Byakugan rolled out alongside the vehicle modes of Bumblebee, Arky, and Sideswipe. The White Nightmare attacked first, drawing a blade from its 7-type armament's right arm to slice one Terrorcon in half down the middle as Arky, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe all transformed around him to open fire with their Energon blasters, scoring in headshots, but even those didn't seem to take down the Terrorcons that surrounded them. Sideswipe chose to get personal as he drew his sword to cut down one Terrorcon before moving on to the other. As he did, he noticed that the severed pieces stopped moving. Guys! We need cut them down. The smaller the pieces, the better. Sideswipe told the rest of his comrades. Understood. Elita acknowledged before drawing her arm blades to engage 3 Terrorcons in front of her. She decapitated one before swiping her feet to knock the remaining 2, right as she jumped and landed her feet onto the heads of both of them, destroying them instantly. Everyone, don't allow yourselves to get separated. Lelich ordered. Stick in groups of 2 or more. Don't let yourselves get overwhelmed. He covered Optimus as he fired the Shinkaro's wrist-mounted Hadron cannons to obliterate a group of Terrorcons. As he was approached from behind, Optimus quickly came in to Lelich's defense, drawing his blades to slice and cut down 4 of them at breakneck pace. One tried to bring down a long piece of metallic rubble as a makeshift weapon, but Optimus blocked it before impaling that Terrorcon in its chest, and up its head to destroy it. The Prime and Shinkiro came back to back as they found themselves almost surrounded but had more than enough firepower to keep each other safe. Colin threw out her Surger to launch a wave of radiation that fried a small group of Terrorcons. Though the frontmost were obliterated, those in the back were merely burnt and continued pressing forward, prompting Colin to draw her Gurren's MVS knife to cut them down. Arky drove around her in her motorcycle form as several Terrorcons attempted to surround her, but Arky swerved her vehicle mode to trip them all up before transforming and jumping to land on the Gurren's top and fire precise Energon shots at each of their heads. Arky, hang on, we're taking to the air. Colin told her partner as the Gurren flew straight up with Arky keeping herself pressed on the Gurren's top. Colin activated her energy wing system to fire a hail of energy bolts directly at the Terrorcons below with explosive results. I'm sure glad these things can't fly. She commented. Colin, dive. Arky warned as they just barely dodged a powerful dark blast, causing them to look in shock at the source. Is that a Reiko? It was true. It appeared to be the damaged body of a Reiko, now turned Terrorcon monster, with its face serving as the main cannon that fired at them again, causing the Gurren to veer away as Arky barely hung on. Hang on. I'm coming. Suzaku exclaimed as he shot another Varus blast through a line of Terrorcons, and into the side of the Reiko Terrorcon, causing it to tilt over, but it was still alive as it turned its attention towards Suzaku. This left it open for Bumblebee to drive in with his vehicle mode through the path Suzaku cleared for him before he transformed, drew his katana, and cut down the other side, allowing Suzaku to fly in and finish it off with a Varus shot into its mouth cannon, causing it to go up in flames. Sideswipe used his sword to cut down another Terrorcon as he came back to back with the Byakugan as Orpheus lunged its electric weapon into one Terrorcon. This attack didn't even slow it down at first, but not before Orpheus turned up the power, causing it to explode. Conventional methods aren't working against these things. Orpheus scowled as he and Sideswipe found themselves surrounded. However, salvation came in the form of Elita as she moved with such speed and agility, cutting down the terror cons that stood in her way before coming to assist the pair, firing her energon blasters into the heads of 4 terror cons, lightening the load quite a bit. "We can't hold out like this," Sideswipe told Elita. "You're right, we need backup." Elita agreed. "The Ark, the bridge. This is Elita 1 reporting. Requesting immediate assistance." Elita's report came in through the Ark's system as Ogai, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Ultra Magnus received the alert, with Nunnally, Euphemia, Shirley, Rai, Sarah, Nina, and Rivalts all present as well. "Tai. What is happening?" Ultra Magnus questioned. "Hang on, I'm patching into the visual systems of the Shinkiro." Tai brought up the visual feed of the ongoing battle against the terror cons for everyone to see, and to say they were shocked would be an understatement. "By the Allspark." Ratchet muttered in shock. Are those?" Shirley stuttered. "Terror cons." Sarah finished with narrowed eyes. "Lelich." "Suzaku." Nunnally thought in fear as she shared a concerning glance with Euphemia. "Well, what are we waiting for? We have to help them," Rivalts exclaimed. "And we will." Ultra Magnus confirmed as he turned to the Ark's AI. "Tai, assemble the Black Knights and a select few Autobots. I will provide you with the list of squads and members for deployment." "Understood." Tai nodded. As the gathered commanders quickly made the necessary preparations, Nunnally quickly grabbed Rai's arm once she saw that the immortal was about to leave. "Rai, is there something I can do?" "I'm sorry Nunnally, but you're not getting involved in this, none of you are," Rai said with finality, turning toward the rest of his classmates and other sister. When it looked like they were about to protest, he continued to speak. "This isn't like what happened with Steeljaw, even then that was far too dangerous for all of you. We have an army of freaking zombies led by a genocidal maniac. None of you are going and that is final." "He's right." Sarah agreed. "If anything happened to any of you, Lelich, Suzaku, Colin, none of them would forgive themselves. But we can." Millie tried to protest, but Euphemia put a hand on her shoulder. "They're right. We're not fighters," Yuffie said. "We would only get in the way, especially with something like that." Rivalts rubbed the back of his neck in annoyance. "Yeah, we wouldn't last 10 seconds out there." Even Shirley agreed, reminded of how she tried to help during the incident with the data cylinder, which almost cost them all Bulkhead. "Rai, Sarah, you just come back, with everyone else, please." Rai and Sarah shared smiles as the former gave the brunette a quick hug, along with his pink-haired half-sister. "We'll be fine. We've got good people and bots watching our backs." He turned toward Sarah. "Let's go." "Right." She nodded as they quickly made their way from the bridge alongside the present Autobots, leaving only the former princess and students alone as they turned toward the main screen and continued to watch as the terror cons continued their rampage. Back on the battlefield, Optimus, Zero, and the whole Zero squad regrouped as they tried to gain some distance from the horde of terror cons, firing their long-range weapons to try and thin the horde, though the more explosive variants of the Varus, Hadron, and Surgerclaw had done more damage than the likes of Energon blasters or Harkins, it seemed like they were barely making a dent. "How many of these things are there?" Sideswipe exclaimed. "We're basically fighting every Brightonian soldier, Black Knight, and Decepticon that died here," Lelich replied. "I'd estimate a couple thousand at least." "Where's our damn backup?" Colin shouted. "You called." They heard Jez speaking over the comms. 4 ground bridge portals opened across the battlefield and around the Terror Con horde. From the portal on the east side, with Ultra Magnus at the lead, alongside Jez, Prowl, the custom Vincent piloted by Cornelia, with a unit of a dozen Black Knight Akatsuki units. From the south, Ironhide led Bulkhead, Rai, Nonet, each in the Raiden and Galeschin respectively, along with Tamaki's heavily armored Akatsukis with several more Wrecker Black Knights. On the west, Todo and the 4 Holy Swords in their respective Zanjutsu and Command Akatsukis, along with Drift and Zidain in his Gekoshidan. From the sky above, Jetfire flew out along with Sarah in her pink Akatsuki, Ogai in his Gawain Nerian, and several airborne Black Knight units. Now that's what I call a cavalry. Archie commented with a relieved smirk. We cannot let down our guard. Optimus instructed as he contacted their reinforcements. These Terrorcons will not fall under conventional means. You must maintain a safe distance. Heavy ordnance is highly recommended. The smaller the pieces, the better. Zero added. Don't let yourselves get separated. Stick with your unit, or in groups of 2 or more. Roger. They all replied as multiple explosions lit up across the horde. That's our cue. Elita stated. Time to press on. She led the charge with the Zero Squad alongside Optimus and the Shinkiro, blowing away the Terrorcons that laid in front of them. From above, Jetfire led the attack with his aerial unit as he flew closer toward the horde in his jet mode, firing a series of rapid-fire energon blasts to cleave away a large portion of the horde in the center. Ogai, Sarah, you and everyone else concentrate your fire at this area. Jetfire ordered as he flew back up. Break them up at the center. You heard the man. Everyone open fire. Ogai exclaimed as he transformed his Gawain into its hovering tank form to blast a powerful energon shot at the horde with Sarah's pink Akatsuki, and the other airborne units firing down as well to obliterate the central spot of the Terrorcon horde. On the east side, Ultra Magnus had brought his energon hammer down onto a Terrorcon to crush it before he noticed an old ruined building nearby that could provide some aid. Jez, do you believe you can bring that building down? Ultra Magnus asked the Autobot, who glanced toward the tipping building. Shoot, yeah, but I might need some time. Jez confirmed. All units, cover Jez. Ultra Magnus ordered, form a perimeter around that building, do not let a single Terrorcon breach it. Roger. Cornelia accepted as she along with the present Black Knights formed a perimeter around the building, facing the horde of Terrorcons. Empty your guns if you have to. Mow these monsters down. She exclaimed as she opened fire with her Vincent's rifle, followed by the Akatsukis. The frontmost Terrorcons were cut down, but those in the back continued to press forward, as the assault seemed to only slow them down. Magnus, give me a boost. Prowl exclaimed to his commander. Ultra Magnus simply nodded as he allowed Prowl to hop onto his hammer before vaulting him into the air. While airborne, Prowl threw a hail of shurikens out from his fingers to slice and cut down the heads of 5 Terrorcons, clearing a space out for him as he landed on his hands before kicking his feet out with a split and spun around like a helicopter to knock several down before he transformed and regrouped with Magnus, Cornelia, and their unit. Where is Jez with that plan of his? Prowl questioned. Inside the building, Jez was in his vehicle mode as Undertone stood on the hood, observing the torn support beams at the building's foundation. You thinking what I'm thinking, little dude? Jez asked his mini-con partner, who drew a long blade that shined brightly with energon. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Jez said enthusiastically as he drove toward the nearest support beam, which Undertone cut down easily enough. They repeated the process, swerving forward and around each and every support beam, cutting them down as the building already began to tip over. Magnus, you and everyone might wanna bail. It's about to timber. Jez warned over the comms. Everyone, clear out. Ultra Magnus ordered as they could already see the building beginning to tip. He and Prowl both transformed and drove away with Cornelia and their soldiers right behind. Jez joined them quickly enough as the entire building soon collapsed and fell on its side, crushing a large portion of the Terrorcon horde underneath. That was rather reckless. Cornelia noted. Something my brother and the rest of the wreckers would do. Hey, it worked, didn't it? Jez commented. Plus, it wasn't my idea. He transformed and glanced towards Magnus with a smirk. Guess working with the wreckers on Cybertron rubbed off on ya, Commander. Unusual circumstances require unusual methods. Ultra Magnus commented. But we're not done yet. Understood. Prowl was the first to get serious as they pressed forward. At the same time, Cornelia couldn't help but express concern to both Lelich and Rai, though she was certain Lelich would be safe with Optimus and the Zero Squad, as well as Rai with the wreckers. It didn't deter her inner big sister instincts and the worry she had for her younger siblings. Speaking of Rai, he gave a warrior's yell as he cut down one Terrorcon with the Raiden's katana before flashing his Surger claw to shoot a condensed bolt of electricity that obliterated the two in front. However, the ones that were behind were only singed as they continued to press on, despite losing a limb or two. Ugh. This is why I hate zombies. Rai said in frustration. Then it's time to bring out the heavy artillery. Nonet exclaimed as she and Bulkhead joined Rai's side and brought out their respective long-ranged weapons. The Galeskin's Varus obliterated a large portion of the horde in front of them, while a charged shot from Bulkhead's cannons took out the rest, but there were several more coming in from behind. Anytime, Ironhide. Bulkhead called out to the veteran Autobot as he, and Tamaki's Wrecker unit was on a hilltop above them. All right Wreckers, time to rain fire and steel. Fire all long-ranged weapons. Ironhide ordered. Hell yeah. Eat this, you undead freaks. Tamaki exclaimed as he and the heavily armored Akatsukas fired a large volley of missiles, along with Ironhide who shot with his cannons. Once they hit, a long line of fire erupted where the Terrorcons once stood, obliterating them in an instant. Meanwhile, Drift moved with such speed and grace, that he seemed like a breeze in the wind as he moved with his dual katanas around a group of 7 Terrorcons before sliding past them. Less than a second later, they all fell apart like scrap metal. Master Drift, please allow us to assist. Jetstorm said as he and Safeguard were still undeployed. No. Battling Decepticons are one thing, but these abominations are another story altogether. But Master. Jetstrom attempted to protest. We understand, Master. Safeguard assured. I'm sure you know what's best. Despite that, Drift still appeared to be surrounded on all sides by several more Terrorcons. Fortunately, the 4 Holy Swords and Zidain slid forward with just as much grace, cutting down the Terrorcons at their midsection and legs, aiming for the limbs to immobilize them before crushing their heads. Hey, what's the deal? Urabe questioned after he decapitated one Terrorcon, only to see it was still moving. I thought if you cut of the head, the zombie dies. He said as his Akatsuki sliced down to cut the Terrorcon in half. This isn't a movie, Urabe. It's real life. Chiba commented as she covered Zidain, whose Shidin's dual blades cut down 2 Terrorcons in front of him. We're fighting alongside alien robots against an army of robot zombies and you say it's real life. Urabe said with a half grin and raised eyebrow. Just focus on the battle. Todo exclaimed as he hovered above them, firing the Zanjitsu's missile launcher to blast a long line through the Terrorcon horde. Leave nothing of these monsters. Roger. Asahina and Senba both said as they also cut down the remaining Terrorcons around them. From his vantage point, Megatron watched with amusement as his Terrorcon horde had almost been completely wiped out, save for a third. Oh dear, it looks like they've wiped out my main attack force. He mused seemingly to himself. But that's quite alright. After all, these mindless monstrosities were only a test to see if I can control my real soldiers. Wouldn't you agree, Shockwave? Indeed. Shockwave responded over the comms. Observation concludes that you are able to control any and all units infused with Dark Energon. Meaning, the Dark Pawns should be under your complete control, as well as Refrain and the Dark Queen. The Headmaster units, as well as the Dark Knights and maintain their own free will, but I've seen to it that they will only serve you. I trust you have the coordinates then, Shockwave? Megatron asked. Affirmative, we are deploying now. The Decepticon scientist responded before hanging up. Megatron chuckled evilly. Let the real battle begin. The Black Dragon unit had wiped a large portion of the Terrorcons on their side as they regrouped. This area appears to be clear, Colonel. Chiba reported to Todo. I trust the rest will mop up what's left of these abominations. Excellent. Todo nodded. Let's try and... We have a ground bridge. Drift exclaimed as a portal opened up in front of the group. It is not ours. He drew his blades as the 5 Nightmare rays around him readied their weapons, but they were all blown back by a powerful energon blast that shot out through the portal. The source of the blast was a dark purple Cybertronian tank that rolled out of the vortex before transforming to reveal itself to be none other than Shockwave, and he was not alone. Alongside him were 4 odd-looking robotic beings. They were humanoid, very similar designs to that of the Vincent Nightmare with a black and purple paint job, and a Decepticon emblem at the chest. Their heads appeared to stick out the most as they had no faces whatsoever, no eyes, no mouths, nothing. Their heads appeared to be completely round and blank spheres, almost like the top of a pawn piece in chess. There was one more that emerged from the portal that stuck out to the rest. It was a dark purple humanoid robot, with black armored plating along its chest, shoulder, and head piece. It also carried a set of double Gatling guns into each of its arms. Within its head, however, was a human girl in her teenage years. She wore a black suit with the Decepticon emblem on its chest, that had a series of plugs and cables connecting her to the cockpit's walls as she stood up. She had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and what appeared to be a geese emblem on her forehead. Dark Knight Headmaster, codename, Land. Reporting for battle. She reported as Shockwave and his quartet of Dark Pawns faced the recovering Black Dragon unit. Your continued attempt at defiance is most illogical, the Decepticon scientist said to his enemies. Another ground bridge portal opened above the Wreckers' party as they found themselves facing 3 Dark Pawns that fell down from the portal, with another Dark Knight Headmaster unit falling down from behind to land on the ground. This unit was of similar color scheme with dark purple and black armored plating along its chest, shoulder, and head piece. What made this one stood out was its arms that carried weapons that resembled the jaws of a dragon. Within its head was another young girl that wore the same kind of bodysuit that had her plugged directly into the cockpit. She had dark skin with green eyes, with dark blonde hair tied in a bow, and a geese emblem on her forehead. Dark Knight Headmaster, codename, Power. Ready for battle. She stated as a hovering nightmare, looking near identical to the Galahad appeared before the ground bridge portal closed. Only this nightmare had a similar color scheme to the other Pluton Nightmare rays. Hello K.I.'s Aaron. The immortal known as VV said with a sneer as he glanced at the Raiden. Did you miss me? Hearing that voice was enough to make Rai's teeth grit as he glared at the dark Galahad. V.V. Those among the elite guard glanced forward to an open ground bridge portal as 3 Dark Pawns came rushing out. Right behind them was a black and dark purple version of the transformed Siegfried, with its pilot being the brainwashed and cybernetic Jeremiah, who was plugged directly into the giant and towering nightmare. Who's ready to die, for the glory of Megatron? Jeremiah exclaimed maniacally. Jeremiah. Cornelia recognized his voice as she looked with genuine concern. But he wasn't the only one. The last nightmare to exit before the ground bridge closed was another Headmaster unit. Same purple and black color scheme, but it didn't appear to have any other special features compared to the others seen thus far, save for a pair of dual blades in its hands. The pilot inside was a young woman with black hair, red eyes, fair skin, and a geese emblem on her forehead. She also wore the same kind of plug suit as her fellow headmasters. Dark Knight Headmaster, codename, Order. Prepared for combat. She said as Ultra Magnus, Jez, and Prowl readied themselves. In front of the hovering group that consisted of Jetfire, Sarah in her pink Akatsuki, and Ogai in his Gawain Nerian was yet another ground bridge portal. Only 2 enemy units appeared to exit, however. The first one was nearly all black as it bore bat-like wings and carried a double-bladed Energon scythe in its hands. Within its head cockpit was a single human head and a nervous system that appeared to be wired thoroughly into this unit's nervous and skeletal system. Both his eyes glowed the geese sigil as it saw everything from the optics of its robotic body. Dark Knight Unit, codename, Refrain. Targets sighted. Sarah's pupils shrank as she recognized the voice. Mao. The second hovering unit actually bore a dark red color scheme, making it stand out from all the other Pluton variant Nightmare rays. On its back was a set of dragon-like wings, a sword built into its right arm, and a serrated chain-like whip built into its left arm. The pilot inside did not bear any kind of plug-in bodysuits or physical upgrades of his own because he was the best trained killer of the Geese Order despite his age. Dark Knight Neburos reporting in. The young boy with brown hair and violet eyes said as he identified the 3 enemies in front of him. Autobots and Black Knights are to be exterminated. Target codename CC is to be captured alive. By order of Shockwave. Meanwhile, Optimus, Zero, and the entire Zero Squad unit found themselves facing their own group of opponents as they exited the ground bridge portal. There were 4 Dark Pawns present, alongside the Dark Mordred, piloted by Anya, whom unbeknownst to anyone was still under the influence of a vengeful Marianne. 2 units however were unidentified. One bore a striking resemblance to the Excalibur Nightmare piloted by the late Charles Z.I. Britannia, only its gold and white color scheme was replaced with silver and dark purple, with the black central cockpit remaining black as usual. The final unit was another Headmaster unit. It was dark purple with black armored plating along its arms, shoulders, chest, and head. It also carried a set of Pegasus-like wings on its back, only they were black as opposed to the expected white. Inside the head was another young girl with a bodysuit that had her plugged into the cockpit. She had long blonde hair tied in pigtails with red eyes, fair skin, and a geese emblem on her forehead as well. Dark Knight Headmaster, codename, Speed. Ready for combat, she reported. What are these things? Archie questioned, referring to the Dark Pawns in particular as Optimus. Lelich, Suzaku, and Colin found themselves glancing toward the Dark Mordred knowing who was piloting inside. Anya. Suzaku thought with concern, one that was shared by his friends and leader. These are mine and Shockwave's latest experiments, Megatron explained as he addressed them from his vantage point. Did you really think this an ambush with the Terrorcons? No, that was merely a test. As you can imagine, Optimus, dark energon flows through my veins, which has allowed me to completely control multiple targets infused with the same substance such as those Terrorcons, and now my Dark Pawns. They are neither Nightmare nor Cybertronian, but rather robotic drones operating with a very special programmed code. What did you do, Megatron? Optimus glared toward the Decepticon leader he once considered his friend. Shockwave extracted the genetic material of Britannia's most elite knights of the round throughout its history. Megatron responded. Bismarck Waldstein, Christoph Chamberlain, Victoria of the Void, Olivia Zevon, and many others. Mother. Orpheus muttered in surprise. Though he did not really know his mother personally, as he was given away at birth per the Zevon's tradition of using female successors, he was still more than shocked. He combined their genetic material into a single batch and converted into digital code, which he then programmed directly into these machines. Megatron continued. They contain the memories, experiences, and combat data of their donors, and through the use of Dark Energon, not only are they able to access this in abundance, but I also have complete control over them. This earned heated glares from every present Autobot in Black Knight. It's no surprise you're desecrating the dead, Suzaku growled. But what about? These are my headmasters, Megatron continued, referring to the speed, as well as power, land, and order throughout the battlefield. Some of the best soldiers of the Geese Order with some modifications. As for this one, he glanced toward the dark version of the Excalibur. She is my Dark Queen, and she is something truly special. Now then, enough talk, destroy them. With that, the Dark Pawns, Speed, and Dark Queen, along with the Dark Mordred engaged the heroes. Marianne gunned straight for Optimus with the Dark Mordred, crashing into him and sending him rolling across the ground before he got back up and grappled with the charging Dark Mordred, with its possessed pilot yelling as she continued to push with the Mordred's float system to try and push Optimus back. Optimus! Elita exclaimed, only to find herself on the defensive from Speed as it shot at her at incredible speeds, knocking her back. But she quickly slid to her feet and opened fire with her Energon blasters, but Speed moved at an insane level of speed with her wings glowing brightly. She quickly appeared behind Elita with a kick to her back, knocking her down once more before Elita got back up and was forced on the defensive from this particular headmaster. Lelich found himself backed into a corner as he shot into the air with the Shinkiro, the Dark Queen gunning straight for him, firing its shoulder-mounted Hadron cannons directly at him. Fortunately, he activated the Blaze Luminous Shield in time, which took most of the impact, but it still rocked his nightmare all the same. Hang on, Lelich! Colin shouted as the Gurren and Lancelot flew in to provide backup. Colin was the first to attack, throwing out her Surger Claw, but the Dark Queen quickly turned around to deliver a kick and knock the claw away before punching the Gurren's face to knock it back and launch 5 chest-mounted Harkins at her, which Colin instinctively tried to block with her MVS knife right as Suzaku flew in to provide backup with a swing from his MVS, but the Dark Queen brought up its right arm to project an energy shield to block the attack before delivering an airborne roundhouse to knock her down. Bumblebee threw out a punch toward one Dark Pawn, only for it to block and parry with a thrust to Bumblebee's chest before following through with a roundhouse to knock him down. Arky tried to shoot her Energon blasters at a second Dark Pawn, but it backflipped to avoid her blasts before leaping high into the air to launch a flying kick in her direction, forcing Arky to flip back and avoid the impact. Sideswipe brought down his sword to slice at one Dark Pawn, only for the pawn to clap it in between his hands, right before it fell back, pulling Sideswipe down with him and kicking both his feet up to send Sideswipe over him and crashing onto the ground, where he regrouped with his fellow Autobots. "These things are tough," Sideswipe commented. "Noda," Arky replied. "How's that gonna help us take them down?" I'm thinking, Sideswipe exclaimed. "Well, you better think faster," Bumblebee stated as he drew his katana. At the same time, Orpheus faced the fourth Dark Pawn of this group, lashing out with the Beacon's taser weapon, but the Dark Pawn limboed underneath it before delivering a punch to the White Nightmare's chest, knocking it off balance before dealing a kick to its side to knock it down. Orpheus grunted in frustration as he saw the Dark Pawn rushing at him before he even had a chance to get up. Acting on instinct, he activated the Beacon's Gaffion blaster from its head, which shot a condensed beam straight at the Dark Pawn, scoring a hit, causing it to short-circuit and render it immobile. "Well, what do you know?" Orpheus smirked as he quickly drew the Beacon's blade from its right arm to cut it half and destroy it. "Not so tough now, are ya?" Back with the Black Dragon unit, each of the four Holy Swords duked it out with one of the four Dark Pawns present. Even with their weapons such as their Akatsuki's guns or katanas, the Dark Pawns proved too quick for their weapons to deal any damage and were fast enough to come in and deliver strikes in the form of punches, palm strikes, or kicks to knock each of the Holy Swords back. Zidain, meanwhile, was on the defensive from Lan's onslaught of Energon Gatling guns, which kept him at a distance and from attacking. He tried to maneuver his Gekoshidan and appear behind Lan's blind spot, but the headmaster could actually see everything around her in the form of a three-dimensional map, including behind her where a normal human wouldn't be able to see. Its arms spun around, despite its back facing the Gekoshidan, and opened fire, hitting the Purple Nightmare and forcing it further back. "Damn it! How the hell does this thing move like that?" Zidain complained as he re-engaged. At the same time, Drift sliced one of his katanas toward Shockwave, who blocked it with his arm cannon before dealing a punch to knock the Autobot down. Todo provided backup by flying straight down to lash his Zanjutsu's katana, but Shockwave swerved around the attack as the Zanjutsu flew past him, prompting Shockwave to grab the Nightmare by the leg and throw it into the recovering Drift. Shockwave approached the pair as they tried to recover. He quickly aimed his cannon to finish them off. However, Jetstorm and Safeguard leapt from their master in a surprise attack to engage Shockwave, actually catching the Decepticon scientist by surprise as they lashed their weapons at his face, before attacking further. "You will not harm our teacher," Jetstorm exclaimed as he was the first to leap toward Shockwave with his nunchucks, but Shockwave grabbed the Minicon with one hand and glared at him. "This is no place for an adolescent Minicon," Shockwave commented before throwing Jetstorm down hard onto the ground. "Jetstorm!" Safeguard attempted to run to his friend's aid, only to look in surprise and terror as Shockwave aimed his Energon cannon directly at him and was ready to exterminate him. Fortunately, Drift had already recovered as he leapt with a kick to Shockwave's chest to knock him back. But Shockwave quickly steadied himself to fire his cannon at Drift, but the Zanjutsu flew in the projectile's path, where a pair of capsules appeared on its shoulders and activated a radiant wave to serve as a shield and block the blast. "Using a radiation wave as a shield," Shockwave observed. "Illogical, but effective." He then resumed his fire at the group as they scattered to avoid the blasts. "Fire! Fire!" Tamaki exclaimed as he and the Wrecker Akatsuki practically unloaded on the trio of Dark Pawns that proved fast and quick enough to avoid all the explosive weaponry that was shot at them before moving in close. The Akatsuki attempted to defend themselves, but the Dark Pawns delivered powerful strikes to the Nightmare's vulnerable areas to disable or destroy them. Already half of Tamaki's unit was taken down. "What the hell are these freaking things?" One Dark Pawn had leapt toward him and was about to strike with its fist, but it was suddenly blasted from behind and obliterated by the Galeskin's Varus. "Don't let them get too close to you," Nonet warned. "Keep your distance. Stay in the air." She shot her Gale's chin into the air for emphasis. You heard the lady. Everyone into the air. Tamaki ordered as his Akatsuki, followed by the survivors flew into the air to resume fire at the remaining dark pawns, putting them on the defensive. Ironhide threw a punch to the heavily armored headmaster named Power, but the outer shell actually took the punch before throwing a strike of her own to the veteran Autobot's face, which was powerful enough to send him rolling back. He quickly got up and fired with his energon cannons, but Power brought her Nightmare's armored arms together to generate a powerful shield that blocked most of Ironhide's attacks. She then shot out of the dust and knocked down Ironhide with a backhand before lunging with its jaw-like weapon, which Ironhide was forced to hold back with both his hands. However, Power's seemingly limitless strength was too much for Ironhide as the weapon inched closer. Fortunately, Ironhide quickly aimed his right cannon at Power's feet and fired, knocking it down before he got back up and decked a punch to its head and knocked the entire unit down to the ground. Just what the hell has Megatron been doing? Where did he get something like you? Ironhide questioned as he aimed his cannon at the downed Power, prompting whoever was inside it to stand down. But she didn't listen as she quickly brought up her left jaw-like weapon to knock Ironhide back. Rai gave a yell as lashed out with the Raiden's katana to clash with the MVS from the Dark Galahad, both Nightmare rays hovering in the air as their weapons locked. The geese sigil glowing brightly in Rai's eyes as he gave a death glare to the immortal pilot inside. What's with the hostility, K.I. Zarin? I thought you'd be happy to see me again. Vivi mocked. After all, I'm the reason you're even here. Shut up. Rai yelled as he threw out his Surger Claw, but the Dark Galahad withdrew back slightly to avoid the attack before lashing out with its sword to knock the Raiden back. You murdered my family. You took everything from me. All I did was give you your geese. Vivi told him. You were the one who told everyone else to fight. So tell me, how did it feel to kill your mom and sister? That earned another roar from Rai as he recklessly shot at the Dark Galahad, but Vivi was able to swiftly move around it and deliver a kick to its back as Vivi looked on with a taunting grin. You know, I've actually been watching you during your time at Ashford, and I noticed you spend a lot of time with that cute girl. Shirley, I think her name was. Vivi continued, which only seemed to further enrage the former prince. How's about when we're done here, I pay her a visit? I won't kill her right away, but she'd make a nice toy for me to play with. Rai roared even further, shooting at Vivi with breakneck speed again, but Vivi anticipated this as he maneuvered the Dark Galahad around the Raiden again, lifted its blade to bring down onto the Raiden's back, right as Rai instinctively brought his Nightmare's katana up to block it, but the impact still sent the blue Nightmare crashing to the ground. Damn you! Rai grunted as he tried to pull the Raiden up, but looked in shock to see the Dark Galahad racing toward him. This is what you deserve for backing out of our contract. Vivi told him. Now you're gonna. Suddenly, Bulkhead appeared to ram his shoulder and side into the Galahad, sending it rolling across the ground. What? Vivi exclaimed as Bulkhead rushed him again, bringing his mace down hard onto the Dark Galahad's face before aiming his energon cannon into its chest for a charged shot that sent him crashing backwards. Bulkhead. Rai looked in surprise as his Autobot friend walked toward him and helped the Raiden stand back up. You okay, partner? Bulkhead asked with concern. Yeah. Thanks. Rai smiled, having calmed down. Bulkhead smiled back. I get why you hate this little bastard, that's why I'm gonna help you kick his tailpipe. Friends watch each other's backs, right? Rai smirked in response. Right. Friends. They heard Vivi exclaim as the Dark Galahad picked itself up. He turned his back on me and Charles. He doesn't deserve friends. I was about to same to you, you little shit. Rai glared, but this time, keeping his anger in check as he channeled it toward his immortal nemesis. Somebody should have spanked your ass a long time ago. Bulkhead told Vivi. So, we're gonna do it right now. He and the Raiden both charged at the Dark Galahad, ready to tear it to pieces. Cornelia grunted as her custom Vincent was knocked back by an airborne roundhouse from a Dark Pawn. She fired her Nightmare's rifle at it, but the Dark Pawn backflipped to avoid the bullets as she continued to shoot, hopping to get some distance from it. She also glanced to her right to see the rest of her unit was almost completely torn apart by the remaining two Dark Pawns. Come on. These things have to have some kind of weakness. She grunted in frustration. All hail Megatron! Jeremiah exclaimed as the Dark Siegfried brought both its fists down toward Jez, Smokescreen, and Undertone, but the three proved quick enough to roll out of the way and avoid the crushing blow. Dude, you know how many times I heard that track? Jez questioned as he activated his grappler straight for the Dark Siegfried's head, pulling him straight up to land a kick and knock the giant mech down to the ground. Too many. However, Jeremiah grunted as he quickly pulled the Dark Siegfried up to sweep a kick, which Jez avoided by sliding backwards. However, Prowl ran towards its back and threw a series of shurikens, scoring direct hits, and prompting the Dark Siegfried to turn around and lash out a powerful punch. Prowl was able to flip back and avoid it, right as the fist hit the ground. However, Undertone leapt toward the arm and quickly ran toward the shoulder before leaping, quickly pulling out his blade staff to jam right into the Dark Siegfried's neck, but the large impact generated a powerful electric shockwave from its body, zapping Undertone, and sending him flying. Fortunately, Jez launched his grappler to catch his mini-con partner and pull him to safety. Yo Prowl, got an ideas on how to take this thing down? 'Cause I don't. Perhaps. Prowl replied. Just keep avoiding his attacks a little while longer. I'll let you know when to strike. Till then we just play tag. Got it. Jez nodded as he and Prowl both transformed and began to drive literal circles around the giant machine in an attempt to confuse it, which seemed to be working as the cybernetic Jeremiah was having trouble locking onto one single target. At the same time, the headmaster designated Order crossed her blades to catch the Energon hammer that was swung down by Ultra Magnus before Order delivered a kick to Magnus' chest area, causing him to stumble back, right as she rushed his side and sliced toward him to knock him down. She tried to bring both her swords down onto him, but Ultra Magnus quickly transformed and drove away to gain some distance before transforming back and opening fire with his Energon blasters, but Order flew into the air to avoid each and every blast shot at her. It's like they're able to anticipate my movements. Magnus contemplated as he continued to fire at her, while also analyzing her as she avoided the attacks. Is this the work of a geese? Either way, I have a feeling this won't be an easy fight. Meanwhile, in the air, Jetfire and the Gawain Nerian shot directly toward Neburos, who didn't seem the least bit worried. I don't think so. The geese sigil in both of his eyes activated, projecting an invisible sphere of red energy, causing both Jetfire and Ogai's nightmare to halt in their tracks, a red ring forming in Ogai's eyes while a subtle red glow formed in Jetfire's optics. Prepare to be terminated. Neburos was about to bring his sword down on Jetfire first, but the pink Akatsuki flew into the sphere, completely unaffected to block the attack with its katana and deliver a strike to knock the red nightmare back, breaking his geese hold over Ogai and Jetfire. Hold on, what? Ogai questioned as he and Jetfire blinked in confusion. What happened? Jetfire also questioned. Ogai, Jetfire, I'll handle him. Sarah told them as she faced Neburos. He has geese, but it won't affect me. You just keep the other one busy. Are you sure? Jetfire asked. Yes. Sarah confirmed. But be careful, that's Mao. That took Ogai by surprise. The mind reader. But I thought he was dead. So did I. Sarah said with a hint of regret in her voice. Just keep him busy, I'll deal with this one, then help you. Understood. Jetfire acknowledged before he and the Gawain Nerian flew off to engage Refrain in aerial combat, leaving Sarah alone with the Geese Order's top assassin. CC. I have been ordered to bring you back with me. Neburos said stoically. Rollo, also known as Neburos. Sarah began. You were practically raised by VV in the Geese Order, you have a higher kill count than any other Geese agent within the organization. Your geese allows you to halt one's perception of time. But I didn't expect it to be powerful enough to affect Cybertronians. Regardless, it won't affect me. Correct. Neburos confirmed. My geese has become stronger from both V.V's training as well as Shockwave's experiments, though I required the least amount of attention compared to everyone else, especially the headmasters. While it's true my geese cannot affect you, I can still kill you, at least temporarily, and bring you back to the Order. I'd like to see you try. Sarah's eyes narrowed as she readied her nightmare for battle. At the same time, Refrain unleashed its Energon scythe toward Jetfire, flew back to avoid it before opening fire with his Energon blaster, but Refrain was able to see it coming as he flew backwards, apparently to where the Gawain Nerian had transformed into its hover tank mode for a point-blank shot, but right as Ogai fired, Refrain flew directly upward, causing the shoot to head towards Jetfire, who just barely limboed underneath the blast. "We're not getting anywhere like this," Jetfire exclaimed. "Is he still able to read our minds?" Ogai questioned as he quickly brought up his blade to block Refrain's scythe attack, with Jetfire opening fire toward him, but Refrain was already prepared as he hovered backwards and avoided the blast. "This is going to be a problem." Jetfire looked more than a little annoyed. Optimus held the Dark Mordred back as he looked toward the cockpit, though he could not see who was inside. He knew who the pilot was as he thought with a serious expression. "My Prime Geese did not work before, why is that? Unless, is there another geese in play? Something forcing her to fight. Die. Optimus Prime." Anya, under the possession of Marianne, exclaimed. However, her eyes widened as the red ring blinked and changed into a white ring. What am I doing?" For a moment, it looked as if Anya was regaining control of her body. But the red ring of Marianne's control formed back as the girl held her head in pain, stopping her attack as she felt an invasive force inside her mind. "No. I'm in control. You can't." Marianne struggled as the red and white glow seemed to fight against each other. The effects of Optimus Prime Geese from before seemed to strengthen Anya's will as she tried to fight back. For a moment, she had actually gained control of her body as she saw the face of Optimus through her nightmare's screen. "Optimus Prime." Anya begged as tears were forming in her eyes. "Help me. Please. I'm not." She felt the invasive spirit inside struggling against her, but Optimus was still able to hear her plea all the same. "Oz." Optimus called to Orpheus as the Beacon rolled toward him. "Immobilize her nightmare. Quickly." "You got it." Orpheus activated his nightmare's head-mounted Gaffian blaster to strike the Dark Mordred from the back, which not only immobilized the entire enemy nightmare, but also sent a powerful shock that knocked Anya inside unconscious. What was going on over here? Anya Allstream was fighting for control. Optimus tried to explain, even though he wasn't completely sure himself. "Likely the effect of a geese, but this will keep her immobile for the time being. Orpheus, I want you to assist Bumblebee, Archie, and Sideswipe. I'll aid the others." "Understood," Orpheus said as he and the Prime moved in to assist their allies. Orpheus was the first to reach the Autobot trio as they engaged the remaining 3 Dark Pawns before firing a hail of bullets towards them, forcing the Dark Pawns back as he regrouped with the Autobots. At the same time, the Shinkiro was knocked back slightly as the Dark Queen hovered over him, only for the mysterious machine to quickly bring up a shielding system on both sides as the Lancelot and Gurren tried to strike from the left and right sides respectively. Not far from this confrontation, Elita was knocked down by a zooming strike from Speed that sent her rolling close towards the downed Shinkiro as Lelich glared up toward the smirking Megatron who remained on his vantage point. However, before Colin and Suzaku would be pushed back by the Dark Queen, Optimus quickly rolled up in his vehicle mode before transforming and leaping straight up to grab the Dark Queen by its foot and used the gathered momentum to hurtle it toward Speed at such speed that the Headmaster was unable to dodge it as the Dark Queen smashed into it. "Optimus!" Lelich exclaimed with a relieved smile, something shared by Elita, Suzaku, and Colin. "Elita, you and I will deal with these two," Optimus told his fellow Autobot. "Zero, you, Suzaku, and Colin will handle Megatron." "What?" Lelich was more than a little shocked, but the Prime wasn't finished speaking yet. "Think for a moment," Optimus began. "Megatron is controlling many of the enemy units gathered here, yet he himself has not joined the fray. Why is that?" Lelich's eyes widened as it suddenly clicked for him. He can't do both. That's why he was testing it before with the Terrorcons and didn't attack back then either. If he's defending himself. A smirk fell on his face. It'll probably be difficult for him to control his puppets simultaneously. Understood. Lelich nodded. "Suzaku, Colin, with me?" He shot the Shinkiro toward the Decepticon leader with the Lancelot and Gurren right behind him as Optimus and Elita joined together to face the recovering Dark Queen and Speed. Look at this. Alita smirked reminiscently. The two of us standing together again, it sure feels like old times, doesn't it? Indeed. Optimus agreed with a reminiscent smile before Speed was the first to fly directly toward them, but Optimus anticipated this as he grabbed Alita's hands and spun her around for her to deliver a powerful kick with the gathered momentum to intercept and slam into Speed's face and send her crashing back as Dark Queen flew in to engage them. But Alita let go of Optimus and flew right over to deliver a kick to its back and allowing Optimus to strike with an uppercut to knock the Dark Queen in the air right as Alita jumped to meet it and pulled back her feet to slam them both into the Dark Queen's back and crash it into the ground. Meanwhile, the Shinkiru, Gurren, and Lancelot flew around Megatron in literal circles as he looked with amusement. You think you can distract me from controlling my puppets? The Decepticon leader was able to see through their plan. Well, give it your best shot, if you can defeat the champion of Kaon. He drew his blade and allowed them to make the first move. I won't be drawn in like last time, Megatron. Lelouch thought to himself. This time, you're going to play into my hands. Zero then activated his Nightmare's communication so he could speak to Colin and Suzaku without Megatron overhearing their plan. Here's what we're going to do. Hit and run attacks, don't engage him in a direct fight. Keep him on his toes. Suzaku, strike with the Varus first, get him off his vantage point. Understood. Suzaku aimed his Lancelot's Varus and fired at the ground underneath Megatron, forcing him to leap into the air as he avoided the blast. Before he even had the chance to transform, however. Colin. Strike form behind. Now. Zero ordered. Without needing to be told twice, the Gurren's energy wings activated as Colin shot directly behind Megatron at a speed faster than the Decepticon leader anticipated and blasted him with a point-blank attack from her Radiant Surger, sending Megatron crashing through the ruined building that was once his vantage point. Megatron attempted to recover as he climbed out through the other side, but the Shinkiru suddenly appeared in front of him as Zero fired his Hadron cannons around Megatron, not only blasting him back, but causing a sizable portion of the building to collapse. There's only one path for him to take now. Lelouch thought right before he saw Megatron fly out of the collapsing rooftop in his Cybertronian jet mode. I knew it. He smirked. Suzaku, with me. Shoot and coral him straight for Colin. The Shinkiru transformed into its Cybertronian shuttle alt mode, with the Lancelot doing the same into its Cybertronian jet mode. Both vehicle modes flew together in pursuit of Megatron as they fired energon bolts at him, forcing Megatron to keep flying straight up where the Gurren was waiting for him. Get a load of this, Mega Jackass! Colin exclaimed as she shot a hail of red energon bolts from her Gurren's energy wings. Several managed to hit Megatron and send him derailing off his course and crashing straight toward the ground. As he skidded, Megatron quickly transformed back into his robot form as he came to a halt on his hands and knees. He growled at the three Nightmare Rays before firing his fusion cannon at them. Keep attacking at a distance. Lelouch ordered as the Shinkiru and Lancelot both transformed back and maneuvered with the Gurren, circling Megatron as they continued to fire their long-distance weapons at him. No matter how cunning he is, he has to focus on us. Whether he focuses directly or tries to split it between us or his puppets. Already the Dark Pawn trio closest to them began to short-circuit and glitch, leaving them open for the heroes to attack. Bumblebee was the first to strike as he delivered a series of punches across one Dark Pawn to knock it down before quickly drawing his katana to impale and terminate it. Arky zoomed toward the second Dark Pawn in her motorcycle form before transforming and drawing her arm blades as she leapt towards it with a decapitating slice. Orpheus lunged with the Byakugan's taser weapon, scoring a direct hit on the third Dark Pawn and causing it to short-circuit before Sideswipe brought his sword down to cut the final Dark Pawn in half vertically. Back with the Black Dragon unit, the four Dark Pawns also began to glitch up, which the Holy Swords were able to take advantage of as they spun around the enemy for the spinning life or death formation technique to cut them down with little issue. Urabe, Senba, help Zidain. Chiba ordered. Asahina, you and I will assist Drift and the Colonel. Acknowledged. The other three Holy Swords reported before splitting off to their assigned tasks. Zidain continued to maneuver around the rapid-fire bullets of the seemingly stationary land, trying to find an opening. However, he looked in surprise to see Senba and Urabe's Akatsuki slide directly toward land at high speeds. Though the headmaster seemed to be able to anticipate this and turned her attention toward the pair, firing at them and forcing them to divert paths, it gave Zidain an opening to move in with his Gekoshidan quickly enough to strike land in the head area, knocking the girl inside and rattling the entire unit, and allowing the purple nightmare to slice with a sword to cut down the guns mounted on Land's arms, forcing her to fall back as her primary weapon had been destroyed. At the same time, Shockwave had transformed into his tank mode as he shot rapid energon blasts to keep Drift, Todo, and even Jetstorm and Safeguard at bay, but he grunted as he felt bullets pelt him from above, courtesy of the Akatsuki piloted by Asahina and Chiba, forcing Shockwave to transform and open fire at them. This however left Shockwave open for Drift to move in first and slice at him with both his blades, which Shockwave blocked with his cannon, but this was merely a distraction for Jetstorm and Safeguard to leap up from their teacher's shoulders and strike at Shockwave's chest, causing him to stumble back right as Todo barreled his Zanjutsu right at him, launching all his slash Harkins to send Shockwave hurtling back and crashing into a ruined building. With the elite guard unit, the last two Dark Pawns, like the others, began to glitch and stutter, which Cornelia took full advantage of as she and the remaining Black Knights with her opened fire to gun them down and obliterate them. At the same time, Prowl ran around the Dark Siegfried as he activated his hologram projector, creating two holographic duplicates of himself before transforming and driving around the massive nightmare in literal circles in an attempt to confuse the brainwashed Jeremiah, which was totally working. Damn Autobots! You and your tricks! Jeremiah grunted, while also giving Jez a chance to grapple at him from behind with his hook, pulling himself as well as Undertone straight up. Undertone was the first to attack with his spear, driving it right the neck of the head unit of the Dark Siegfried, causing Jeremiah to yell as he felt the sensation himself, due to being plugged into the machine directly. Why don't you take a load off? Jez was holding onto the struggling Dark Siegfried's back before aiming his sonic gun and unleashing it full power, just as the real Prowl, who deactivated his holograms, gunned it right at the Dark Siegfried's legs and transformed to land a flying double kick behind its right knee right as Jez opened fire. The double attack sent the massive mech tumbling straight towards the group as Jez and Undertone let go. Timber! Jez exclaimed as the disabled nightmare crashed onto the ground just as Jez, Undertone, and Prowl regrouped. Meanwhile, Ultra Magnus appeared to be locked in combat against Order still, however a series of bullets fired at the feet of the Dark Knight headmaster caused her to stop fighting as she found herself surrounded by Cornelia and the present Black Knights. Now might be an ideal time to surrender, Magnus advised, causing the young woman inside to tisk in minor frustration. Back with the wreckers, Tamaki noticed how the last two Dark Pawns were glitching up, which gave him the advantage as he aimed his wrecker Akatsuki's weapons at them. Open fire! Take those zombie ninja things out! He and all the wrecker Akatsukis around him unloaded their heavy artillery to blast the final two Dark Pawns to smithereens. At the same time, Bulkhead threw out his mace weapon to smack the Dark Galahad and send it tumbling toward the Gale's chin as Nonet sliced forward to cut off the Nightmare's right arm before Vivi had a chance to fight back. As he stumbled, Rai shot the Raiden's Surger Claw forward to grab the Dark Galahad by its face. Hey Victor, ever know how it feels to be struck by lightning? Rai questioned. You think you can threaten me? Vivi ranted. You're just a disgrace of Charles. It feels like this. Rai exclaimed, ignoring V.V's rant as he activated his Surger Claw, shocking the entire Dark Galahad with electricity before it exploded, killing Vivi, albeit temporarily. I know he's gonna come back from that, but it sure as hell felt good. I'll bet. Bulkhead smirked. And just in case he's back now. He brought his mace weapon down on the burning remains of the Dark Galahad. Even if Vivi had resurrected so soon, he would have been crushed right away. Nice. Nonet chuckled before glancing toward the Raiden. Rai, are you alright? Rai took a deep breath before responding. Yeah, like I said, that felt good. Yeah, he totally deserved that. Nonet replied. Just like he deserves this. She aimed her Galeskin's Varus to obliterate whatever was left of the Dark Galahad's remains, likely killing Vivi a third time in the process just to add insult to injury. Optimus threw out a punch to the face of the Dark Queen, knocking it back before Elita leapt over Optimus to deliver an airborne roundhouse kick of her own to knock the mysterious nightmare down once more. They both turned to see Speed about to gun right for them, only for its advance to suddenly halt as Bumblebee and Sideswipe both grabbed its arms and kept it from moving any further. "Oh no you don't," Sideswipe stated. "Speed's my game and I don't like the competition." "We got it. Now what?" Bumblebee questioned as the beacon rolled up to scan the odd-looking nightmare. "There's a person inside it. At the head," Orpheus reported. "Understood." Optimus nodded. "Archie." "On it." Archie quickly ran up to the struggling nightmare as she leapt, drew her arm blades and sliced past its neck. As she slid to a halt, the head unit fell off before the decapitated mechanical body fell back. The sudden shock of the decapitation was enough to shock the girl inside and knock her unconscious. Meanwhile, Colin threw an energy sphere from her Gurren's Surger claw at Megatron's feet, not only blasting him back but also creating a smoke screen. This left him open for Suzaku to aim his Lancelot's Varus once again and blast Megatron in the back, sending him flying and crashing towards the Shinkiro as it fired its Hadron cannon at him, sending the Decepticon leader crashing back with explosive results. Though he was still alive, Megatron was down on his knees, but he was far from defeated. "Looks like it's just about checkmate," Zero commented as the three Nightmare Rays regrouped. "Then let's finish it." Colin glared. "Right here and now." "I agree," Suzaku stated. "If we end Megatron, the Decepticons will fall apart. We can end this war. Then we have no time to waste. Charge your weapons to full capacity. We're gonna blast him to dust." Zero ordered as all three Nightmare Rays charged their weapons. Megatron however had one last trick up his sleeve. "I'll admit, I underestimated Lelouch as well as his friends. They might actually have me beat," he sneered evilly. "But, maybe it's time I break that boy once and for all." He pulled himself up back to his feet and took command of his only remaining puppet. "To me, my Dark Queen." The mysterious unit that was known as the Dark Queen suddenly sprang to life as it soared directly over Optimus, catching not only his attention, but the other Autobots as well as Orpheus as they gave chase, and by extension, got closer to Megatron and their allies. At the same time, the disabled Dark Mordred's cockpit was manually opened as Anya, still under Marianne's possession, climbed out to see the Dark Queen coming closer to Megatron, right before it came to a stop in front of him just as the Shinkiro, Gurren, and Lancelot had their weapons fully charged. "That shield is not gonna stop us," Colin exclaimed. "We'll obliterate both of them. You may want to rethink that, Lelouch." Megatron spoke to the leader of the Black Knights specifically as the Dark Queen's central cockpit opened to reveal something that caused Lelouch's pupils to shrink. "What?" Acting on instinct, Lelouch pulled the Shinkiro up to fire the fully charged central chest cannon straight into the sky. Colin and Suzaku were also shocked at what they saw as they pulled their weapons away to the side to veer around Megatron and the Dark Queen. "What the hell?" Colin saw what Lelouch was seeing, as did Suzaku, who was rendered completely speechless. Optimus, Archie, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Elita, even Orpheus were all seeing it as well as they looked more shocked than they had ever been. Even the emotionally calm Optimus had almost completely lost his composure. Even the spirit possessing Anya could not see it coming as her borrowed eyes wavered at this revealed bombshell. In the central unit of the Dark Queen mech appeared to be the body of a young woman. Only her upper body appeared to be visible as her entire lower section had been removed, along with her arms, and connected to the inner machinery of this mech by tubes and wires that also connected to her back, but there was no mistaking the long black hair, face, or violet eyes that looked completely dead. Mother. Lelouch stuttered as he and all his friends and allies present saw the body of his own flesh and blood mother, Marianne 6 Britannia, installed into the Dark Queen like some kind of battery. "There is no use talking to her. As I'm sure you're aware, Lelouch, she's been dead for almost 8 years. Megatron told him with a sneer. Lelouch opened the cockpit of the Shinkiro to make sure he wasn't seeing things, to see the body of his mother with his own eyes. What did you do? After your mother's untimely death, your father took her body and had it preserved. Megatron began. Of course, after I exterminated him, her corpse fell into my possession. At first, I considered throwing it away like the garbage that it was. But then again, it seemed like such a waste. So, I gave the body to Shockwave and allowed him to experiment on it to his spark's content. Her brain and nervous system are fused with the endoskeleton material of this nightmare, which belonged to your father before I destroyed him, which Shockwave heavily modified of course. But, at the end, all it ever was just a corpse, that is until I infused it with the blood of Unicron. His sneer only grew. This puppet retains all the memories and experiences of her past life, but she carries no will or true life of her own whatsoever. She's a literal puppet at my strings, the most powerful one of all. She is my Dark Queen. Everybody present, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Orpheus, Archie, Elita, Sideswipe, but especially Colin and Optimus were beyond livid at what Megatron had just revealed. However, no words could describe just how horrified and torn Lelouch felt inside. You didn't. You. How could? It felt like something inside him died as tears streamed down his face. Come now, there's no need to weep, my boy. Megatron continued. I'd say this was a fate she deserved. If you truly knew your mother, you would likely wish this fate upon her. But sadly, you may never know, but CC might. Megatron. Optimus shouted as he was the first to shoot directly at him, followed by everyone else. However, he had already transformed and flown into the sky with the Dark Queen flying right behind him. Retrieve the Dark Mordred and its pilot. Megatron instructed the Dark Queen as it did just as its puppeteer instructed and flew back down to the ground just as Megatron contacted the Nemesis. Soundwave, prepare multiple ground bridge extract ions. We're done here. The Dark Queen flew back down and quickly grabbed the Dark Mordred, causing Anya inside to stumble and fall back into her cockpit as she was also carried away. However, from her vantage point, the spirit of Marianne was rendered completely speechless as she saw her own mangled and defiled body. There were no words to describe just how she was feeling right as a ground bridge portal opened up, allowing the pair to escape, while also leaving the disabled mech of Speed behind. At the same time, all across the warzone, Order, Land, Power, and as well as Shockwave escaped through the ground bridge portals that appeared near them. Even as the heroes shot at them and tried to stop them, they were unable to prevent their escape. Even portals opened up underneath the disabled Dark Siegfried and ruins of the Dark Galahad, pulling away Vivi as well as Jeremiah. Back in the air, Jetfire and Ogai continued to battle Refrain, but it appeared to be a stalemate. Even Sarah was locked in a stalemate of her own against Neburos, that is until he got an alert. Acknowledged. He reported to his superior before pulling his nightmare back just as a ground bridge portal opened up from behind. Looks like you get to remain free a little while longer, CC. I have orders to retreat. Refrain, it's time to go. Refrain ceased its fighting as it shot into the air before flying to meet Neburos before they flew directly into the portal. Wait. Sarah tried to stop them, but they were already gone. The Ark, the laboratory. Ratchet and Perceptor worked delicately with the recovered head from the speed mech as they tried to cut it open with precise tools so not to damage the organic that was inside. At the same time, Lloyd, Cecile, Fixit, Rax Hata, and Ganabati looked at the body of the mech that had also been brought in and laid across a Cybertronian examination table for study. Oh my, this is an unusual nightmare. Lloyd commented. It's unlike anything that we've seen so far. Cecile said. And we haven't even begun analyzing yet. I'd personally love to meet whoever made this. Rax Hata added. No, trust me you don't. Fixit quickly said. Because if the reports were true, and this was a creation of Shockwave. He gave a fearful gulp. Who exactly is Shockwave? Ganabati asked. One of the most dangerous Decepticons there is. Fixit replied. Megatron's top scientist, responsible for multiple unethical experimentations, and if he's working with Dark Energon. Okay, that is a terrifying thought. Cecile muttered as even Lloyd and Rax Hata looked a bit nervous. It's open. They heard Ratchet's voice as the group of 5 quickly turned around to see the Autobot scientists having finished opening the head unit, only for him and Perceptor to look in absolute shock at what was inside. What in Primus? It's a human girl. Perceptor stated upon seeing the unconscious blonde girl inside. Meanwhile, Lelouch sat in his own personal quarters, the color in his eyes vanished as he appeared completely dead inside. His mind had almost completely shut down, and it seemed like his heart would as well. The door opened as he glanced to see the group consisting of Colin, Suzaku, Nunnally, Shirley, Rai, Millie, Nina, Rivolts, Euphemia, Sayoko, Kagaya, and even Cornelia walk inside. "Lelich, are you okay?" Shirley asked, but he didn't answer. We heard what happened out there," Millie said, but Lelich still didn't respond, even as Arthur leapt up to his side and tried to purr and nuzzle against him, but it didn't seem to work. Everyone looked amongst each other, unsure of what to do, as it didn't even seem like he had heard any of them. Nunnally then approached him and gently placed her hand on his, which seemed to stir him slightly. "Big brother, please say something." This time, Lelich spoke, though it seemed to be something of a tiny laugh. "You know, I actually thought I had him, that I had gotten over what he did, and I could make him play into my hands, give him a taste of his own medicine. But he did it to me again." He chuckled slightly, causing his friends and siblings to look at him with concern. "Just like before. I was just a piece in his game. He knows exactly how to get to me, and I let myself play into his hands again. I guess I really am just a fool, huh? It's almost funny." It seemed like he was laughing, but it also seemed like he was crying at the same time. Though everyone looked at Lelich in shock, even Nunnally was unsure of what to do here. Colin was the first to walk up to him and wrap her arms around him, completely catching him off guard and snapping him out of his state. "I'm sorry." He heard her speak. "Lelich, I am so sorry." Nunnally was next as she hugged her brother, followed by Euphemia as well as Cornelia, and even Shirley. Millie, Kagaya, Sayoko, and Rai joined in as well, followed by Rivolts, Nina, and Suzaku as they each placed a hand on his back. Having all these people that he had come to care for and love embrace him like this was all it took for the dam to break, as he cried his eyes out, letting all the emotion turmoil that had built up inside him to flow out like a flood. He heard everyone around him say how sorry they were. "We're all here for you, Lelich. Every one of us." Yuffie's voice cracked as she comforted her brother. "None of us are going to forgive him for what he's done." Cornelia spoke. "But we are not going to leave you, not this time, little brother. You have so many people here who love you and want to help you in any way they can," Kagaya said. "So please let us." "We're here, buddy, we're here," Rivolts said. "Friends stick together till the end," Millie added. "That's right," Nina added. "You didn't give up on me, so I'm not going to give up on you either, Lelich," Suzaku said. "I'll always be with you, my lord," Sayoko said. "We're more than friends. We're family," Rai stated. "And this family is going to stick with you even at the end of the world," Shirley said. "We love you, big brother. So just let it all out." Nunnally comforted as she also shed tears at what had befallen the body of her mother. "No matter what happens, Lelich, none of us will ever leave your side. We've got your back," Colin said as she patted his back while being the closest to him. "I've got your back." Meanwhile, outside, as everyone continued to comfort the sobbing revolutionary, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Alita had heard everything as they glanced towards each other with smiles of their own. While they were still enraged with what Megatron did, they would not let Lelich break. Once he was done, and he had time to recover, each of them would lend their support as well, showing the boy that he wasn't truly alone. However, around the corner, none of them seemed to notice Sarah with a torn expression on her face. She truly felt sympathy and pity for Lelich and wanted to comfort him as well, but she felt she had no right to. "I'm so sorry, Lelich. I want to tell you the truth, but I can't. Not just at how hard you'll take it, but what would you think of me? Please. Please forgive me." The Nemesis. Megatron stood on the bridge of his warship alongside Shockwave and Soundwave. "Despite the outcome of the battle, I would call it a rather successful test run. Shockwave, are you able to improve upon these results?" "Affirmative, Lord Megatron." Shockwave nodded. "The next line of Dark Pawns will undergo extensive modifications. But I believe there is also work to be done with your control over them. They cannot function properly if your focus is split." "Yes, unfortunately." Megatron's smile faded. We'll have to work on that. However, the silent one of the trio walked up to his master's side. Is there something you'd like to say, Soundwave? Soundwave nodded as he attached his tentacles to the bride's main console and typed in the necessary commands to view a recorded message on the central screen, which both Megatron and Shockwave recognized. This is the message that was relayed from the Nemesis. Shockwave observed. The one that called for additional Decepticon aid. However, Soundwave broke apart the frequency to identify a hidden message that contained the Autobot logo. A hidden message. Megatron identified. So, the Autobots used our own message to call for reinforcements of their own. Very clever. But Soundwave wasn't done yet. Once this frequency was isolated, it was a simple matter of backtracking it and tracing it to its source, which was identified on the main screen with a world map and precise coordinates at the Pacific Ocean floor, where a three-dimensional image of a familiar vessel appeared. The Ark. Megatron exclaimed before he gave a laugh. So, Optimus still uses that derelict vessel. I should have expected as much, but now we know its exact location. He then turned to his two most trusted followers. Contact all our forces, deploy the Nemesis. It is time to put this revolution to an end. Chapter 5, Battle for the Ark. The blonde girl slowly came to as her eyes began to flutter open, revealing they were red in color. She found herself laying on a rather comfortable bed. Her plug suit had been removed as she wore what appeared to be a hospital gown. She tried to pull herself up and address her surroundings when the woman attending her quickly came to her side. Easy, don't push yourself. Akari told the young girl. Where am I? The girl asked. What is this place? You're safe, there's no need to worry. Akari assured her. My name is Akari, I'm a nurse here. The girl got a good look at the woman. Are you a Black Knight? Akari was slightly taken by surprise as to how quickly the young girl was able to deduce that. Well, not exactly. I'm not a soldier, I'm just a nurse, but I help how I can. You don't have to worry, we have no intention of hurting you, we're not like those awful Decepticons or the people who work with them. The girl felt a mixture of relief and concern at that. For one, she was relieved that she was no longer under the thrall of Shockwave or Vivi, but she was more than concerned for her sisters who were still likely in the grasp of the two people she hated the most. I'm sorry to tell you this as soon as you woke up, but we're going to be asking you some questions once you're fully rested. Akari told her. But before that, I'd like to know your name. It'll be easier to work with you that way, and we'll help in any way I can. My name, it's Alice. Alice? That's her name. Lelich questioned as he, Nunnally, Sarah, and Suzaku sat in front of Sarah and Orpheus at the bridge's living quarters with Optimus, Ultra Magnus, and Elita present as well. That's correct. Orpheus confirmed. We don't know much about her history, other than she attempted to join the military when she wasn't even a legal adult and ended up getting pulled into the Geese Order. So, you know her? Optimus asked. Not completely, I know of her, but I don't know her personally. Orpheus replied. Does she have a geese too? Suzaku asked. Well, not exactly. Orpheus tried to explain. Alice, and others like her, were placed in a special project for the Order. They had extracted cells from a certain immortal. He glanced at Sarah, who looked a little uncomfortable, even as Nunnally placed a hand on her shoulder for comfort. And tried to enhance her physical abilities. I don't know all the details about her, or others like her. And once the Decepticons overthrew Britannia and took control of the Geese Order, it's likely this Alice was further enhanced by Shockwave's own experiments. Ultra Magnus assumed, clenching his metallic fists even as he maintained a professional demeanor. He knew the horrors Shockwave was capable of and wouldn't wish that on anybody. So, what do we do with her? Elita asked Optimus specifically. We will keep her here and nurse her back to health. The Prime answered. Perhaps she may be willing to tell us more about the Order, no doubt it has undergone severe change under the Decepticons' ownership. If she has information on something like that, it could help us to put an end to the Order, maybe even Megatron's most dangerous plans. Lelich assumed. But, it doesn't feel right to ask this of a little girl. Suzaku pointed out. I mean, she looks barely older than Nunnally. Which is why we're going to take care of her. Sarah quickly said. We won't ask anything of her until she feels she can trust us. Maybe I can help with that. Nunnally raised her hand. If she's around my age, maybe I can talk to her, at least help her to feel more comfortable here. All right, just be careful. Lelich told his sister. We don't know if. Suddenly the alarm sounded throughout the bridge of the Ark, alerting everyone present. What? TAI. What is happening? Optimus questioned as the ship's AI appeared in the air in front of them. Proximity alarm. Enemy vessel inbound. TAI reported as the central screen turned on to reveal something that caused nearly everyone to gasp, while the Autobots narrowed their eyes. It was the Nemesis, and it appeared to be hovering directly over the Pacific Ocean, just above their current location. They've found us. Lelich scowled. Oh no. Nunnally gasped. It was true, the Decepticon warship known as the Nemesis hovered over the ocean's surface as the leader of the Decepticons himself stood at the bridge of his vessel, with Soundwave by his side. On the main screen in front of them, it illustrated the three-dimensional image of the Ark directly under them. How ironic fate can be. Megatron noted. The very same vessel that led them from Cybertron to Earth, will now be their tomb. Charge up the main cannon. He ordered. Just like the destruction of Pendragon, a hatch opened up from the bottom hull of the Nemesis, revealing the massive energy cannon that already begun to surge with powerful and destructive energy. Once it was all charged up, the cannon fired, sending a red beam that shot directly into the ocean and straight toward the seemingly derelict ship that laid on the ocean floor. However, just before the beam made contact, a small compartment on the top of the Ark had already opened up to project a large blue beam that quickly formed a massive energy barrier that encompassed the entire Ark just as the blast struck. The shield had taken the impact, and the Ark sustained no damage. Lord Megatron, no damage reported. One of the working Viacons at the console reported. The Ark is shielded. Meanwhile, inside the Ark's central laboratory, Lloyd chuckled as he and the rest of the research and development branch oversaw the recently recovered shield generator relic hooked up by a series of cables and cords. What is it kids say these days? Karma's a bitch, right? Lloyd said casually. I didn't peg you as one to believe in karma. Ratchet pointed out. No, but he's just happy he gets to work with the advanced Decepticon weapons we've recovered. Cecile commented. Bingo, maybe next time they'll think twice before not giving me full access to their toys. Lloyd commented. Oh, I'm sure we'll get more toys to play with once we find more of those Iacon relics. Rax Hata said. But we still have to get out of here first. Megatron snarled as he saw from the main screen that the Ark was indeed protected by some form of barrier. No matter, we'll tear that vessel apart ourselves if we have to. Deploy all forces. Be ready to launch a full-scale assault. All Autobots and Black Knights, report for battle immediately. Optimus' voice echoed through the Ark's speaker system as every single Autobot and Black Knight got ready to mobilize. On the bridge, Suzaku, Orpheus, and Sarah had entered Elita 1's vehicle mode as she and Ultra Magnus transformed and made their way to the ground bridge bay as Optimus began to relay instructions to the mobilizing units. Aerial bots, you and Wizard will lead an assault on the Nemesis directly. Optimus ordered. The Elite Guard will lead the main defensive line around the Ark. Wreckers will guard the engines at the rear, we cannot lose those. The Black Dragon unit will guard the shield's projection point at the ship's deck outside. Zero Squad will join me in an attempt to attack Megatron himself on the Nemesis. Right, I want you with the aerial bits assault. Lelich contacted his half-brother. Your job is to neutralize the Nemesis main cannon. Roger that. Rai responded before singing off. Research team, how long till you can get the Ark airborne? Lelich contacted them as well. It may take some time. Perceptor replied. We've ran the numbers in all scenarios, but using the volcanic vents underneath the ship to jumpstart the engines. I know, but you yourself said it may be our only option. Lelich insisted. Do everything you can, we need the Ark launched as soon as possible. We'll do what we can. Perceptor signed off. TAI, ready the Omni Globe. Lelouch told the artificial intelligence, much to the surprise of Nunnally, Optimus, and even the recently arrived Euphemia. But Big Brother. Nunnally tried to protest. This is the first time you're using it. We've tested it many times these last 6 months. Lelouch told his sister. We know it'll work. The Omniglobe itself will work properly, there is no question. Optimus said. But are you ready for this? I'm a commander, remember? Lelouch replied. Despite Todo and Ironhide's training, we need every advantage we can get right now. Over 2 million innocent civilians are on the Ark and we need to transport them to Horai Island as soon as possible. Kaguya, Diet Hard, and the rest of Kyoto are already there. I realize that, but after what happened recently. Optimus tried to speak to him. With Megatron's reveal of his Dark Queen. Lelouch grimaced at the mention of that. This will be the first time utilizing the Omniglobe in a real-life battle. Do you really believe this to be the best course of action? I get what you're trying to say, Optimus. Lelouch really did understand. But, this might be our only chance. I don't know if I'm ready to face Megatron again after. He gave a small sigh, unable to finish what he was about to say, causing Optimus, Nunnally, and Yuffie to look in sympathy. But I'm still a commander, I've led like this before. I can do it. Though Optimus was still more than a little concerned, he knew what Lelouch was capable of and this indeed was likely the best option they had. Very well. TAI, ready the Omniglobe. On it. TAI nodded as a small compartment opened up from the ceiling and a large and metallic sphere, by human standards anyway, began to descend via a pole, toward the main catwalk right where Lelouch was standing. Once it was right in front of him, a single door opened up, big enough for a human of his size to enter. Big Brother. Nunnally looked toward him with a scared look in her eyes. It was fear both for the battle to come, as well as her brother. Lelouch gave the best assuring smile he could as he placed both his hands on her shoulders. It's going to be okay, Nunnally. We're going to make it through this. Okay. Nunnally tried to smile herself, but the anxiety had yet to abate. Lelouch, is there anything you need me to do? Euphemia asked. Just stay with Nunnally right now. Lelouch told her. I'm sorry, but I can't see how you can help for a battle like this. I understand. Yuffie nodded with reluctance as she stepped closer to Nunnally. Lelouch was about to walk inside the sphere when he gave one final glance toward Optimus, who nodded with assurance before transforming and driving from the ship's bridge, allowing Lelouch to enter the sphere, the door closing behind him and leaving him in utter darkness. That darkness lasted only a few seconds before the sphere itself lit up with a bright blue light coming from the screens that encompassed the entire sphere. These screens showed everything that was going on around the Ark at this very moment, from the various spots on the Ark itself, to the Nemesis that continued to hover above them. There was also a single chair at the very center of the sphere, in which the young revolutionary sat in immediately as he took this all in. The Omniglobe was made for the user to see everything outside this ship, for some to coordinate such a large-scale battle should it ever arise. We had intended for one to be built for Optimus, but he insisted it be built for me. Despite my training, he knew my best strengths were as a commander and this was the best way to go about it. A small smile fell on his face. It's almost as if he sees me as a true equal. 0, everyone is ready and ready to be deployed on your mark. Optimus made contact with him, causing Lelouch's smile to fade as he got serious. All units, launch immediately. Lord Megatron. Multiple enemy units have been spotted. They appear to be in an attack formation. A Viakin reported as Megatron watched on the screen to see a large ground bridge portal open up as a small group of Autobots led a larger group of a few dozen airborne Black Knight Nightmare Rays and were gunning straight for the Ark. Megatron then accessed communications. Starscream, the enemy is attacking the vessel. Why don't you and your Seeker Armada give them a proper greeting? As you command, Lord Megatron. Just outside the Nemesis, the jet modes of Silverbolt, Jetfire, Air Raid, and Windblade, alongside the Raiden and Agravane, piloted by Rai and Wizard respectively, the former Blue Nightmare in its own jet mode, led the assault of Akatsuki Nightmare Rays straight toward the Nemesis. However, just before they could begin their attack, A large cluster of Seeker Viacons in their own jet modes, being led by a familiar quartet of Seekers in their own jet modes as well, appeared from around the Nemesis and flew forward to meet the heroes head-on. Seekers incoming. They outnumber us 3-1. Jetfire reported. Then it's an even fight. Rai stated with a battle-hardened expression. All units open fire. Silverbolt ordered as the aerial bots and their Black Knight allies opened fire on the incoming Seeker Armada. Unleash hell, my Armada. Starscream ordered as he, Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Slipstream led the Seekers. It didn't take long for the sky to be lit up with explosions as the two opposing forces engaged each other. Rai, you know your job. Take down that weapon. Wizard ordered as the Agravain fired its Hadron cannons into a trio of Seeker Viacons to obliterate them. I'm on it. Rai replied as he shot the Raiden's jet mode farther toward the Nemesis, doing what he can to avoid the laser fire or collisions of all the Seeker Viacons around him. It didn't take long for him to reach the Nemesis underbelly, where he already saw the main cannon ready to charge again. Oh no you don't. The Raiden transformed as it brandished its Surger Claw to blast a fully charged and condensed bolt of electricity at the cannon. Suddenly, the entire weapon was set ablaze as multiple explosions erupted from inside and even traveled a bit into the Nemesis. The bridge shook slightly. What happened? Megatron questioned. Sir, the main weapon is offline. It was a Black Knight. One Viacan reported. Lord Megatron, Autobots, and Black Knights on the upper deck. They're being led by Prime. Another Viacan said in alert. Immediately, Soundwave showed his master footage of Optimus and a select group of Autobots and Black Knights on the outer deck of the ship, engaging any Decepticon soldiers and effectively wiping the floor with them. Deploy our forces as assigned, cripple the Ark. Megatron ordered. Contact Shockwave and have the Dark Knights ready to meet Prime's little team. I'll deal with him personally. Yes sir. A Viacan nodded as he attempted to contact the Decepticon main scientist. Megatron turned to Soundwave. You know what to do. Soundwave nodded in confirmation before Megatron left the bridge. On the deck of the Nemesis, Optimus led the group consisting of Bumblebee, Archie, Elita 1, and Sideswipe, along with Colin, Suzaku, Orpheus, and Sarah in their respective Gurren, Lancelot, Byakugan, and Akatsuki, making short work of the Viacan soldiers that attempted to stop them. Zero Squad, push forward. Optimus told them. Optimus, we have incoming. Suzaku reported as a ground bridge portal opened up in front of them. Immediately, they were put on guard. The second Shockwave himself stepped out, with the Dark Knights consisting of Gino, Anya, Castor, Pollux, Jeremiah, and even the Dark Queen right behind him in their respective Nightmare rays. A full-scale assault on a force that has you outnumbered and outgunned? How illogical. Shockwave comment. Take your logic and blow it out your ass, you damn Cyclops. Colin exclaimed. And that is why I relish these battles. They heard Megatron speak as he appeared directly above his subordinates, standing just above the main entrance of the Nemesis to literally look down upon his enemies. Despite the odds, you throw yourselves in head-on with little to no hesitation. It's admirable, if not foolish. Tell me, Optimus, where is your little protege? Did my Dark Queen scar him so that he was unable to step onto the battlefield for once? That really earned a glare from Bumblebee, Elita, Suzaku, and Colin, the redhead practically gnashing her teeth as she aimed her Surger Claw directly at the Decepticon leader, even as Optimus stepped up. This battle is between you and me, Megatron. Optimus said as he drew his axe. Indeed, and I will be sure to deliver your head to Lelich once I've extinguished your spark. Megatron reached behind him to pull out his Energon mace that he wielded during the war for Cybertron. Immediately, the Zero Squad opened fire on Shockwave and the Dark Knights, who returned fire themselves as Megatron leapt from his perch to clash his mace against Optimus' axe. Meanwhile, underwater, standing outside the starboard side of the Ark itself stood a small army of Autobots and Black Knights being personally led by Ultra Magnus, alongside fellow Autobots Jez, Smokescreen, Prowl, and Strongarm. Right by Magnus' side was Ogai in his Gawain Nerian, Cornelia in her custom Vincent, along with Chigusa in her own Nightmare, Monica in her Florence Nero, and even Guilford in a standard Akatsuki. Gilbert, you don't have to be out here. You haven't fully recovered yet, you can still. Cornelia tried to speak to him. I'm healthy enough to stand, so I'm healthy enough to fight. Guilford insisted. There are over 2 million inside the Ark, I'm not going to stand by and watch them die. Cornelia felt both concerned and touched by his conviction to stand and fight. He was always stubborn with this sort of thing, not that she didn't like this sort of side to him. All right, just stay close to me. Hey lovebirds, get a room later. Smokescreen told them. We got company. Standing on a small rock was a single Decepticon, under the alias of Steeljaw. Right beside him, a certain robotic shark hovered next to him. Well, they look ready for war. Skybite commented. I always do admire warriors like these, taking a final stand for what they believe in. It's truly commendable. And I'm going to personally enjoying its inevitable fall. Steeljaw sneered as he gave a wolf-like howl, that was somehow able to echo even underwater. This howl seemed like a battle cry as right behind the pair was a massive army of Decepticons that was almost 4 times the size of the defense force of Autobots and Black Knights they were fighting against appeared. There were all types of Vehicons from the standard ones to even the heavily armored tank variety, but more concerningly, was the Insecticon horde that was mixed into the ranks. There were also individual Decepticons such as Arachnid, Thunderhoof, Fracture, Underbite, and even the Insecticon commanding trio of Saberhorn, Glowstrike, and Scorponok. Attack! Steeljaw commanded as the Decepticon army charged. This is where we make our stand. Ogai shouted to all his Autobot and human comrades in arms, his Gawain Nerian transforming into its tank mode. Not a single con is to get past us. Not a single one. Open fire! Ultra Magnus commanded as his forces unloaded with all the Energon blasters, bullets, or long-range weapons they had available, cutting down the frontmost soldiers in the advancing army, but it didn't stop them as the opposing forces clashed. As the muffled explosions rang across the ocean, a single ground bridge portal opened up by the seemingly inoperable engines of the Ark. Stepping out of the ground bridge was the Decepticon team known as Squadron X. Fools! Lugnut scoffed. While they battle, they leave their most critical weak spot undefended. Destroy the engines, and the Ark is crippled. Then it is time for their revolution to come to an end. Blitzwing commented in his logical persona before switching to his maniacal one. Yeah, time for it to go out in a blaze of glory. Ha, ha, ha. Less talk, more demolition. Barricade ordered. We can't afford to mess around. However, right as he stepped forward, he happened to step on something that suddenly exploded and sent him flying backwards. Before the rest of Squadron X could react, multiple explosions erupted from the ground around them as each of them was blasted back and even slightly damaged. What the scrap was that? Blackout questioned. That would be the mines we set up around this area. They looked up to see not only the Gale's Chin Conquista with the smirking Nonet inside, but also a small group of Rekarakitzakis led by Tamaki that hovered in the water alongside her. Yeah, these are big-ass engines right here. Tamaki commented. You idiots didn't think we'd leave them unguarded, did you? That's what you get for underestimating the wreckers. Bulkhead commented as he, Ironhide, Wheeljack, Grindcore, Chromia, Hotshot, and Warpath stood on the engines themselves. Time to go boom, ya dem wannabes. Wheeljack smirked as he and his comrades opened fire on the scattered Decepticons. At the same time, another ground bridge portal opened just above the Ark itself as Knockout was the first to fall out, with the combat icons right behind him as they landed on the roof near the projector that was generating the shield to protect the Ark from another bombardment. Can we please get this over with? Knockout complained. The sodium-based water on this planet is gonna wreak havoc on my complexion. Can't take the heat, Doc, then get out of the battlefield. Brawl told him. If you want, I could provide you with some protection from the chemicals in this liquid. Swindle offered. For a price. You're the last bot I'd buy anything from. Knockout said with lowered eyelids. That's enough. Onslaught shut the group up. Let's take down this shield before. Before what? They heard Todoa's voice as they saw the black Zanjitsu nightmare hovering above them, alongside the commanding model Akatsuki piloted by the rest of the Holy Swords. the Gekoshidan being piloted by Zidain, and even Drift who had already drawn his dual swords. However, rather than be intimidated, Onslaught chuckled in amusement. "Don't think this will be like last time. This time, we're ready." Combat icons combine into Bruticus. Swindle and Brawl both transformed into a series of leg-like appendages as Onslaught leapt to merge with them and form the torso, with Vortex leaping up to form the left arm, and Blast off to do the same for the right arm just as the head of the Decepticon combiner named Bruticus appeared. "Oh scrap!" Urabe muttered in annoyance. "Now, who's ready to be crushed?" Bruticus cracked his knuckles with anticipation. Back on board the Nemesis, Soundwave was able to keep track of all the ensuing battles that were taking place both underwater around the Ark, and in the air around the Nemesis. Nearly every unit in the enemy forces was engaging their larger army, and while the Autobots and Black Knights were more than putting up a decent fight, it's only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. However, this operation wasn't just to simply overwhelm the enemy as Soundwave turned around to address the team of assembled Minicons consisting of Ravage, Frenzy, Rumble, Air Razor, Dive Bomb, Headlock, and even the hovering Laserbeak. "Don't worry boss, those little meatbags aren't gonna know what hit 'em." Frenzy smirked. Soundwave nodded as he activated a ground bridge portal that would lead to one of the smaller openings that Bruticus had undoubtedly made in his ongoing fight, which would allow the Minicons to slip in once they entered the portal. Meanwhile, maintain a relatively safe distance from the battle. The Brightonian airship known as the Avalon hovered over the ocean as well as the former Brightonian prince, turned Decepticon ambassador, sat in his chair as he and his right hand continued to observe the battle. "I suppose it couldn't be helped," Schneeisel commented calmly. "Facing a force that has virtually every advantage is doomed to failure." "Schneeisel, are you sure we should not be actively participating in this?" Kaon asked. "I'm certain your strategic brilliance can more than guarantee victory." "I did offer my services to Megatron, but he declined," Schneeisel replied. "However, he did allow me to pitch this plan to him. If Lelich truly is alive, I imagine that coordinating all these battles, defending his fortress and its most critical weak spots, must be more than difficult for even him. Of course, he's not going to go out without a fight," Kaon commented. "Oh, I don't doubt that," Schneeisel said. "He was every bit as stubborn as our late father. And that is why he is going to lose." Meanwhile, deep underground beneath the Ark, laid a bed of molten magma that seemed inactive and undisturbed at the moment. That is until Perceptor placed a large rod-like device into the magma, one of several dozen he placed at certain locations around the bed before arming it and accessing his comms. "The devices are all set up." Perceptor contacted the rest of the research division. "Theoretically, this will trigger a powerful eruption that should ignite the synthetic energon line we've set up down here and jump-start the Ark's engines, enabling us to escape while also obliterating most of the Decepticon forces. Provided we don't get caught in the eruption ourselves," Ratchet replied. "We've run this through the simulations, it should work," Nina said. "But we haven't actually tested it," Cecile pointed out. "We're out of time," Perceptor said. "We don't have a choice. Send me a ground bridge. So, we either soar to heaven or fall to hell, quite literally for both," Lloyd said as a ground bridge portal opened up for Perceptor, enabling him to return to the Ark. "Either way, this going to end with a literal bang." Back in the air, despite being outnumbered, the forces led by the aerial bots and Wizard appeared to be fighting on even terms with the Seeker Armada, no doubt thanks to the orders and instructions provided by Zero. "Jetfire, UN Delta Squad fire 30 degrees upward and 60 degrees east," Zero instructed, allowing the hovering Jetfire and a squad of airborne Akatsukas to open fire and obliterate a squad of incoming Seeker Vehicons. "Silverbolt, Air Raid, continue your bombardment on the Nemesis lower hull by 50.6 degrees. Zero told them as the pair of aerial bots in their jet modes, alongside a group of Akatsuki Nightmare Rays, flew alongside that area of the Nemesis to bombard it with energon blasts and bombs and obliterate a group of turrets that would have otherwise made short work of the hero's aerial forces. "Windblade, incoming Seekers from behind," Zero warned the female aerial bot as she transformed and drew her swords to block and parry the energon blasts from a group of Seekers led by Slipstream. Windblade's parries reflected the blasts toward several of the Seekers, all but Slipstream herself, as they derailed and fell to crash into the ocean below. Wizard, take Alpha Squad and blast your way forward. That should obliterate most of the armada. Zero told the masked pilot of the Agravain as he and his squad of Night Marrays concentrated all their firepower on a large cluster of Seekers led by Skywarp. You dem meatbags. Skywarp screamed as he was blasted by the Agravain's Hadron cannons, killing him and most of his fellow Seekers in the concentrated attack. We've already lost more than half our armada. Thundercracker reported to Starscream as the latter maintained a safe distance to observe the battle. They're more highly coordinated than we thought. Starscream scowled. That wretched Zero. How dare he continue to resist his destruction? Back underwater at the front lines, Ultra Magnus continued to lead the main defensive line as they had formed a near impenetrable line that kept the enemy from advancing too close as they appeared to be taking cover behind a series of rocks and tried to return fire themselves. However, Zero's instructions appeared to be working as most of the Decepticons were kept at bay. Ogai, Jez, Strongarm, UNC Group, concentrate your firepower toward 5 o'clock. Incoming Insecticons. Zero warned. You heard the man, open fire. Ogai ordered as his Gawain Nerian was still in its tank mode as he, Jez and Strongarm, alongside the group of Akatsuki opened fire on a group of Insecticons flying toward them. Fortunately, the firepower had intercepted and obliterated the monstrous Decepticons before they had a chance to break the encirclement. So, this is how Zero plays it, Steeljaw noted as he observed how organized and efficient the Autobots and Black Knight's defensive line was. Impressive, but how about something he can't see? He wondered aloud with a sneer. Cornelia, don't advance any further. Zero instructed her. We can't break this line. I understand, but we... However, the ground underneath Cornelia's Vincent suddenly collapsed as Arachnid shot up from the ground and used her spider legs to pierce the Vincent's shoulders and pin it down. Cornelia! Guilford turned his Akatsuki around and tried to assist her, only to get pelted in the back by energon blasts from the advancing Decepticons. Hello little Cornelia, did you miss me? Arachnid taunted as she appeared to have the former Brighton princess immobilized, while Cornelia herself glared through her screen. Or better yet, do you miss your mother? It's a shame what happened to her, perhaps I can arrange to have you reunited with her, and sweet little Yuffie is next. I don't think so. Cornelia scowled as she pressed a button that launched a set of slash Harkins from her Vincent's sides to knock Arachnid off her, and allow Cornelia the chance to open fire, forcing Arachnid to leap back. Wretched monster, I'm going to enjoy putting you in the ground. Stand your ground. Ultra Magnus told his soldiers. Don't allow them to breach. Magnus, incoming. Zero warned just as Skybite in his shark form shot at Magnus like a torpedo, but the Autobot commander had been warned just in time as he drew his Energon hammer to try and smash the incoming Skybite, only to have the Sharkticon veer around him and bite his side to tackle him to the ground and transform to pin his feet against his chest. Not bad. But you're in my element now, Autobot. Skybite stated as he attempted to bring his fist down onto Magnus, only for him to catch it and kick Skybite off, forcing him back to where he transformed again to face the recovering Autobot commander. I've faced Sharkticons before, so I wouldn't say I'm completely out of my element. Magnus said as he aimed his Energon blaster and fired at Skybite, who proved fast and quick enough to avoid the shots. Underbite, charge. Steeljaw instructed as he rode atop the giant Decepticon to lead the advancing Decepticons now that they saw an opening in their lineup. Monica, you and the front line concentrate your fire on that beast. They can't break the line. Zero told the former Knight of 12. Understood. All nearby units, rally to me, fire immediately. Monica stated as multiple Akatsukis, along with Smokescreen, fired their long-range weapons at Underbite, which seemed to slow his advance, but it also allowed Steeljaw a chance to leap from Underbite in an attempt to attack Monica, only for Smokescreen to leap up and tackle the Decepticon, sending them both tumbling across the ground to engage in fisticuffs. Even as Underbite was shot back and forced to cover, it also allowed the Decepticon army to push forward as Scorponok, Glowstrike, Saberhorn, Thunderhoof, and Fracture led the charge with Ogai, Prowl, Jez, Strongarm, Monica, Guilford, and Chigusa trying to intercept the Decepticons and maintain their line-up and prevent any further advancements from the enemy. Bruticus slammed his fist down on the Ark's surface, creating a shockwave that rang through the ocean and sent the 6 Nightmare rays of the Black Dragon unit tumbling through the water before recovering. Todo, you have to keep moving. Zero told the leader of the unit. Don't let Bruticus get a chance to hit you. Try to distract him and then attack him from behind. Understood. Todo acknowledged before contacting his comrades. Asahina, Urabe, Zidain, divert his attention. Go for a frontal assault. Yes sir. Asahina said as the 2 Commander Model Akatsuki and Gekoshidan shot toward Bruticus. Hey! Tall, dark, and ugly. Urabe shouted to the combiner. That all you got? I thought you were supposed to be strong. Oh, you're asking for it. Bruticus scowled as he tried to slice at them with his rotating propeller blade, but they were able to move quickly and avoid the fatal strike. Stand still you damn insects. Urabe tried to fire his Akatsuki's wrist-mounted gun directly at Bruticus' face while Asahina and Zidain tried to come at him from the sides with their Nightmare's respective blades, but Bruticus shot his left arm forward to unleash a devastating flamethrower, which the 3 Nightmare rays were just barely able to avoid as they flew backwards. He has a flamethrower. Zidain exclaimed. How the hell can flamethrower work underwater? As Bruticus seemed to be distracted, Todo's Zanjutsu alongside the Akatsuki piloted by Chiba and Senba appeared to move in from behind. You 2 strike at his legs, I'll go for the head. Todo instructed. Got it. Chiba said as she and Senba dove their Nightmare rays toward the distracted Bruticus, who only turned his head just in time to see them attack. Both Akatsuki drew their swords to strike at the back of his knees, causing him to tumble and fall toward the ground on his knees, where Todo shot his Zanjutsu forward, firing all his slash harkins while slicing his katana straight at Bruticus' face to knock him flat on his back. Move in now. Don't give him a chance to recover. Todo exclaimed as all 6 Nightmare rays tried to come in for a conjoined attack. I'm not done yet. Bruticus unleashed his shockwave attack to propel himself high above the group of stunned Black Knights. The massive combiner recovered and came back down with his fists raised high in an attempt to crush them. Fall back, now. Todo ordered as the 6 Nightmare rays flew away just in time to avoid the crushing blow that appeared to rock the entire roof of the Ark. Knockout almost lost his footing as he was forced to grab onto a duct in order to avoid being blown away by the shockwave before scoffing in annoyance. Makes Breakdown look like Tinkerbell. Knockout muttered. Is he trying to blow me away? He then turned around to spot his target. Ah, there you are my little shield generator. Oh, the uses I can find for you. However, before Knockout could advance farther, he was knocked back by a flying double kick from the incoming drift. Knockout had skidded back before crashing into a duct to see the Autobot samurai standing guard in front of the shield's projector. Drift, we cannot lose that shield. Zero told him. Todo and the others will hold off Bruticus, but you need to keep that shield safe. Even with the Nemesis main weapon disabled, it's the only thing keeping the Ark from being obliterated. I understand. Drift acknowledged before facing the recovering Knockout. You shall not pass. He drew both his swords. Knockout groaned in further annoyance as he drew his buzzsaw. Fighting alone is a pain in the rear, but under all this salt water? If my finish is permanently damaged, I'll take it out on you. He charged toward Drift to clash his buzzsaw against the dual blades of the Autobot. Explosions continued to erupt around the ocean floor surrounding the engines of the Ark as the wreckers continued to fire on Squadron X, not even giving them a chance to retaliate and return fire. Chromia, Tamaki, you and the Akatsuki units concentrate your fire on the mines. Separate the Decepticons. Zero told them. Everyone else, fan out, and use your environment to your advantage. You got it. Chromia loaded her sniper rifle as she regrouped with Tamaki and the other wrecker Akatsuki on top of the engines. Lock onto the mines and open fire. With pleasure. Tamaki smirked as he and his unit unleashed a salvo of missiles on locked targets, while Chromia shot the mine at the center, causing a series of explosions that sent the various members of Squadron X scattered in multiple directions, Barricade and Blackout in one direction, Lugnut and Blitzwing in another, Demolisher and Overload in a separate one, and Ground Pounder and Quake in the other. As Lugnut and Blitzwing recovered, the former scowled in his hot-headed persona as he saw the smoke screen in front of him. Cowards! Come out and face your inevitable fate. Why don't you come in and make us, Blitzbrain? Wheeljack taunted from inside the smoke. I will crush you, circuit by circuit. The hot-headed Blitzwing exclaimed as he leapt into the smoke. Blitzwing, wait. Lugnut dove in after him, but it was too late. Blitzwing was cut off his teammates and all alone in the smoke screen. You cannot hide forever. Who's hiding? Wheeljack suddenly appeared to deck Blitzwing across the face and send him tumbling to the ground. He tried to return fire with his shoulder cannons, only to see Wheeljack had vanished. Coward! Come out and die like a bot. The still hot-head Blitzwing shouted as he got back up. What you know about that? Wheeljack suddenly leapt over him to slice his swords and cut off Blitzwing's cannons, much to his shock before spinning a kick to knock him down. Lugnut meanwhile tried to find his partner, only to be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Bulkhead, who slammed his mace into his face and sent him tumbling back. Come on, big guy. I'm right here. Why not use that fancy axe of yours? Bulkhead challenged. Foolish Autobot. How dare you challenge a servant of the mighty Megatron? Lugnut drew his axe and leapt toward Bulkhead to swing down on him, just as Bulkhead had anticipated as he leapt upright as Lugnut brought down his axe onto the mine that Bulkhead had been standing over, creating an explosion that sent Lugnut hurtling back. Those idiots! Barricade scowled as he and Blackout recovered. Where are they? Right here, pal. Hotshot suddenly drove up in his vehicle mode to transform and land a powerful punch across his face to knock him down. Blackout was about to assist him only for Ironhide to drive up in his vehicle form as well and tackle the larger Decepticon to the ground. Ugh, that was quite the plot twist. Overload commented as he and Demolisher recovered as well. Oh, you thought that was surprising. They heard Nonet's voice as the Gale's Chin Conquista appeared over them. The real show is just getting started. Finally, someone who appreciates the art of theater. Overload noted. 2 against 1. You've got real brass, human. Demolisher complimented. But don't think you're biting more than you can chew. Nonet only smirked as her Gale's Chin drew an MVS blade in one hand and its Varus rifle in the other. Oh, I've swallowed much worse odds. Demolisher looked more than a little impressed. I like this one. He commented before opening fire with his Energon blasters. Quake and Ground Pounder both seemed to recover quickly enough as well, but they didn't have enough time to plan a counter-attack as an explosion erupted in between the pair, courtesy of Warpath in his tank form. Come on guys, don't fall apart on me yet. The party's just getting started. Kablom! Warpath shouted as he fired a powerful Energon blast directly at the recovering Quake, one that was strong enough to send him crashing into a series of rock formations. Ground Pounder was about to come in and attack Warpath, but he heard a familiar yell as he turned around to see the charging Grindcore come in and smash his fist against his face. Ready for round 2, big boy? Grindcore challenged as he slammed his fists together. Bring it, Autobot. Ground Pounder accepted as the two large Cybertronians clashed. Meanwhile, Lelich continued to sit in the Omni Globe as he gave more and more commands, witnessing virtually every battle taking place around him, all save for the one Optimus led against Megatron alongside the Zero Squad, but this was Optimus. Lelich was more than certain the Prime he considered a father figure could handle himself. The Omni Globe is amazing. Lelich thought to himself. With this, I can command multiple battles at once, it's like I'm playing several games of chess at the same time. However, it's also a double-edged sword. I've trained, but directing this many battles simultaneously is not easy. I can feel the strain on my mind with each passing moment. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only the thought of protecting all the people on board keeps me focused. 2 million people, not counting all the soldiers and Autobots outside. Every single one of them put their faith and trust in me. He steeled himself and continued to press forward. I won't let them down. However, the young revolutionary noticed something on one of the many screens around him. It was the team of Decepticon Minicons Soundwave had earlier dispatched. Intruders. Soundwave must have used this assault as a distraction to slip in a team of saboteurs. That sounds like something Soundwave would do. Unfortunately for him, a smirk fell on Lelich's face. I even planned for this. The Minicon sabotage team consisting of Frenzy, Rumble, Ravage, Laserbeak, Headlock, Dive Bomb, and Air Razor, made their way through one of the many hallways of the Ark. According to Soundwave's previous scan of the Ark, one of the engine's turbines is located down this hallway. Frenzy said. Then what are we waiting for? Rumble said as he pumped his pile drivers. Time to tear this ship apart. I don't think so. The 7 Minicons came to a stop as they found a small team consisting of Jetstorm, Safeguard, Undertone, and even Sayoko, standing in their way. We shall not allow you to pass. The ninja maid glared. Though surprised at first, most of the Decepticon Minicons, excluding Ravage and Laserbeak, laughed. Oh, look at this, boys. Headlock chuckled. 3 little Minicons and even a meatbag are gonna stop us. How cute. Air Razor mocked. You better get lost, human. Unless you wanna be Ravage's next meal. Dive Bomb commented as the aforementioned robotic panther snarled. Jetstorm merely smirked. Oh, you don't believe it is just us, do you? Suddenly, a set of turrets appeared along the ceiling as they aimed directly at the group of surprised Decepticon Minicons. You would be wise not to underestimate humans. Safeguard added. We're far stronger than you give us credit for. The enemy looked in even further surprised to see an Akatsuki nightmare roll up behind them, being piloted by none other than Misty 9. Meanwhile, this very scene was witnessed in a smaller control room by Shirley, Rivolts, and Millie. All 3 were at the controls of the turrets. Ah yeah. Finally, we get part of the action. Rivolts commented with a grin. Just be careful not to shoot our friends, Rivolts. Millie told him. It's not like a video game. That's why I'm here. TAI materialized behind them. I'll help coordinate where to shoot, but you should still be careful. Got it. Shirley nodded. We're Black Knights too. Time to prove it. She was the first to pull the trigger and fire the turrets at the enemy. Meanwhile, Nunnally and Yuffie both sat alone on the catwalk, just outside of Lelich's Omniglobe where their brother continued to work. Yuffie looked toward her younger half-sister with concern as she had a data pad in her hand, shifting through the various fights occurring around the Ark. Hey. Yuffie tried to offer some comfort to her sister. It's going to be okay, Nunnally. Lelich and Optimus both have a plan, we're going to make it out of this. I know. Nunnally replied. I trust them, and I know we can pull this off. It's just. I wish I could do more. Yuffie looked with sympathy as Nunnally continued. I understand I'm still technically in recovery. She gestured to her leg braces. And I'm not a soldier or anything, but everyone here is risking their lives, doing something to contribute but. I'm not. I understand why but, it's just so frustrating. She tried to fight back her tears. Yuffie reached her arm around Nunnally's shoulder and pulled her into a comforting embrace. I know. Trust me, I know. When I was sub-viceroy, I couldn't do much of anything. Cornelia and Schneeisel handled all the real work. Honestly, I was nothing more than figurehead, a pretty face to show to the masses. I knew what Britannia was doing was wrong, and I wanted so much to change it. But, when I actually tried to help Yuffie was already breaking down. So many people died. Because of me. Yuffie, no. Now it was Nunnally's turn to comfort her elder half-sister. What happened at the special zone wasn't your fault. It was Megatron. He was the one who. I know but, he still used my face. The sobbing Yuffie pressed her hands against her face as she continued to cry. That was my face, that killed so many. I just wanted to help them. She couldn't even finish as she cried, prompting Nunnally to embrace her and provide all the comfort she could. It's okay Yuffie, it's okay. Nunnally comforted her sobbing sister who buried her face into her shoulder. We're going to make it through this. We'll make sure that those who died. That it wasn't for nothing. We are going to stop Megatron, and we will make this world a better place. I know we will. Even though she was still crying, Yuffie couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Nunnally. However, as they pulled away, the elder sister happened to glance at the datapad Nunnally had set down as it showed the ongoing battle just outside the Nemesis, where she spotted something familiar. Nunnally looked with concern as Yuffie took the datapad and tried to zoom in on what she thought she saw. Yuffie. I knew it. Euphemia muttered as the datapad showed a familiar Brighton neon aircraft. The Avalon. That's Schnizel's ship. Are you sure? Nunnally asked with urgency. I'm positive. Yuffie stated as she stood up. Tai. Can you hear me? Tai materialized herself in front of the pair of sisters. I can hear you. Look, I'm sorry, but you need to be quick about this. I have to help Shirley and the others. I know, but it won't take long. Yuffie said. Is there a way for you to make contact with this ship? She asked, showing the image of the Avalon on the datapad. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Nemesis, Optimus clashed his axe against Megatron's mace for the 100th time. As old enemies engaged each other once more, the rest of the Zero Squad continued to engage the Dark Knights in epic battles of their own. The Lancelot Albion soared in the air as the Dark Siegfried, transformed into its flying sphere mode, shot after it. Suzaku activated his energy wing system as he also aimed his dual Varus rifles to fire all his weapons at the incoming Dark Siegfried. However, it came to a stop as the cybernetic Jeremiah brought up a powerful blaze luminous shield to block the advance. But this was as Suzaku had intended, as right as he fired, he transformed the Lancelot into its Cybertronian jet mode to fly around and behind the Dark Siegfried where it was unshielded, transformed into its robot mode and scored a direct hit into its back, causing it to fly out of control before transforming to land on one of the Nemesis wings to engage the Lancelot as it flew in to meet the larger robot head-on. Elita 1 leapt back as she opened fire at the charging Dark Queen, who quickly brought out its sword down toward the female Autobot, who rolled underneath the legs of the larger machine before sliding on her back to open fire at the Dark Queen's back with her Energon blasters. It stumbled before the Dark Queen recovered and threw a punch toward Elita, which she leapt over and grabbed onto with her hands to deal a spinning kick to its head unit to knock it down. Elita tried to press her advantage by dealing another kick as she fell, only for the Dark Queen to slam the flat of its sword into Elita's side and knock her along the ground. Sideswipe and Orpheus Biakin came back to back as the Dark Equus and Dark Aquila came at them respectively, attempting to catch them both in a pincer move-like fashion. Sideswipe, switch. Orpheus told him. Good call. Sideswipe nodded as he leapt over the Biakin to deal a kick to face of the flying Dark Aquila and send it tumbling, while Orpheus maneuvered his Biakin around the hammer strike of the Dark Equus to deal a powerful slug with its gauntlet and knock it down. Bumblebee clashed his katana against the blade of the Dark Tristian. Gino however felt more than a little reluctant fighting as he saw the look in the Autobot's eyes. Look, I don't want to fight, but I don't have a choice. I'm sorry. I really am. But, you might have to kill me. That took Bumblebee by surprise as Gino appeared to be begging him. If you don't, they'll kill me for going easy on you. Guess there's no way out for me. He gave a sigh with a sad smile. But maybe I deserve it. For being an idiot who worked with Britannia for so long. Bumblebee however gave a hardened glare as he rushed the Dark Tristian to punch it down before making a boxer-like gesture to keep going, sending Gino a subtle message to keep up the fight. We'll find a way to help you. Even if I have to pry you out of that nightmare myself, I'm not gonna let someone like you die. At the same time, Sarah's pink Akatsuki clashed its katana against the shield of the Mordred as it flew backwards to gain some distance. Something isn't right. Sarah noted. It's not like Anya or Marianne to act defensively. What's going on in there? If Sarah was still connected to Marianne via their contract, she would be able to sense the conflicting geese powers within Anya's mind as the rings in her eyes shifted colors from red to white. Why am I fighting? I want their help. Anya said as tears were already flowing down her eyes, something she noticed. Why am I crying? Why do I feel this way? She suddenly gasped as she felt herself being pulled into her own mind. Anya Allstream found herself standing on a calm body of water that perfectly reflected the sky above her, A pair of white rings were still in her eyes as she looked in absolute shock at the woman who stood in front of her. It was Marianne Six Britannia, a red sigil of a geese in her left eye, ever glowing as she found herself staring in surprise at the form of Anya. "What? Who are you?" Anya asked in surprise. "What's going on?" Marianne asked as well. This has never happened before. Are we, inside Anya's consciousness? Back in reality, the Mordred was brought down by a slice at its float system courtesy of Sarah's pink Akatsuki as the immortal inside began to think about what was going on. Optimus tried to use his prime geese to help Anya, but Marianne attempted to take control and prevent that from happening. Sarah thought. However, Optimus geese was still able to affect Anya's mind. She wants to be rescued, the need to be saved is still fresh inside her mind, where Marianne's own consciousness is residing. Optimus Prime Geese is stronger than any other I've given before. Could it also be having an effect on Marianne as well? A conflicted expression formed on Sarah's face. This can wait. Right now, Optimus and the others need my help, and I'm going to give it to them. Colin roared as she flashed her Surger Claw to throw a sphere of radiation straight at Shockwave, who intercepted the blast with a charged shot of his Energon cannon, creating a brief explosion as the attacks met. Arky tried to use this to her advantage as she leapt through the smoke to slice at Shockwave, only for the Decepticon scientist to see it coming as he grabbed Arky and threw her into the Gurren to knock them both down. "Your teamwork is commendable," Shockwave commented. "However, it is also predictable to a superior mind, such as myself." He was suddenly blasted in the back by an electric surge from the recently arrived Raiden. "How's that for predictable, jackass?" Rai called out as he tried to press further by slicing at Shockwave with his katana, but Shockwave parried it with his cannon before grabbing the Raiden and throwing it over him. However, Rai stabilized it as he hovered alongside the Gurren with Arky right below them. "Thanks for the backup, Rai." Colin smiled. "And the cannon?" Arky asked. "Disabled," Rai replied. "Lelich told me to give you guys a hand, so here I am." "All right, let's show this Cyclops what we're made of." Colin smirked as she shot her Gurren forward, with the Raiden and Arky right behind it, even as Shockwave met their assault with a barrage of blasts from his cannon. Optimus, meanwhile, brought his axe down toward Megatron, who parried with his mace before swinging it around to slam it into Optimus' chest and send him skidding across the deck of the vessel before Optimus flipped himself over and opened fire with his ion cannon. Megatron rolled and avoided the blasts as he returned fire with his fusion cannon, to which Optimus parried the shots with his axe as he moved in closer to slice at Megatron again, who blocked the weapon again with his mace as the two enemies locked weapons and glares. "I may not have been able to finish you back then, Optimus," Megatron sneered. "But, I've gotten stronger with my power, so, let's try again, shall we?" The dark geese manifested in the eyes of the Decepticon leader. "Show me your terror." "I think not." Optimus activated his own prime geese as their powers clashed with each other. It was almost as if an unstoppable wave of dark energy shot from Megatron and met an immovable shield of light that manifested in front of Optimus. The two pressed their respective powers against each other, despite the surprised look on Megatron's face. "You have a geese of your own?" Megatron questioned. "One of equal power to mine." He chuckled almost sadistically. "You've done a great many things neither of us ever thought you'd do before, Optimus. But this one stands out among the rest. What could have happened to make you so desperate to possess such a corruptive power?" "Power itself is neither good nor evil," Optimus replied as their respective geese powers continued to clash. "It is the one who uses it that determines its purpose. And I will use this power to protect the innocent from the likes of you." "How sentimental, you never change," Megatron commented in an almost disappointed tone. "But then, that was always your..." The clash of powers came to a sudden end as Sarah's pink Akatsuki flew in and slashed its katana at his face, forcing Megatron to deactivate his power and leave him vulnerable for an axe swing from Optimus to send him crashing into a nearby wall. "Sarah, I've got your back, Optimus," she said as she hovered her nightmare by his side. "CC," Megatron noted as he stood up. "Well, that explains it. You gave Optimus his new power, didn't you? Tell me, does he know about your past?" he questioned, causing Sarah to glare. Do you know her past, Optimus? He asked his enemy. If you allowed her to grant you a geese, you must have placed a great deal of trust in her, but is that trust truly warranted? Has she ever mentioned Ragnarok to you? Whatever secrets she bears, I would sooner hear from her lips, rather than yours. Optimus stated, actually catching Sarah off guard. It was in that instant that Sarah realized Optimus had known Sarah was still keeping secrets even now, but he hadn't pressed it or questioned her even once. He was trusting her to open up at her own time. Sarah knew her past was not something she was particularly proud of, but Optimus was still willing to trust her even though he knew she was keeping secrets. She almost cried before wiping the tears from her eyes as she got serious. Someday, Optimus, I'll tell you everything, Sarah told him before facing their mutual enemy. But for now, my first priority is wiping this monster off the face of the earth. Agreed. Optimus nodded as he held his axe once more before he and the pink Akatsuki at his side charged at the Decepticon leader, who charged forward in response as well. Meanwhile, Schneeisel continued to sit on his command chair on board the Avalon as he watched the battle unfold before him. They're lasting longer than I anticipated, the former prince commented. Did I maybe underestimate Lelich? Or is he using something to aid him? I wonder. Sir, we're being hailed, one of the technicians reported. It appears to be from the Autobot base. On screen, Schneeisel ordered. He was expecting it to be maybe Lelich in an attempt to persuade him, but was slightly caught off guard as the screen came to life to reveal two familiar faces he did not expect to see. Schneeisel, it is you, Euphemia exclaimed, a sense of both relief and worry evident in her voice. Yuffie, I didn't. However, while Schneeisel was surprised at the sight of his pink-haired half-sister, he did not expect to see the open-eyed face of his formerly disabled half-sister. Nunnally? Is that you? Yes, it's me, Schneeisel, Nunnally confirmed. Your eyes. And, you appear to be standing. Schneeisel noted before a smile formed on his face. It would appear that Cybertronian technology can do wonders. I truly am happy that I get to see your beautiful eyes again, little Nunnally. And Yuffie, I'm glad to see you're alright as well, though I wish it were under better circumstances. Schneeisel, you're with the Decepticons, aren't you? Euphemia asked, to which Schneeisel gave a single nod in confirmation. Listen, whatever it is Megatron has on you, we can help you. You don't have to work for him. Is that what you think? You think my hand has been forced? That I'm being blackmailed against my will to serve him? Schneeisel asked, much to the sisters' confusion as Schneeisel gave something of a hollow laugh. I'm pleased to know that even after all that's happened, you've retained your optimism, Yuffie. Schneeisel. Megatron didn't force my hand. To the contrary, I went to him first. Schneeisel revealed. What? Yuffie and Nunnally both exclaimed. The Decepticons were already planning to overthrow Britannia by the time I approached them. Schneeisel explained. I simply offered them a route to avoid minimal casualties, even though the more stubborn people continued to pointlessly resist. You helped them, but I don't. Yuffie stuttered. Why? You said you would support the Special Zone. That you help extend an olive branch to the Autobots and the Black Knights so we could stand against the Decepticons together. Your heart was at the right place back then, dear Yuffie. Schneeisel replied. Unfortunately, it can also make you incredibly naive. Schneeisel, why would you willingly help them? After everything they've done. Nunnally exclaimed. They destroyed their own home planet. They've killed thousands of people and enslaved maybe millions more. They're going to destroy the Earth if they're not stopped. I understand why you two seem upset, but please just listen. Schneeisel tried to explain before the main screen was suddenly hacked as another transmission made contact. So that explains it. A familiar voice spoke up, surprising Schneeisel, while also catching Nunnally and Euphemia off guard. I'd wonder how the Decepticons were able to overthrow Britannia so quickly despite the many advantages they had, but now I see how. They had inside information. Schneeisel recognized the face of his younger half-brother as it appeared on a dual screen next to their sisters. Lelich. Big Brother. Nunnally did not expect him to hack into their communications, and even Yuffie was rather speechless. Despite this, Schneeisel still put on a small smile. It's been a long time, little brother. Even though it's under possibly the worst circumstances, I am glad to see you again. There's only one thing I want to know from you, Schneeisel. Lelich stated. Were you a part of the plan to turn the special zone into a massacre? No, I wasn't a part of that. Schneeisel replied. Such a bloody siege seemed so wasteful and unnecessary. Unfortunately, Megatron had already set the plan in motion by the time I joined him, so I couldn't change it. Were it up to me, I'd opted for something a bit more subtle. But regardless, the main objective was still reached. Pendragon was destroyed, and Britannia was on its way to being erased. He noticed the scowl on Lelich's face. You know, a part of me would have thought you would have approved of that. Your distaste for our empire after what happened to your mother was well known. People died, Schneeisel. Innocent people. Lelich told him. And people are dying now. Nunnally added. Why are you supporting that? Out of all our siblings, you were one of the nicest we had. Why would you side with a monster like Megatron? I don't take joy from this, but it's the only solution to rein humanity in. Schneeisel began. People all the time say how they want peace, how they want these meaningless conflicts to end, so that their children and grandchildren can live in a better world. And yet, as the ages continue to pass, humanity continues to fight. The human race has been slaughtering itself since its inception. It didn't start with Britannia. This isn't the most ideal solution, I admit. But it may be the only one to ensure humanity has a controlled future. By enslaving them. By killing half the population at least. Yuffie practically screamed as fresh tears formed in her eyes. I understand why you three feel so emotional about this. Schneeisel continued. But that phrase the Autobots continue to say freedom is the right of all sentient beings? It sounds nice on the surface, but that kind of freedom also permits people to act in heinous ways such as murder, plunder, and oppression. Not every human on Earth is like that, Schneeisel. Nunnally exclaimed. This world has good people in it too. I don't doubt that. Schneeisel replied. But so long as there are people who are good and bad, they will continue to fight. And humanity will remain unchanged. Is that really what you want? He stood up from his chair as he addressed his half-brother directly. Lelich, we can end this, not just this fight, but all conflicts and wars on Earth indefinitely. It can all end right here and now. Seeing how you act as an equal to Optimus Prime, I can assume that you're rather close to him. If you talk to him, convince him to stand down and surrender, I can put a good word into Megatron as well. This battle can end, and nobody else has to die. After all that's happened. Lelich began. What he did to his own planet, what he's planning to do to Earth, humanity is far from perfect, and maybe they will continue to fight in the future. But that kind of future is far more preferable than a future choking under the Decepticons' heel. Don't do this, Lelich. Schneeisel said in a tone that seemed like he was pleading. I already thought I lost you before, you and Nunnally. I'd rather not go through that again. The Decepticons have the Autobots and Black Knights outnumbered and outgunned. You can't win this war. Yes, we can, and we will. Lelich stated with a determined expression. And what about you two? Schneeisel asked Nunnally and Euphemia. Do you feel the same way he does? Despite the feeling of complete and utter betrayal from their elder half-brother, both half-sisters steeled themselves as best as they could, despite Yuffie already having her tears streaming down her cheeks. We do. Yuffie confirmed. We will fight, even against you. Nunnally added. Schneeisel gave a small sigh as he sat back down. Then I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm sorry. No, you're not. Lelich said with a shake of his head before cutting off his transmission. Goodbye Schneeisel. Yuffie also bid farewell as hers and Nunnally's transmission came to an end. Ravage fired a series of energon blasts from his mouth and tail at the Akatsuki piloted by Misty, who pulled it back to avoid the blasts and was about to return fire when she was pelted in the back by energon blasts from Laserbeak. As she attempted to focus herself on the flying Mini-Con, it gave Ravage a chance to leap onto the Nightmare and climb toward its cockpit in an attempt to tear it apart, only to get blasted in the side by a turret on the ceiling and shot to the ground. Yeah. How do you like that, kitty cat? Rivalt's voice echoed through the speakers, causing Ravage to return fire and obliterate that turret while avoiding the shots from the others. Misty tried to straighten out her Nightmare and refocus on the mini-cons, only for Rumble to leap up and slam his pile drives into the Nightmare and knock it down. However, Rumble was forced back to avoid the turrets that shot at him, courtesy of Millie and Shirley from the control room as well. At the same time, Dive Bomb slashed his claws against Safeguard, who parried his attack with his Naginata before going on the offensive with his own weapon. While Jetstrom flailed his Nunchucks into the face of Air Razor to knock him back, but as Jetstrom came in for another attack, Air Razor grabbed him and flipped him over before leaping back to avoid the gunfire of the recovering Misty in her Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Frenzy found himself facing against the charging Sayoko as he drew his plasma blades. "Let's dance, meatbag." Sayoko threw a set of smoke bombs around Frenzy, disorienting his vision. "What the? I can't see." This left Frenzy open to leap into the air and deliver a series of kicks to his face and knock him down. As Sayoko moved in to throw a series of kunao, Frenzy swiped his plasma blade to intercept the kunao, but also leaving him open for Sayoko to come in with a hidden blade right to Frenzy's throat. "Oh scrap!" Frenzy muttered before Sayoko swiped her blade to decapitate the mini-con entirely. "Hey, why are we losing?" Headlock questioned. "We got the numbers, so why?" He was knocked down by a flying kick from Undertone. Headlock grumbled as he tried to charge Undertone, only for the silent mini-con to grab his punch, throw him into the air and leap to deliver a series of kicks to knock him down hard onto the ground. Before Headlock even got the chance to recover, Undertone drew a small blade and stabbed his spark chamber, killing the elderly mini-con in an instant. "Oh, this isn't good," Dive Bomb commented as he, Ravage, Rumble, Air Razor, and even Laserbeak were surrounded on all sides. One side being Misty in her Nightmare, and the other having Sayoko, Jetstorm, Safeguard, and Undertone, not to mention the turrets on the ceiling. "Yeah, if I were you guys, I'd bail," Millie teased. "Soundwave. Get us out of here." Rumble contacted his master, just as a ground bridge portal opened below them, causing the 4 mini-cons to fall in before Laserbeak flew in last as the portal closed right after him. "And stay out," Shirley exclaimed. "I am glad that's over," Misty said with a small smile. "Miss Sayoko, I must say that was incredible," Safeguard commented towards the ninja maid. "Truly," Jetstorm also complimented. "You held your own without a single nightmare. If possible, perhaps you could teach us a thing or two." Sayoko smiled at the pair. "I'd be happy to." "Aw, that's cute," Millie teased. "Be careful so Lelich doesn't get jealous." Rivalts also teased. "Guys." Shirley scolded as everyone else's laughs echoed through the speaker, even Sayoko chuckled slightly. "Everything's in place," Cecile reported as she, Fix-It, and Ganabati made a final checkup. "The devices are primed and ready." "Well, looks like it's do or die time," Rax Hata commented. "Care for a final drink?" she causally asked Lloyd next to her. "No thanks." "I don't think we'll be needing it," Lloyd replied. Ratchet then immediately contacted both of his leaders. "Optimus, Zero, everything's ready. We are preparing multiple ground bridge extract ions now." "Roger," Zero replied. "Understood," Optimus acknowledged. From there, multiple ground bridge portals opened across the battlefield. One near the engines that allowed the Wreckers to enter, halting their brutal slugfest against Squadron X. Another near the top of the Ark's deck that the Black Dragon unit used to retreat from Bruticus and knock out. Multiple portals opened up near the front lines as Ultra Magnus and the Elite Guard, along with all the surviving Black Knights used to escape the Warzone effort led by Steeljaw and Skybite, with the Autobots, Ogai, Cornelia, and Monica providing covering fire to allow their comrades to escape first before entering the portals themselves. Meanwhile, in the air, just below the Nemesis, a large ground bridge portal opened up, which allowed the Black Knight forces led by Wizard and the aerial bots to retreat before they entered the portals themselves, much to the surprise of the Seekers. "What's going on?" Why are they retreating? Thundercracker questioned. Starscream smirked. Perhaps they are recognizing defeat. However, Slipstream had a suspicious look on her face, indicating that she felt something was off. On the deck of the Nemesis, a ground bridge portal opened as the Zero Squad continued to duke it out with Shockwave and the Dark Knights. Alita was the first to notice the open portal. Zero Squad, retreat, she ordered. Sideswipe and Orpheus were the first to break off their fights with the Castor and Pollux before the former transformed and drove into the portal with Orpheus right behind him. Suzaku was next as he fired at the Dark Siegfried to keep at bay before flying into the portal himself. Colin brandished her knife toward Shockwave, which he blocked with his cannon, allowing Arky to leap from the Gurren's shoulders to deliver a spinning kick to Shockwave's face, knocking him back and allowing the two to transform as well as they drove into the portal with the Raiden flying over the downed Shockwave. Bumblebee however didn't retreat at first as he grabbed the Dark Tristian in the form of a bear hug. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Gino questioned. "Rai," Bumblebee called to him. "Use your Surger. Fry this nightmare's internal systems, but don't destroy it." Rai immediately recognized the nightmare as a darker version of the one Gino used to pilot and saw what Bumblebee had in mind. On it. He shot his Raiden forward as he extended his Surger claw to grab the Dark Tristian by its face and send an electrical charge throughout the entire nightmare, enough to completely short out all its systems, including the bomb that had been placed in it, and rendering it useless, much to Gino's surprise. "Let's go," Bumblebee bleeped as he carried the Dark Tristian into the portal, with Gino still inside, and Rai followed. Alita was about to retreat as well when she called to her remaining comrades. "Optimus! Sarah!" Optimus swung his MVS axe just as Sarah's pink Akatsuki swung down its katana onto Megatron, who attempted to block it with his Energon mace, but the force from the combined attack was enough to knock him back and allow Optimus a chance to transform and drive toward the portal with Sarah's Akatsuki right behind him. They, along with Alita, were the last ones to enter the portal even as Megatron attempted to shoot them with his fusion cannon, but it was too late, his enemies had already left the battlefield. "Lord Megatron! All enemy units have left the battlefield. They're gone." One Viacan contacted him. "What are they up to?" Megatron asked himself with a slight scowl. "0, all personnel accounted for." TAI contacted the young revolutionary as he continued to sit in his Omni Globe. "We're ready to launch on your command. Launch the Ark. Now." 0 ordered. Underneath the massive vessel, Perceptor's devices in the bed of molten magma detonated, triggering an eruption that sent a tremor that shook up the entire ocean floor, and all the Decepticons that had surrounded the Autobot vessel. Unbeknownst to them, the kinetic energy that was taken by Perceptor's devices transferred along the synthetic Energon life and straight to the Ark's engines, causing them to spring to life. Barricade's optics shrank as he recognized what was about to happen. "Soundwave! Pull everyone out! Now!" He screamed into his comms as a ground bridge portal opened up in front of him. Just as Barricade, Lugnut, Blitzing, and Blackout made it into the portal, the engines activated at full throttle. The Shockwave had sent Demolisher and Overload into the portal, but Quake and Ground Pounder were caught in the resulting blast of the jump-started engines, completely obliterating them. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Steeljaw shouted as he and all other Decepticons present tried to escape as the entire ocean and the ocean floor shook from the tremor as the Ark began to ascend from the ocean floor. Multiple ground bridge portals enabled Steeljaw, Skybite, Fracture, Thunderhoof, Arachnid, Underbite, Saberhorn, Glowstrike, and Scorponok to escape with the multiple Viacons and Insecticons, but the others weren't so lucky as the blast wave from the jump-started engines destroyed them as well. Bruticus and Knockout struggled to hang on to the ascending Ark before the sheer force sent both of them off. Bruticus disbanded into the 5 separate combat icons just as a ground bridge portal opened for them, allowing the combat icons and Knockout to fall inside to safety. Suddenly, the Ark itself had shot out from the ocean at full speed, nearly ramming the Nemesis itself with the resulting shockwave nearly tipping the entire vessel overhead. Megatron, Shockwave, and the remaining Dark Knights not made it inside in time. "What in the world?" Schneeisel stood up from his chair in genuine shock as he saw the Ark ascend and knock the Nemesis out of the air, which was already on its side and beginning to tumble. Lelich saw from the Omni Globe that the Nemesis underbelly was completely exposed and saw a chance to strike a definitive blow. All cannons on starboard side, lock onto the enemy vessel. He commanded. Target locked. TAI reported. Fire. The Ark's starboard cannons sprang to life as they fired with everything they had at the Nemesis underbelly, causing multiple explosions that rocked the entire Decepticon vessel and sent it tumbling into the ocean, crashing and skidding to a violent halt into the crater where the Ark itself once stood, with exposed magma already forming at the sides of the ship, further damaging the disabled vessel. As the Ark itself took flight once more, it picked more speed as it would fly higher into the sky and above the cloud cover, but not above the atmosphere as it set its course for Horai Island, the new safe haven for the liberated slaves outside the reach of the Decepticons. Inside the vessel, every single human and Autobot cheered in their definitive victory. All the civilians that had been liberated and rescued celebrated the most as they cried, hugged, kissed, called out as loud as they could, and screamed their hearts out. Among them was Akari Kojiki, who continued to tend to the bedridden Alice as the older woman cried tears of joy. Millie even pulled Rivalts and Shirley into a massive hug from their control center, something the two didn't hesitate to return. The Autobots and Black Knights were just as celebratory as the rescued civilians, sharing high fives, fist bumps, hugs, and even slamming their chests together, such as Wheeljack and Bulkhead. Ora! All the wreckers shouted with Sideswipe sharing a high five with Jez, Hotshot, Warpath, and Smokescreen, as well as Windblade and Air Raid. Colin shared a hug with Ogai, the later glancing toward the joyous teary-eyed Chigusa, while the Colin shared a smile with Arky as the female Autobot gave a nod. Tamaki gave Ryanuji, followed by a hug from Nonet as she pulled Monica in two. Todo shared a nodding smile with Suzaku, but the later was taken by surprise as he, and the Lancelot he had yet to fully exit, was pulled into a hug by Grindcore. Cornelia looked toward Guilford with an emotional smile, which he was happy to return as well. Chromia shared a smile and a nod with Ironhide as well, the later shared one with Ultra Magnus as well as Silverbolt, Elita, Jetfire, Prowl, and Wizard, who glanced towards Orpheus, the later offering a thumbs up, who returned it with little hesitation. Sayoko, Misty, and the Minicons were quick to join in the celebration as well. Bumblebee had also managed to pull the shocked Gino out of his fried Dark Tristian as the black and yellow Autobot gave a nod to the shocked former Knight of Three, who then smirked and gave a thumbs up of his own. Even in the laboratory, Nina wrapped her arms around the equally happy Cecile as Lloyd cheered with joy, while Rax Hata simply smiled with the incredibly relieved Ganabati. Even Fixit cheered as Ratchet and Perceptor shook their hands in congratulatory fashion. On the Ark's bridge, Lelich had finally stepped out of the Omni Globe, and was quickly engulfed in an emotional embrace from both Nunnally and Euphemia. "You did it, big brother!" Nunnally cried as Lelich embraced them both. "We're safe. All of us." Yuffie also cried joyously. Lelich couldn't help but get a little emotional as well, especially as Optimus Prime himself walked in with Sarah riding on his shoulder. Even the immortal girl got a little emotional as Optimus smiled and gave a nod of approval toward Lelich, who pulled Nunnally and Euphemia in as tightly as he could. TAI, set a course for Horai Island. Optimus informed the ship's AI. "Already on our way." TAI reported. Estimated time of arrival, 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the Avalon had also been slightly blown away by the Ark's surprise launch. But due to being at a relatively safe distance, the airship had not received any significant damage. While Kanan helped the operators to check on the ship's systems, Schneeisel actually smiled. "Well played, Lelich. Well played." However, on board the damaged and capsized Nemesis, Megatron was on the bridge of his heavily damaged vessel overhearing the multiple reports from the ship's systems as well as the Viacons and other Decepticons at their stations. However, all these reports and alarm fell on deaf ears for the leader of the Decepticons. Even though he didn't see him in the battle, he knew Lelich was responsible for what had happened. Optimus could not have coordinated this many battles while he was fighting Megatron, so it was undoubtedly Lelich's doing. Megatron couldn't believe it. He was certain that after both his exposure to his Dark Geese more than 6 months ago, as well as the reveal of his mother's corpse as the Dark Queen, he was certain that he had broken the boy. But he wasn't. Lelich was not broken. Just like Optimus, he not only got back up on his feet, but even dealt him the first real defeat he experienced at the hands of the human boy. Lelich Lamperouge, also known as Lelich 6 Britannia, also known as Zero, had defeated Megatron. That was all the Lord of the Decepticons needed to slam his metallic fist on the controls and roar in fury, which echoed throughout the entire Nemesis. The only individual on board the Nemesis who didn't appear to be hearing Megatron's furious roar was Anya, who appeared to be sleeping inside the cockpit of her damaged Dark Mordred. However, she wasn't sleeping but rather, her spirit was conversing with the other occupant inside her subconscious. The battle is lost, the Autobots and Black Knights have escaped. Anya, with white rings still glowing in her eyes, spoke aloud as Marianne continued to listen to her. It's odd. I'm both relieved and distraught. I'm relieved they made it to safety, but I'm distraught because I'm not with them. Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel at all? I haven't felt anything for as long as I can remember. In fact, I can't remember anything. Why? Why don't I have any memories? She asked as tears were already forming in her eyes. As she saw the tears in Anya's eyes, Marianne was struck immediately with guilt. She knew exactly why. Charles had used his geese on Anya to make her forget pretty much everything, up to the point she needed a video diary or some form of recording device to recall anything of her past. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more guilt she began to feel towards all her previous actions. Every horrible thing she did, everything she helped Charles to do, she put Lelich and Nunnally through a living hell, all because she felt they could all reunite through the Ragnarok connection and live the peaceful existence that Charles had promised. But now, all those hopes were dashed. Megatron had destroyed everything. She blamed everything on Optimus and the Autobots as well as the Black Knights for changing Lelich, for corrupting them as she put it. But now, something inside her changed. Something inside her made her take a good look at herself in the mirror and made her see that maybe she made the wrong choice. Anya. She spoke to the confused girl. My name is Marianne, and we have a lot to talk about. While the sigil of geese continued to glow red in her left eye, a white ring formed in her right eye as the effects of Optimus Prime geese now began to affect her as well. Check the description for the links to the author.